feeding him bad information. Yeah, because like he wouldn't come up with that on his own. We know his background. We know who he is.
I mentioned this in the side chat maybe about 2 weeks ago, maybe a little bit less actually, that the way that he was speaking, not only the way that he changed, but the way that he was speaking with other people like Eggshells, felt like he'd been recruited by GF6. Do you know what I mean? Is that kind of... Yeah. You could easily see him dropping in that direction. Could easily become an anti-flat earther, that one.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's there now. Like, he spiraled out of both of these rooms within an hour of each other. And yeah, I noticed a change too. I never brought it up with anybody. And then I heard other people tell me they noticed a change as well recently, within that 2-week time frame or so. I won't go name names of who's whispering in my ear about this, but we're all moderators.
What's interesting about that too is that they purged all the flat earthers off their server. So you can't even
they did?
Yeah. You can't even see what they're talking about anymore. Like used to
you mean like Mortal server?
Tell you when they're gonna raid. They would set up raids and set up times and everything. And people like Quad.
Yeah.
Quad was in there just saying, hey, they're gonna raid in about an hour. And we're like, okay, I guess we'll be ready for them. And then they banned Quad for doing that. And at some point they just went down the list and anyone who's even Flat Earth adjacent, they just banned. They're kicked. So who knows what they're doing now? It's a complete, like, you have no clue what's going on over there.
Boy, they used to spam invites to me in my DMs, like, step into the server if you dare, Flurf. I used to get these all the time from people.
Yeah, they did for a little while where they had it where you just had a role where there's only one channel, and it was something like your idiocy exposed, or it's some sort of like really gamma, like a squawk. Like, join this channel if you're ready to admit the Earth isn't flat. Or it's the only channel you can see on the whole thing.
That's stupid.
Like, are you ready? Like, a join channel when you're ready to have your beliefs challenged. Or I can't remember the exact verbiage. It was really close to that. And you're like, dude, who would join a channel? If I want to talk about flat Earth, why do you think I need your server to talk about it?
Yeah.
Completely upset.
Someone's been talking to Pads.
Yeah, like, I'll have to see, because, last time I talked to Pads, he was kind of like, he just couldn't let it go, because, like, the lie would be too big. Even though you explained to him other lies that were even bigger.
Dude, you know what? Miggy's hate boner for Pads a couple weeks ago, I couldn't freaking understand it.
Well, Miggy can smell
whether it was justified or not.
He's been on point. He's been ahead of the curve sometimes.
And that may be the case here. And if that's so, I was wrong to criticize it.
Yeah, in the past, I'm trying to think of somebody. I can't remember who it was now, but I called him like the Globe Earth DMOC. And he goes like, "No, man, he's just wow. This guy is awful. He's toxic." I'm like, okay, let's see what happens. And sure enough, the dude flamed out. I'm trying to remember who it was though, but it was a while back. But yeah, Miggy's he's on point. I think he's got a lot of experience with a lot of different social media and other platforms. That he kind of sees like a reoccurring sort of like tone.
Yeah.
They're not close. They're not good actors. They're not like they're going to win a Grammy. Like, the mask falls off sooner or later.
It's true. Well, color me impressed, because I did not see what Miggy saw. I know Miggy's got that experience, but in the moment, guys, I tell you what, it seemed like a bad look, because it wasn't apparent to the rest of the audience that was the case. In the moment. And the shellacking seemed unjustified, but I mean, in hindsight, it definitely was. And Miggy certainly did see something there and locked onto it. So, yep, +1 for Miggy. And I could admit when I was wrong in my judgment. I was in Pat's corner in the back chats too.
The difference being is that when we were chatting to Pads, we were just letting him go. Whereas Miggy was after very specific answers, and as per usual, typical Globetard tactic, sidestep, duck, weave, jump, dodge, and as we all know, Miggy flips his shit when people don't answer very simple, straightforward questions.
Yeah, you only got one chance.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yep. I had not been this frustrated with somebody to this extent in a while. I just could not believe the tactics coming out. It was obvious, right? Like, normal people don't behave this way. And having normal discussions, I was dropping all kinds of terms, hoping that he would pick up on them for discussion regarding the gas pressure topic, Avogadro's law, mass independent nature of gas pressure, kinetic molecular theory. Like, I'm dropping all these words because I would love to go into detail about some of these things with him. And he kept avoiding and sidestepping, and I'm like, oh, for somebody who admits that they're new to this and that they're still learning these concepts, somebody who's new to these things would be curious. Well, what do you mean by mass independent nature of gas pressure? What do you mean by that? I'd be like, great, I'm glad you asked.
What the shit is that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone would be wanting to know what the hell's going on. And it'd be like,
these are not...
Well, yeah.
Right. I know that these terms, these words, these concepts are not in normal parlance, right? We don't normally talk about these things in polite society. These things are kind of technical. They exist in physics lexica. These concepts are not things normal people talk about. And for him to just ignore them and to sidestep and whine and fuss, I mean, I was like, geez, dude, sack the fuck up. Pull your britches up, dude. Tighten your belt. You're not ready for this fight. And then leaves like a whiner bitch. Voluntarily. I mean, I guess that could show he's got some self-respect, but when he portrays himself so dishonestly, then what?
What about playing both sides? Like, maybe he's just getting entertainment out of making the anti-flat earthers think that he's their voice, he's their champion, and meanwhile he's just laughing at them too. Like, he finds both sides because it's ridiculous.
I don't know about that.
I'm not buying that one. He was dogpiling me in chat with the other boys about the gas pressure with the container.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you've had this explained to you like 100 times.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
And like, to dogpile?
Offering some charity to him. That it's interesting how flat earthers talk about the flat Earth, the globalists talk about the flat Earth. Be like, well, why don't you go over there? Be like, hey, Pads, since you're on there, probably on their server, just ask them about the globe. See what they do.
Like, you think globalists believe in the flat Earth, or like people who want to dominate?
They really don't give a shit about the globe at all.
Okay.
They give They don't, flying fuck. They don't know anything about it at all. You'd ask them the size, shape, how many continents there are, anything. That you ask them anything about it, at the very best, you'll get an extremely poor read of a Google it. That's the very best. At worst, it'll just be some thermonuclear meltdown about flat Earth. And then you ask them, sure, so what is flat Earth? I can't even define it. Well, I don't know. Well, how are you going to disagree with something that you don't even know what it is?
Yeah. Flat Earth is a shit test for people's integrity and honesty. It is like the ultimate shit test. I was just telling the guys in the other room in PNR server that this is how I've kind of come to understand it now. Even an honest glober, right? An honest glober would say, no, I've never experienced Earth spinning. And I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. And I know that NASA fakes images from space because they tell you they do with the captions underneath.
Imagination. These are artist renditions.
Yeah.
The whole thing with Blue Marble 2.0. People are like saying, how is that a photograph from space? It doesn't look right. Doesn't match. And they're like, well, no, it's a photo. Obama come up, a single shot camera. I mean, we could play the audio clips if people doubt it. And then they say, after they finally are busted, they got no place else to go. It's clearly Photoshop. The Photoshop hand is in the photo.
Yeah, that's right. It
Oh,
is.
but it's got to be It has to be. It has to be Photoshop. Nothing has been far enough away from Earth for 50 years to take a photo. So of course it's Photoshop. Duh. Then why didn't you say that from the beginning? Why'd you roll it out as Blue Marble 2.0 when it wasn't? It wasn't that. To try to trick people, to get them, you don't think they would look into it? They wouldn't fact check what government says? Just blindly believe it? Oh, here's a new photo from the space. Huh. Something doesn't, that did not match. They tried to make it match. He said, I hit control, like, whatever, F a whole bunch. It didn't work. Okay, you failed. $88 million every 100 hours or whatever wasn't enough to even pretend like you had a photo from space. You got busted. Now, what do you do next? Just pretend like you didn't tell, like it wasn't bullshit the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, where's the honesty then? You now know that these images are claimed officially to be renders, artist impressions, digital composites. They have different terms for different ways they construct these. They tell you this, and you know damn well that that's what they said. That's what they're stating. That's what they're putting in under the captions. That's what their own artists are telling you on TV programs that you watch. You know damn well that at the very least, tons and tons of images and video are artistic renditions. And you're going to come in and you're going to tell me that they're all freaking legitimate and real, like unaltered images, raw data. That's dishonest of you. You're going to come in and tell me that you see curvature at the beach. You know damn well you can't. You're going to tell me that you know that Earth is rotating underneath the stars, and the proof is that the stars are moving. You know damn well that that's a dishonest take. Why do you people do this? We ask you these questions to uncover how honest you are with yourself and with us. And when you fail that, you reveal yourself to be a dishonest prick. I mean, could they be just mistaken? Yeah, in some cases, potentially so. People can be delusional. But I don't know if that level of incidence meets the number of people that are just dishonest pricks. I mean, we're aware of these psychological studies, right? People say, how many times do people lie throughout the day? People lie all the fucking time. People have no motives at all to lie. People just lie for the sake of even lying. People tell fibs, little white lies. People withhold the truth. People do this how many times a day? I don't know. I've seen some studies with varying numbers out there. 14 times a day. It's freaking phenomenal. We already know the condition of man is to be dishonest. So when we put you on the podium and we call you out for your dishonesty and you don't admit to it, what are we supposed to think of your character? Flat Earth is a shit test. You could be a globe earther and you could use the Flat Earth tool to shit test your friends and relatives to find out who in your life might be a toxic individual. Isn't that something? Oh, I gotta get going.
No, Panther. That's a misrepresentation of what I said. Didn't say that. You're asking me a question, and I said that I couldn't tell you definitively because I don't have enough information. I'm not basing it on any model or anything. If I was to answer your question, I'd have to use some guesswork based on that which I can know. So no model was mentioned. No model. And that's, like as a generalization, you're just then applying that to everything we're saying? No, that's not the case. So I'm distinguishing the difference between that which we can know and that which would require, if we were to attempt to answer it or try and explain it, would be guesswork. Being honest. You're not with that statement, man. It's not honest. Flat Earth isn't a model. It's an observation, measurement, and description of the geometry of the surface. It's not an attempt to explain sky phenomena. Really? Why don't you mic up, man? Because I would love to hear how you justify that statement, that the scientific method is applied to figuring out the Earth's shape. Because last time I checked, the scientific method was for working out cause and effect relationships in nature, the cause of natural phenomenon. Last time I checked, shapes aren't something that's happening, not a phenomenon, right? Not something occurring in nature. It's something that is, like a concrete noun, right? You don't apply the scientific method to concrete nouns. So natural science would deal with how and why questions, not with what is questions, right? What's your reason for not being able to mic up?
Does cranky old T double hear his voice and know who it is?
That's what I was thinking. I was giving him a chance to offer a valid excuse, like, "Oh, my parents are asleep" or some shit.
Dog ate the cat. Busy.
Yeah.
Chicken chaser for
Mike.
Steggles. Mike's broken. Plenty of excuses.
Oh, okay, he's got a loud background. Okay. Well, bro, you should be enjoying the party instead of worrying about talking to us in here. What's going on?
Now over in P&R, that little Asian fellow that gets in there and has a meltdown every now and then. You see him every couple of months. He comes in, has a spurg out, and goes away.
Who is it?
Oh, there's a little Asian fellow that pops in there, puts his camera on over in P&R.
Yeah, I know one, yeah.
Well, that's who I think Panther Fung is.
Oh, okay.
I might be wrong. I've been wrong before, so. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that. Actually, where's Kembo? He's all over this shit.
No, I think Kembo's on definite. at the moment.
What's this? Waiting for the gang. Oh, we're gonna have a whole circus turn up. Wow, that'll keep the boys entertained. I was just thinking about
Kembo's
going
on.
to bed. But if he's bringing a whole truck in, this will be good.
Well, I'm not sure if he means like where he is, like he's waiting for people to show up there, or whether he's waiting for people to show up to come in here. I don't know. But Kembo's on deafened because there's a crowd over at P&R.
Look at a couple there.
Matrix, are you saying we're about to get some company?
Well, I don't think we will. But our little mate Panther posted up Smart T-Dub, so it looks like our little friend is waiting for more people to turn up at his house.
The Globers need to wake up with paraplegic coffee. Each level cup is a premium roast.
Because is he even in? Yeah, he's in here. I was going to say, we could have a laugh for a minute. I drink Nescafe.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Oh, shit. I hope Paraplegic heard that too. Having a bit of a chuckle. All right. Well, that's me, lads. I'm going to put my feet up. In bed. I shall catch you all in the morning for a another episode of Our Globetrotters Smarter Than a Fifth Grader.
the Golden Globe comedy clips.
What's Crit doing calling him in? Oh my god. Yeah, you're calling him in because I'm leaving. That's cheap, man. Anyways, guys, have yourselves a great night, morning, afternoon, depending on where you are, and I shall catch you tomorrow. Cheers, guys. Peace.
You do the same.
Take it easy, Matrix.
Take care, Matrix.
Hello?
because he trusts too much in his own ability and doesn't interrogate the facts before speaking regularly. Because he wants to say something really exciting. So he, like, the first one I noticed was helicopters will fall when the rotor stops spinning. Right? It's like, no, they won't. It's called auto rotation, right? You tip the nose forward, and that has the effect, because you're falling, of spinning up the blades again. So you can spin up the blades quite quickly. And if you keep a forward angle, you've got a glide descent. And then just before you hit the ground, you flare, which is pull back. And then that stored up spinning energy in the blades can be transferred into actual lift, where you can now have a force pushing down enough that you touch down very softly. It's auto rotation landings. In order to get your helicopter license, you have to do it. And he just spoke on the matter and was like, well, here's what I know as a physicist about choppers. And I was like, well, you're fucking wrong, because you don't know enough about choppers. You might get physics, but you don't get choppers. How he's got this one wrong when it is astrophysics, I don't know. But yeah, I don't have to agree with him, and I choose not to. I'm curious as to how he got it so wrong. I must admit that. But I think he's got it wrong, and maybe I do. Who knows? Like, I don't think centrifugal force is a strong point for the globe. I think it is one that would necessarily have to be there if the globe is spinning, but that doesn't mean it's very easy to detect. I do think, though, a 0.7, like 1% mass change in an object, I think that would be very easy to test, right? You would, package up how much shipping gets done, and it all gets shipped on weight. You would just have to notice that parcels weigh 1% less when they get to another place. I guess not, actually, because they're going to be locally tared or calibrated to a local mass. But I think you would find it out enough times, and practical applications do take it into account. Neil doesn't do practical applications. That's how I think he's got it wrong. But what would also have to be there is a gyroscopic precession, right? There must be a torque applied to every object on Earth if those objects are flipping nearly head to tail every day. Like, somebody standing at Uganda must be turning angularly so that their head matches their toes every 12 hours. And that's, detectable. That's much easier to detect than this weight difference.
Sure, but like you said, 1%, but let's say the shipping company, the packaging company packages it all there, and they send out 100 million of this certain product. 1% over the 100 million, like that's a big profit.
Right, but what I'm saying is, let's say you're the shipping port in Uganda, although I think Uganda might be landlocked, but somewhere on the equator, right? Malaysia, right? Very busy shipping port. Singapore, let's say, very close to the equator. You're coming in there and you're offloading 100 kilos of stuff, right, in boxes. But they have their local scales calibrated to what 100 kilos mass is. So the only way to get this wrong, really, or the way to test this, which is the GNOME experiment, right, but the package's mass isn't changing. It is confusing. To be fair, it is confusing. So I do get your confusion. It took me a while to get my head around it. But the idea is the mass is the same, but what we're talking about is the mass will remain the same, but the weight will be different in two locations. What I'm saying is
that's right. So products that are sold by weight, i.e., say chips.
Bingo. Yeah. So the weight, the mass will remain the same. The weight will change, but the only way to detect the weight change would be to get some scales for the container at the pole, weigh the containers at the pole, then lift up that whole weight scale system and take that up to the equator with you, because it's calibrated to a local gravity, right? Because 9.81 is fluctuating all over the place. Regardless of latitude, it's also fluctuating longitudinally. It's fluctuating based on the underneath topography, is my understanding. So when we're doing it in reality, the ship gets to its destination, and that is weighed against a local known mass, right? You'll have a mass that you use to calibrate these scales so that you don't get this error, so that weight and mass are equal at your latitude, I think is the way to say it. So the way people test this, like the GNOME experiment, is at one latitude, they lock it in and they say, do not recalibrate from this point. And then they go out. Yeah. Sorry, I got a phone call. Back in a moment.
Yes, but if that bag of chips says whatever it is, like 700 grams, where it's packaged and it goes somewhere else and it's now 1% less, that packaging company has a huge profit there.
I'm getting ripped off. Fucking Smiths. Dirty fucking bastards. Their chips shit anyway.
Yeah, and even when you are flying, taking plane, and you have to change the plane, you stop in different airport in another country, you have to take another plane. If they wait your packages, we have to pay for the difference.
It's negligible.
Negligible.
Negligencia.
It's not like you're transporting some sort of like, material that's, dollars per ounce.
That's why I use the example of 100 million of a product as opposed to one really heavy product.
Wouldn't that also affect the plane and flight of the plane? Going from somewhere where there is not a big drag and the plane weighs less than when it's go to another place. That plane, because it is big and heavy object, the difference will be just noticeable.
What's the maximum, like, the biggest plane can carry? 200 tons? 2,000 tons? What's the heaviest a plane can carry? 1% of that's a lot of tons.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. Along the fuel, I mean, big planes, they can carry a lot of fuel, I think.
Yeah, like that Beluga or Galuga or something like that.
I think 100 tons or 200 tons, something like that.
I see that. I try to see.
So let's say on the high end it'd be 20 tons extra.
1% from 200 would be 2 tons. I'm not sure because
on 100 tons, yeah, that's why on the 200 it'd be say 20, but
what I don't get is the mass part. Like, okay, yeah, like dismiss mass because they don't have a definition, blah blah. But like work within their narrative. Okay, like so it's measured in kilograms. Well, in Australia, I get on a set of scales and I get kilograms, but mass isn't supposed to be weight. So is kilograms. Kilograms can measure weight and mass. Or am I just... And they say that your mass doesn't change. So you go to the moon, you weigh less, but your mass remains constant. So when I take some scales up to the moon, I stand on the scales, my mass hasn't changed, so I should get the same amount of kilograms that I get when I stand on a set of scales on Earth, right? Because that's what I measure in mass, right? In kilograms?
No. Gosh, I forget the reason why they say that's not a thing.
Is mass measured in kilograms?
I wanted to ask you that question.
Yes, it is.
T-Dub, it's interesting what T-Dub is saying. So mass, and how can you measure mass, man? How can you measure mass? I mean, I'm not that good, like most of the flat earthers.
Would mass not be like a distance measurement?
No, I've been told by Globus that when I stand on a set of scales,
I still can't get it. That mass is not the weight. It's not the same thing as the weight. So
right, it depends.
It depends on the mass of bending the gravity well. So the bigger the mass of whatever bendings the gravity well, if you stand on that mass, like the moon, it's a smaller mass than Earth supposedly, you're going to weigh less.
So could you just say size?
So we tear the scales
Size
on the
of
moon.
the mass, yeah.
So we tear the scales on the moon.
Substitute mass with size.
So we tear the scales on the moon, and it says 0. I step on it, I should get 75 kilos.
Is that how much you weigh?
No. I've been told by Globers when I stand on a set of scales and it says 75 kilograms, that's my mass, not my weight.
Oh, that's stupid. No, that's not even part of the globe argument right there. No, that doesn't sound right at all.
Oh,
your
okay.
mass would have
So why does it say
nothing to
kilograms?
do.
So does kilograms is kilograms like interchangeable? It can mean your weight or it can mean mass.
It means your weight.
Yeah.
Like if you're weighing yourself on the moon, you're going to weigh that. You're in their model, their way of saying things. You're going to weigh less on the moon. You're going to weigh more on Jupiter.
I'm going to check this out. I'm going to Google it right now. I'm going to ask it.
Yeah, he's correct.
In what unit
your
of
mass
measurement
has nothing
is mass
to do
measured?
with-
In what unit
So if you have
of measurement is mass
would be weighed
determined.
Let's see here. I think it's like if you weigh 250 pounds, you're going to weigh like 400 pounds on Jupiter, right? Or let's just say kilos.
Okay, that is only the weight. The weight changes, but as I know, mass doesn't change. Mass doesn't change. What is mass?
Right. In the international, I've Googled it, and an AI overview says in the International System of Units, SI, mass is determined using the kilogram as the basic unit, with smaller masses often measured in grams. Huh.
So weight.
Okay.
What the fuck? But they are telling us all the time that mass is not the weight.
Oh,
when I stand on a set of scales and it says 75 kilograms, is it my mass or my weight?
Oh, okay. You're asking to see if they're the same. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't put the two together.
I'm interested. I'm very interested in the question. I'm very interested in the question of T-Dub. It's very interesting.
That is a good question.
Doesn't make sense. If mass.
Take a screenshot of that website right now.
If mass is not the same as the weight, so why is mass measured just like weight in kilos? I thought they say mass is the amount of molecules in the body or something like that.
God, I used to know this shit off the top of my head. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having like a brain fart right now. Getting tripped up here.
Is it like size to density?
No, the amount of molecules of matter inside a specific volume, that's density.
Yeah.
Okay, now my brain is fucked up. No, density.
Maybe
now
it's
we have density and mass.
Density to weight ratio is mass.
Oh, okay. So what they're saying, yeah. So you're right. So basically, your mass doesn't change, but your weight will, based on their supposed gravity from the gravity well pulling you towards the planet. So you would weigh less on the moon, but your mass itself is the same. So your mass on the moon would weigh less on the moon. And it would weigh more on Jupiter, and it would weigh what it weighs here on Earth.
So kilograms isn't a measure of mass, then.
Yeah, we understand that. Okay, but
I would have to agree with you there.
The question of T-Dub is justified. You still didn't answer the question. What is the difference? I mean, TDAP. The question of TDAP: why is mass also measured in kilograms? You cannot say mass is not the same as weight, and then say mass is measured in kilograms and weight is measured in kilograms too. You cannot say
Well,
that.
They say the weight is like a measure of the force of the gravity acting on the object's mass, right? So that would be, like I just kind of said, whatever gravity well you're in when you weigh yourself.
I get it. I
that's
get it.
what you weigh.
Still, you. I get it. Still, you will have to have a different way of measuring the mass, the real mass. What is the real mass? It's like the egg has its mass. If the mass doesn't change, if you put it in water, buoyancy buoyancy will work different on egg in water than in oil. So I get that. This is like the difference between gravity on Earth and gravity on Jupiter. Okay, but the mass must stay the same. But then you are differentiating between mass and gravity, because you say that between mass and weight, because you say weight can differ depending on the gravity field working on you or on the mass. So mass must always stay the same. So the question of TDAP is justified. Why then mass is measured in kilograms too, like weight? Then we would have to have another measurement of the mass.
Right. Right. The mass remains constant, but the weight changes based
but
on.
then you cannot measure.
But it has the same unit of measurement, even though both things are they're different units.
Check this out then.
Okay, so basically what I'm understanding is it's a related weight, right? So your mass is going to be a related weight to wherever you are in the universe. That's very interesting. I never knew that.
We'll check that out. I asked, with what device is it measured then? The mass of an object in kilograms is typically measured using a scale or balance. Scales and balances. These devices compare the mass of an unknown object to a known mass, allowing for accurate measurement. Digital scales. These are common for everyday use and provide a digital readout of the mass.
Now the interesting question. If the same instruments are used to measure mass, how did the genius who theorized that the mass is different than the weight and it always stays the same, came to this conclusion? The conclusion that the mass doesn't change, never changes. Do you get what I mean?
Right. Well, I mean, it wouldn't really matter, right? I mean, you're not
No, it
going.
matters. How did he conclude that the mass always is the same, even when the weight changes according to the well of gravity, to the field of gravity? So how was he able to perceive the mass always stays the same?
Right.
Do you see what
exactly? Did he measure? Did he measure the cubic centimeter of water at all known latitudes?
I mean, did he go to the center of the universe, or to a place in the universe where it is neutral and there is no gravity, and measure the mass?
Yeah.
What do you mean, go somewhere where there's no gravity? Why would you have to go? There's nowhere where there's no gravity.
Oh, you're saying like how did they separate the variable of mass to begin with?
Well, according to eggs, I go to a different latitude and my mass changes.
Who is the guy?
No,
Look, who is the guy who said?
What's been happening while I've been on the
That's
phone?
exactly no. Look in the side chat. Google says
I didn't say the
that
mass changes.
scales measure mass in kilograms, and if you take those scales to somewhere else and measure, get on it, it's going to measure a different amount of kilograms, is it not?
That doesn't mean mass is changing.
Mass is measured in kilograms, sir.
Yeah, they're both measured in the same unit. That
By
doesn't mean
getting
they're
on
the same
a
thing.
set of scales, sir.
Not always, but sure.
Were you the guy who understood my question because of my language barrier? Maybe you can express it more understandably. I mean, you got it. Oh, there was someone who, I think it was you, T-Dub, who said, "Yeah, how the genius came to the conclusion that mass always stays always the same." When you cannot measure, you cannot differentiate that because
differentiate it.
Whenever we use, I mean, whenever we, as I said, if they say that the mass never changes,
right,
and the instruments used to measure mass are same or the same tools which are used to measure the weight. So how did the person who assumed or theorized that mass never changes came to the conclusion that mass never changes? Because he's always...
It's a very good question.
It is a good question, but what it would be presuming is, so one of the core assumptions in science is what's called the uniformity of nature. It's a core assumption you have to make in order for any scientific inquiry to be valid. Because, and sometimes you advance science by questioning some of that, by being like, is space, or are these things all uniform? Because otherwise it might be extraneous variables. But the uniformity of nature is a suggestion that if I've got a closed jar that's got a set amount of water in it, and let's say I freeze that water, I turn it into a crystal, and then I take it to a different place. One of the assumptions we must make, I think, to operate meaningfully in the world, to just not be crazy, you would assume that all of the molecules are pretty much the same, with the exception of any that have chipped off. And that's what you're basically calling mass. It's just substance. You're just saying the substance is the same, but the scales we use to measure it show that the downward force it is imparting is less. This same object is less,
yes, or
depending
more
on where you stand, and that's all you're doing.
Yes,
you're not. Yeah.
So you're not measuring mass,
but
with the scales, I would say you're measuring weight.
What T-Dub found is interesting.
AI disagrees
because when
with
you
you
say,
there.
It depends
you seem
where
to
you
disagree
are
with
in
a lot of
space.
things that mainstream says. You got your own fucking view of cosmology, man.
Like I would say it's typically measured with a scale, but what you are doing to get the mass of an object with a scale is you are using a measurement of its weight to determine its mass. That doesn't mean that weight and mass are now the same thing because you use the same device to do it, right? I could use a speedometer to check how far I've gone, right, by applying a calculation, by kind of figuring it out using a speedometer. That doesn't mean it's an odometer.
So which latitude do I go to get my true mass value using a set of scales?
You can do it any way you want, but I think they just set it from Paris, don't they, where they first came up with metric?
Paris? Oh, that's special. Oh, boy.
Well, you've got to set it somewhere. You can't set it nowhere, so pick a spot.
So I got one for you guys.
Arbitrary spot. That's your mass right there.
You could do it at the poles, I think.
If
you were to do it at the pole or at the equator.
May I interrupt you guys? I have to disagree with X. You cannot say that you use a scale or a balance to measure the weight of an object, and in the same time measure the mass of the object. Because when you use the scale, you will get the same results and number. Oh, I thought mass is different than weight.
Mass is different from weight.
Yeah, but when you are using the same tool, you will always get the same number.
Wrong.
That's the question.
Which is why, let me address that point. You said if you're using the same tool, you get the same number. If you are right, yes, but that is wrong. So it is the case that when you get a very precise scale, it will come with...
No. I have to interrupt you. Wait a minute. No.
You don't want to let me finish. You said something factually untrue that is core to your argument that I'm showing you is wrong, and you're like, don't tell me that. Don't tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you get a precise scale, you will get a test mass. It is called a test mass because that is your mass. What you're trying to do at every latitude is equate what the current reading of weight is to lock it back into mass. So what you do is you calibrate the scales. You put the test mass on it, and for me it's a 50-gram one, and you plonk it on it, and it goes 49.86 or something like that, right? And then you go, and you press a little button, and it goes, okay, that's 50. That's 50 where I currently am. And now you put other stuff on that whale. Now what you've got is a correlation between weight and mass. So you've locked weight to mass. So now, because I've done that calibration, weight equals mass at this location, but it doesn't mean they're the same thing. And if you take that same scale, calibrate it to Sydney and fly to Uganda, it will read something different if it's precise enough to do so on the same test mass. That same test mass should show 50.00 regardless of where I'm at. But if I change latitude, it won't say 50.00. So the mass is the same.
You said even though the mass equals the weight, so the mass is the same as the weight, but they're not the same thing.
Yes, it equals it.
Exactly. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. Weight.
Yeah, like the AI overview I just got here. What unit of measurement is used for weight, right? In everyday use, we often use kilograms and grams for measuring weight, especially in the metric system. However, scientifically, weight is a force, and its SI unit is the Newton, N.
Yes.
Kilograms, the base unit of mass in the metric system, often used to describe the weight of objects.
Yep.
Exactly. I think you and fucking Google is talking out two sides of their fucking mouth.
It's because you don't understand.
Exactly.
I get that, but what we are,
I am agreeing with what that says. Well, I predicted the answer before it gave it. I fucking just read it out, dude.
You didn't understand it. The ability to read doesn't imply that you've understood it and comprehended it.
You talked out, right? You finished talking. Okay, now I will give you a scale or a balance. And then use the balance or the scale to measure the weight, and then measure different number, which is the mass. How can you do that? I mean,
sure, do it yourself, or read about it is another thing. You can read about the discovery of this if you want. I don't know what you expect me to be able to do for you over Discord, but if you want to investigate this is like, if you want to say that it's not true, what you would first have to say, in my view, is this is what is claimed by physics, in order that I can say physics has got it wrong about this centrifugal force. But if I'm saying weight is a force due to mass,
we are not talking about centrifugal force.
Then it is measured.
We are not talking about centrifugal force, but it's very easy. I give up and I say
I encourage you to look into this. You will understand it, and then you won't be a flat earther anymore.
I agree with T-Dub. How do you put it in English?
You don't even know what T-Dub said, and you agree with him just because he disagrees with this.
Yeah, what T-Dub said. What did you say, T-Dub? You are talking with both sides of your mouth. It's also called in English double language.
Double speaking. I mean,
double speaking.
It's quite simple. Yeah. Weight is a force due to gravity, right? It's a mass has a weight, right? We just call it the same thing. We measure it in the same units. Don't try,
don't try to impress us with scientific. It's very easy. You cannot use the scale. You cannot use the scale. Look, I will put it in it. Look, logic is logic. It is
being logical.
Look, logic is logic. Logic works by itself. It is stronger than the scientific consensus. You cannot use the same tool to measure two different things. You cannot use. That is what T-Dub said.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot use.
Do you want me to start now, and you'll tell me to stop before I tell you things that can measure two different things?
You interrupted me, but I didn't say anything. Once again,
But it's
I will
actually wrong.
I will go back. I will go back and repeat. I will go back and repeat what T-Dub said. Okay, I will make it easier. What T-Dub said is easier. The measurement with which mass is measured is kilograms, and that is the weight. Can you repeat that, T-Dub? Can you read that? Mass is measured by kilograms, which is also referred to be the weight, right?
What is it you think I'm saying, Berserker?
Yeah, it says the base unit of mass in the metric system, the kilogram, often used to describe the weight of objects.
Yeah, bango.
Oh, the sentence is saying that the mass is the same as the weight.
So it's not saying they are the same thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to say that, right? It can't say as well as. This is also it is also used for measuring weight. Does it say? Are you saying weight and mass are the same thing? If you are, just ask that of AI. If you're going to take any answer from AI, why are you asking?
I'm saying
no. Let me finish this point. Let me finish this point. You're asking a tertiary question in a broken way. You're also not showing what question.
Google told T-Dub. Google told
You're saying that weight and mass are the same thing. Just ask it that.
Google told T-Dub.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. Okay, so there is something called a kilogram force. Usually when we describe the weight of something by talking about kilograms, we're referring to kilogram force. Kilogram force is not the same thing as a kilogram. A kilogram force is equivalent to 9.8 newtons. That's a measurement of force. Kilogram is a measurement of mass. There's a difference between kilogram and kilogram force. So when we're describing weight using kilograms, we're referring to kilogram force, not kilogram.
Okay, Bacon. So how do you distinguish the difference when a scale is used to measure both?
A scale only estimates your mass based on how much force you're applying to it.
Think about it like this. Think about mass being an Earth-related concept to start with, right? So you weigh yourself. You weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, that is your mass now. That's how much matter is in your body and how much it weighs here on Earth. Now, if you go into deep space, you know that you weigh 75 kilograms. Now, if you were to hypothetically measure yourself on a scale in deep space, you would weigh nothing. However, you know, based on what you weighed yourself on Earth or Mars or Jupiter, even though the amount of kilograms is different based on the force, the supposed gravity force weighing you, you know that you weigh 70 different than your Earth-related concept of your measurement of your mass. Does that make any sense?
It doesn't make sense to try to explain it like that when you're in a room of flat earthers talking about the weight of your body.
Okay, ad hominem. Listen, AI overview, Bacon, overview. No, one sec, Bacon. AI overview said the mass of an object in kilograms is typically measured using a scale or balance. These devices compare the mass of an unknown object to a known mass, allowing for accurate measurement. Digital scales. These are common for everyday use and provide a digital readout of the mass. Okay, where do I take my fucking scales to get the true reading of mass?
One way you can get a better reading of the mass of an object is by weighing it on vacuum, because you get rid of buoyancy. Like, it should be clear.
But at what latitude? Where do I go in the universe?
What?
Is it
Where do I go in the universe? Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, wherever you are, if you're using a balance, you can be anywhere where there's gravity to measure the mass of something using a balance.
Yeah, digital. It says here digital scales can give a digital readout of the mass.
Let's clear out how digital scales work. They measure the amount of force being applied to it, and then they convert that force into mass. By just doing a calculation.
So where do I go on Earth to get my true mass reading from?
Well, you're going to know the answer once we clarify how those scales work. So you have to Yeah, you have to first understand how the tool works in order to make conclusions about how to use it properly. So the way digital scales work is by measuring the amount of force you're applying to its surface, and then just converting that into mass, right? So if you're on anywhere on Earth where you have more force, it's going to read more mass, and it's going to do that incorrectly because it doesn't know the amount of mass; it only knows the amount of force.
May I simplify it? Bacon. May I simplify it? Bacon, may I simplify it? Look, the sentence which T-Dub read from Google or wherever he got it, applying logic to it doesn't need the interference of a scientific priest.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Since you insulted us, you cannot explain that to the flat earthers, okay? Then I am allowed to say that now you the Globers and Eggshell also is talking double language. The sentence which T-Dub quoted, the sentence says very clearly that mass is the weight, or the weight is the mass.
That's obviously incorrect.
You measure mass by using a scale or balance, which is also referred to as the weight.
That's obviously incorrect. If you put let me elaborate. If you put a rock on a scale...
No, don't elaborate. That is the dishonesty of the Globers.
What?
That is the dishonesty of the Globers. Don't elaborate. That is it. You always come with stupid talk. It is not logical. Look, as I said, logic applies. Look. Logic speaks for itself. What T-Dub said is not from himself. It is from Google, and it is a scientific.
Okay, then answer me something. Answer me something. If I put a rock.
It's saying, look, the definition.
Okay, just tell me when you're done talking. Just tell me when you're done talking.
One second. I've got a question, Berserk. I've got a question for Bacon. When I put a rock
go ahead.
on even any object, myself, on a set of scales, is it measuring my resistance to acceleration?
No.
In a way.
No.
Yes.
Not directly, no. Definitely not directly.
Not directly. Yeah, definitely not directly. I would agree with that.
So
it's trying to estimate
no resistance to acceleration.
I didn't say that. I said it's not measuring that directly. It's trying to estimate that.
It's a big no on that one. It doesn't weigh you based on whatever you're
So it's not measuring mass. So it's not measuring mass then?
No, not directly. It's trying to estimate mass. It's measuring that force.
Then have to do with the mass weighing mass. This is something that's new to me.
Okay, the question could obviously be answered in a very clear way by just explaining how these scales work. All they do is take a reading of the force being applied to its surface and then convert that into kilograms by just multiplying that by 9.8. That's what they do. So what they're measuring is just...
Yeah.
All they're measuring is how much force you're applying to it. Then they actually divide that by 9.8 and output that value in kilograms. That's what they do. So if you put a rock... Okay. If you put a rock on a scale, it's going to read something. If you attach a helium balloon to the rock, it changes the value.
Yeah, but don't ramble on. Where do I go to get my true measurement of mass using the scale?
You don't have to go anywhere. You just have to calibrate wherever you are.
It's not anywhere.
Wait a minute. Bacon, the word calibration.
Berserker.
Don't use that word calibration.
Okay, I see now.
So, Bacon. To have your veritable or real mass on your globe, if you take what Eggshell is taking in consideration as being fact, there is 2 points. 2 points, just points, not bigger than a point. So you will have to take your scale and put it in the center of the North Pole or the South Pole.
No, you don't
wait. Oh my God. Wait. So there will be no centrifugal force, because you will be in the center of the rotating object. Zero centrifugal force. Completely zero centrifugal force. You put
He's absolutely right.
The thing that you want to measure, they will be just pure gravity, and you want to measure that thing that you want to scale it on that to see its weight in kilogram or grams. Then when you measure it in the other hemisphere or in the equator, at that moment you can calibrate the difference. You never done that in entire history
or
of
you
humanity.
could weigh it. You could weigh it on the complete opposite side of that logic right there.
It does. First of all, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's correct also.
It doesn't matter where you are.
All right, hang on. If it doesn't matter where I am. Okay.
Well, let me finish the sentence before you give me a reply, because now you're giving a reply to a half sentence.
I thought you were done. Sorry.
It's not fair. Okay. It doesn't matter where you are as long as you just calibrate it with a rest mass, because the scale doesn't know what the G value is by default. It might be calibrated on for the average value, but of course that will depend on where you are. So if it was calibrated in the North Pole, then it's going to give you a wrong reading in the equator, and vice versa. You don't have to be at the poles. Having the larger value of G doesn't give you a more accurate reading. It just gives you a different reading.
G, dude, you fucking clown. What gravity are you talking about?
I'm talking about the acceleration.
That's fucking acceleration. You talking Newtonian gravity?
I'm talking about acceleration. Acceleration is not
there is no acceleration, dumb fuck.
Oh, things can accelerate.
Yeah, there is.
You will know the answer. You will know the answer.
Calm
I guess
down.
things just float.
There is no accelerate. Yeah, what? How fast does a helium balloon accelerate downward?
The helium balloon will only accelerate down in a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum. Where do we find that in nature?
You don't find that in nature.
Yeah, you fucking bozo. What about the clouds? Are they accelerating down?
No. Why would they? They're less dense than there.
Shut the fuck up.
What kind of argument is that?
Shut the fuck. What kind of argument is that?
Look.
Yeah,
you would know.
You can't argue. He'll shut his mouth up. That's what
eggs. Why are you live?
You're just ignoring buoyancy.
Take it off and fucking live. Buoyancy? The fuck need you to scientifically validate gravity?
I didn't make any claims about gravity.
You're talking about G, you dumbass.
Yeah, that's an acceleration value.
That's an acceleration value from G. Yeah. That's fucking big G. Or little G from Cavendish, dumbass. Dumb fuck. Don't overtalk me. Scientifically validate gravity right now.
I didn't make any claims about gravity. I'm talking about the acceleration value.
Shut the fuck up then.
Oh, so he wants to run from the argument.
We wanted to know
you can show how it totally
unrelated. Eggs, you moron! Don't open your dumb fuck mouth. You want me to drag you around by your short hairs again? What is this? The 5,875th time? You dumbass! Prove gravity. Scientifically validate it right now.
He's got one gear.
Scientifically validate it right now, dumbass.
Just verbal graffiti and everything. What he says.
Scientifically validate gravity. Eggs. Hey, scrambled brains.
Yeah, no one's taking that red
validate. Shut the fuck up, Bacon. Eggs.
Just shouting for a definition.
Validate. You don't even know what fucking science is. Get the fuck out of here. Go over to the land of misfit toys, moron. You too. I'll get the eggs and hey, eggs and bacon, dumb fucks.
Bacon and eggs.
You fucking clown. Please provide bacon. Let's make this simple. Please provide your bestest scientific evidence for your globe.
We're not talking about the globe. We're talking about the G value.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You're a globetard, right?
I believe the Earth is a globe. Yeah, if that's the question.
So what you just told me, you accept without evidence that's a globe. Yeah, we know. So
I didn't say that.
Provide, yes, we did. That's what believe means, dumb fuck.
But that's not what we're talking about.
That's what you just said.
That because you asked me, that wasn't a conversation. Just changing the subject.
You said I believe the Earth is a globe. That means you just said I accept without evidence the Earth is a globe.
Belief doesn't mean accepting without evidence. Having faith means that.
But it means that.
We're just changing the subject. We were talking about how scales work and what mass.
Fuck off. You're a dumb fuck.
Please provide your bestest scientific evidence for your globe.
Why? That wasn't the point, the subject.
Yeah, it is now. It is now. We're
Time
not talking about
zones.
scales, moron.
End of story.
Oh, I'm not here for this conversation. I'm here for that conversation. If you
Well,
just
you're
want
here
to
for
change
that
your
conversation. I'm not here for this conversation. I'm here for that conversation.
I thought I was
Well,
talking
that
to somebody else.
conversation is fucking moronic.
Time
On your
zones.
scale bullshit.
Yeah, so I thought I was under the impression I was
Shut the
talking to
fuck
another
up.
globe.
Shut up.
Time zones.
You got scientific evidence for your globe or not?
Time zones.
Time zone. No, that's not bacon. We'll get to this doofus later. Bacon. So, no.
Time zones.
No bueno?
No bueno, conversado, time zones, prende.
Time zones. So, we're going to move away from bacon now. Who's the time zones moron?
Rebel scum is the time zone moron. I don't know what time zones have to fucking do with any of this, but okay.
He said it was scientific
What
evidence.
time is it? What time is it now?
Shut up. Stop with your diarrhea.
What time is it now?
No. The bestest scientific evidence for your globe.
Time zones.
Nah, that's not it.
I could
That's
taste
the wrong
your
answer.
vomit.
Hold up,
No,
those
because you say so?
clowns. Shut the
Because
fuck
you say
up.
so?
Shut up.
Prove
Shut
it.
up. Shut up, dumb fuck.
Because you say so?
So, shut him up.
Fucking stupid.
Shut him up.
ass retard. you
Yeah,
are.
I'm gonna expose you right now.
Retard.
I'm gonna expose you right now.
You
If I'm
are a
retarded, you're Helen
retard.
Keller.
You're
Helen Keller, dumb
retarded.
fuck, diarrhea in the mouth, dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. So, what you should have said, QE, that's a malformed question. Natural
Retard
science
is
and
the same.
scientific method. Don't overtalk me. Get the fuck out of here, retard. Go over to Land of Misfit Toys. That's Earth Awakenings. You'll fit right in there. You fucking clown. You would fail third grade intro to general science. You're a
And
moron.
your dildo is still
You're a moron.
like your brain,
You're a moron.
and your brain is
You're
still
a
flat.
moron. That's it. You're done. Next.
Ask you a question, QE. We were asking, what is the difference between mass and weight?
They don't fucking know.
Yeah, okay, I don't know too. And T-Dub Googled and he found that the measurement which is used to measure mass is also kilogram. So you were saying, how could you assume that mass is always the same, doesn't change?
Mass?
And
what's mass?
Yeah, that's it. What is the difference between mass? And that is what we wanted to know. And the guy, Bacon, he said you have to calibrate the balance. But calibration has nothing to do with that, because calibration means the correction of the scale.
Exactly.
So can you tell us what is the difference between mass and weight?
Well, you have to first define mass and then define weight, and then I'll tell you the difference.
Yeah, I'm not that good. Yeah, I'm not that good as you. And seems like T-Dub didn't know too. And we found it interesting why kilogram is used also to measure.
I thought you said T-jump.
Nah.
No, T-Dub.
You've been T-dubbed this time.
You've been T-dubbed.
Okay, please explain to me, QE. What is the difference between mass and weight?
Spammer inside
Are
chat.
you retarded or something?
No.
Spammer.
You have to define the two different terms to find the difference. So weight is W, weight equals mg, mg love you long time. Mass has no fucking meaning. So what's the difference? One is debunked, the other one is undefined. That's the difference.
Wait, can you guys ban the spammer inside chat, please?
Rebel scum, he's losing it.
So, are you saying mass is fake?
No, I'm not saying mass is fake. I'm saying it's an undefined entity.
Yeah, I was just messing with it because I looked it up. I looked up what unit of measurement we use for mass. It says kilograms. Okay. I asked what device we use to measure that. It said a set of scales, digital scales even. So when I go to the doctor's and he says hop on the scales, it says 75 kilograms. What's getting measured?
Exactly. Is it the mass or the weight? So how can you differentiate between mass and weight?
All right. Let's take a look at this. Rebel Scum is still in there, T-Dub. He's clogging up chat. Can somebody deal with
Considering
him?
gone.
Yeah, I cannot ban him because I'm not a moderator.
Yeah, me neither. So before I post this, okay, he's just going to run through it. You won't be able to see it. Bye, Felicia. Wait 1 second. There.
Okay.
You gone? Yeah. Okay.
I think yes.
All right. So you got big problems here with weight because weight equals W equal mg. Love you long time. But W equal mg for weight is derived from F equals ma. But F equal ma is false. According to the Feynman lectures, Richard Feynman, even though the law F equal ma is false. So, yeah, exactly, Platter. So, if F equal ma is false and W equal mg is derived from F equal ma, heretofore, ipso facto, making W equal mg also false. And then you got mass, so weight is debunked. They're going to have to come up with something else with weight. And then with mass, from Max Born, he said, in ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter, these concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. And here's the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. See where I'm going with this? Now he fucks it up at the end of the statement.
Yeah, I can see it. You know, QE, may I? What I noticed is I was told that mass doesn't change, and then suddenly T-Dub says that he found in Google that mass is also measured in kilograms. So my question was,
you're going to ask me again, aren't you?
No. My question was, how did the one who assumed or theorized that mass never changes came to the conclusion that mass never changes and it's not the weight, it's different than the weight? How did he come to that conclusion whenever we use scales?
Jesus, man.
I mean, I don't know how to put the question.
Well, one's debunked, the other one is undefined, so your question is non sequitur.
It was Einstein, and that's a very good question, Berserker. We just don't know, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Einstein who what?
When mass has no meaning, when mass has no meaning, that explains why I'm not able to conceive it. Okay, then my question is answered.
Well, weight is debunked, so as of this moment, weight has no meaning, except by convention, which you weigh on scales. I mean, that's fine. It's a human convention. That's okay. If everyone's on the same sheet and they define weight that way, I don't have a problem with it. But mass is out of the discussion completely.
Okay, now it makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, because they were talking about, changing weights with latitude change, right?
That's
I was
stupid.
like, that's interesting because, what's kilograms? That's mass, right? How do you weigh mass? With a set of scales. So you're saying that when you go to a different latitude and it shows a different reading on the set of scales in kilograms, that your mass has changed? And they're like, no, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that.
What are they, are they doing? Yeah. I think they're getting confused with the Eötvös effect and things weighing different at different latitudes. Number one, latitudes don't exist in reality. Number two, you can't even consider latitude without flat Earth elevation angles. So they're flat earthers. Did you ask them that first?
Ouch. Yeah, no, yeah, nice. Yeah, ouch.
Yeah. So that question, there's so many traps. It's like trap door after trap door. They're fucking retards. Stop using our fuck. This is the new thing. They have to stop using flat Earth terms and phrases. So latitude, just dismiss. Then they're a flat earther if they're going to use that in their argument. Period. Nautical miles, kilometers, those are all linear units of measure. Where do you get linear out of all? Yeah. Didn't you know that? Hold on one second. Didn't you see my show today? You guys are not keeping up on fucking flat earth debate. All right, let's go through this. 1 second. So at 8 minutes after the hour from Florida State University, distance is measured in linear units, such as inches, feet, yards, miles, centimeters, millimeters, kilometers. There are many other units of linear measure, but those listed above are commonly used. Statute mile from encyclopedia.com. Statute mile, a unit of linear measure. Nautical mile, unit of linear measure. What does linear mean? From Cambridge, consisting of or related to straight lines. Get it?
Yep.
Yep.
And how do we get the circumference?
You don't?
What is going on?
Wait, what?
Circumference of what?
My ball. 39.59.
That's the radius.
I'm on a ball.
So wait, I'm on a ball. So the perimeter of a circle doesn't have a length or distance?
Not in linear units, it doesn't. Is it linear?
No.
Last time I looked, the circle wasn't, and a circle is two-dimensional.
True.
Let's get linear.
Are you saying they've got to come up with a new unit of measurement?
That is fucking hilarious.
Let's get linear. Linear. I want to get linear. No, but wait. Like, say that you're saying that there needs to be a different unit of measurement for like the distance of the circumference of a circle.
I'm not saying shit. I'm telling you what they said.
Fair enough.
Last time I looked, I wasn't at Florida State University. QE, are you Florida State University? No.
It says latitude, though, in there. It says it's 1 minute of latitude. I thought you said latitudes don't exist.
What's it? In where? Oh, in the nautical mile? 1 minute. Yeah, it is approximately 1 minute of yeah, but latitude, that's a flat Earth measure.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it?
You said it is, isn't
it? It is. Latitude's
really?
Flat Earth. You can't. Yeah, it's elevation.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Dildo.
You guys don't get that one. Wolfie 6020 got his ass handed to him along with McDuffie. The last two today, it was pretty
good
bad.
To think positive. Good to think positive.
It is good to think positive.
Will Duffy is the annihilator, bro. He's like Galactus.
He's like a retard, and Wolfie 6020 will never recover.
That guy's a pilot, dude. He's a real pilot. You have nothing.
He's a real pilot that contradicted himself.
Yeah, I seen your little video.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see the contradiction? I posted.
Yeah, man.
Like 5 times. Did you catch that?
Yeah, man. We watch it. Probably one of the only Globers that watches your shit, you goofball.
Wolfie, he's finished. He's done.
He's done. He's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
He was done. He was done in the beginning.
Yeah, take his license.
Holy fucking shit, dude! You trying to get your 10,000 words up? You a bitch. All right. So Wolfie was done when I first come out here. Wolfie and Flat Earth Math was one of the first 2 people that I ran into when I first come out here in 2016. Wolfie, he was posting under some video, and I asked him. I said, Wolfie, what's your validated scientific hypothesis and the null hypothesis for why the Earth is a sphere? He goes, the alternative hypothesis is the Earth is a sphere. The null hypothesis, the Earth is not flat. So he was done right from the beginning, right? Glue sniffer. Yeah.
That's cool. He still flies a plane. You don't.
Yeah, he still flies a
glue
plane, but he's a fucking
pretender
retard.
clown.
Hey, I'm just saying he flies a plane. Have you flown a plane?
Glue sniffer. No, I'm not a pilot.
He is. I don't care what he says.
Who gives a shit?
I care what he does. I care what he does.
He's a flat earther now. He better be a flat earther now. That's
he can dress up as a clown and dance naked in the streets from like I care what he does.
Yeah, but he uses his position to promote his globetard religion. Well, he fucked up.
No, I'm not a Glober at all. That's ridiculous.
Shut the fuck up.
Is that Wolfie?
And change your name. It's not.
Yo, what's up, people?
F-F-E-N.
Baklahaj and Inshahaj.
S-N-I-F-F. Who is fucking over talking me? Shut your fucking mouth.
Damn.
So, glue sniffing pretender clown. You misspelled.
You guys are still at it. I can see that.
How many times? Holy Rob V. Shut the fuck up. So, glue sniffing pretender. This motherfucker. Do it again. So, for the 5th fucking time.
Oh, shit.
Quantum Eraser, are you a flat earther?
Shut the fuck up. I tore your ass up like 3 nights ago. Do you think you can come in here and respawn like a retard? Shut the fuck up.
You didn't tear anything up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
So you lost again. You just
Shut up. Only thing I lost is
Kiwi,
fucking IQ
why are you a flat
listening
earther?
to your dumb ass. Shut your fucking mouth.
Why are you a flat earther?
Shut the fuck up.
I would like to discuss the topic
you
of the
fucking
room.
moron. We'll get back to you in a second. Glue sniffing pretender clown. The sniffing part. It's 2 I's, not an E at the end. Change it.
2 eyes? Okay.
Sniffing, not sniffing.
Oh, yeah, I'm retarded. I don't know how to spell.
No shit. All right, who we got in here? TW still around?
Yo, Quantum Eraser, how are you, brother?
Yeah, man.
We got the Bomba Clat in here now.
Yo, man, one love,
Robert,
brother, one love.
Utah, dumb fuck. No, I'm not speaking to you. Get your dumb ass. Go over to Land of Misfit Toys where you belong. Okay?
No, my respect, brother. One love. I love you, brother. I love you, brother.
Bomba Clat.
One love, yo.
Yeah, Bomba Clat. Yeah, you're not respawning with me. About wasting my time. Get the fuck out of here. We need some new meat.
Nah, there's no new meat, brother. No new meat, brother.
Shut up, brother.
Oh, good, man.
I'll be a screw face.
Yeah,
I love Robert Utah.
I'm not doing this shit.
No, brother, you just lost against all of us. That's why. That's why.
Shut
it's okay.
Shut
up. Right. Hey,
you're a moron.
You have to learn to lose to win.
You have to learn. Shut the fuck up, man. Go to the land of misfit toys. Like I said, that's where you belong. T-Dub, you still here?
Where the hell's the land of misfit toys?
Earth Awakenings.
Yeah, can you provide a link for that server?
I can't. I don't have a link.
Can you provide a link? That's even better.
That's where most of the people belong in here.
So, Quantum Eraser, are you a flat earther?
Oh my god, dude, I can't do this tonight.
Does a one-legged duck swim in a circle?
It was a yes or no question.
Quiet.
Is that too difficult?
Where is he?
Did Kiwi run away from the debate?
Oh, there he is. Smoke down.
You got your dumbass smoked 3 days ago, fucking moron. Smoke demon idiot. You're not going to respawn here. Fuck off. And then when you get there, fuck off some more.
He's taking a bath.
Bath? Spell that.
Just in the kitchen.
BAFF.
Fair enough. All right, what do we got? 10-18. I can't, dude. I'm not putting up with this shit, man.
I don't blame you, man. These guys are fucking goofy.
Yeah, you're a fucking retard.
It's endearing.
You even call the people that agree with you fucking retards? Come on, man.
Most of the people, most people that I run into, flat earthers or baltards, they're fucking retarded. Most.
So you're a people person?
I am. I love people.
Obviously.
Wait a second. Did you just T-dub me? I got to be careful. If I keep saying that T-dub, I'm going to get it mixed up with T-jump. We don't want that to happen.
Oh, shit, no.
Yeah.
I do not want to be affiliated.
No, you don't. All right, let's take a look at the weather. Supposed to get a little bit dicey over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Multiple issues.
How does weather work on a flat Earth? Quantum Eraser.
What's up, niggas?
How does underwear work on a globe card?
Goodbye, buddy.
Bye, dumbass.
Bye, Felicia.
Damn, this place gets rowdy on Saturday nights. This is hilarious.
Kiwi wants to talk to himself, so everybody leave him alone.
I'm going to take my leave here because I'm not dealing with abject retards, man. I just can't do it tonight.
There's nowhere else to go. You can't leave. All the plants are going to die.
What's beyond? I want to know. Listen, why is there so much adversity towards the infinite Earth, infinite plane theory?
Why? Because infinity doesn't exist in reality or mathematics. That's why.
Okay, but what do you think is beyond the ice wall?
Who said there's an ice wall?
Uh-oh.
There clearly is an ice wall at the poles.
Clearly. At both poles. Show.
No, there's no poles. I'm just saying around
Wait a second. Wait a second. You just said there's clearly ice walls around the poles. And then you said, no, not the poles.
I misspoke. What I meant is around the continents.
There's ice walls around continents?
If you go on a boat, then eventually you're going to hit an ice wall.
I'm not a squid.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm a landlubber. I'm not a fucking squid.
But the question is, what is after that ice wall? There are other continents. There are like other people.
Well, show the ice wall. Show the ice wall.
Yeah, that's a tall order, especially continents on the other side. Very tall order to prove.
Now, well, just show the ice wall first, and then identify the continent. That's fair, isn't it? Reasonable.
I'm doing it. Hold on.
Okay,
Hold
all
up.
right. Okay. Oh, hold on.
Hell yeah, QE, fight the globe battle, baby. Go.
All right, here it is in chat. It's coming.
All right.
Show me that ice wall, baby.
I mean, I'm here. Look, I don't know what you guys are here for, but I'm here to discuss serious scholarship concerning.
I'm here for dating purposes.
I'm here to discuss
We're
serious
unavailable right now.
I'm here to discuss serious firmament scholarship.
All right. We got a nice. Wait a second. What is this? Like maybe 2 miles? I need to see ice wall and then identify the continent. The whole fucking ice wall.
Listen, dude. Cameras only shoot so much. You can look at.
That's not my problem. That's not my problem, counselor. You said the continents were surrounded by an ice wall. That means you have to show. Don't fucking overtalk me. Your Honor, objection. I got a dumb fuck interruption.
Sustained.
Thank you. So you're going to have to show, because you claimed continents, whatever continent it is, who knows, that there was an ice wall around certain continents. Now, you're going to have to show the ice wall around the fucking continent. Don't fucking interrupt me.
I just
I'll find you in contempt. I'll find you in contempt if you continue.
Now, if you don't show what you claimed, what's the difference between you and your average village idiot? That's what I thought.
So the ice in between the various walls, there are passages you can go through.
That's
and there are
another, no.
There are other continents.
No.
There are other continents.
Before we get to that brain dead claim, shut the fuck up. Shut up. That's
No.
another claim. Your Honor. Objection. Your
No.
Honor. Objection. This fucking clown just made
Counselors.
another claim after he didn't support his previous claim. I'm going to call the bailiff on your ass.
We're gonna find you in contempt and find you for 90 fucking years in prison.
He's going to grab him, but no, it's not that severe. He's going to grab him by the scruff of the neck and throw him down the courthouse steps. Now, support your first claim. We want to see the continent, identify the continent, and then show the ice wall around the fucking thing. Simple.
Oh, I'm about to do it. I'm about to post it.
All right. We'll wait. Shit.
This is a map which explorers have brought back.
A map? What the fuck?
Walrus.
What the fuck is this?
Now, we don't actually know what's beyond the abyssal ocean.
All right, just go on mute. We don't do cartoons here, dude.
The walls of Asgard. The walls of Asgard.
Man. Are you retarded or something? Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
That's some good stuff, man. It's good to see that you fucking put those people down.
It seems like they found Nemo.
This guy might be the NASA of the Flat Earth Society.
It says Narnia on there, man. It says Narnia.
Yeah, it actually does.
You got Osiris. Where did he get this shit? What is he in Lord of the Rings? You got the walls of Asgard?
I love it.
The scorched waste. Is that where the Globies live?
That's hilarious, man.
What the fuck is this abyssal ocean over here? Where does that end? Where does that go?
You know what? You know what the sad thing is? There's flat earthers out there probably lapping that up, going, oh, "Yeah, look."
That's some dumb shit, man. I wasn't ready for that. Yeah, that's pretty good, Flatman. That's pretty funny. Where the fuck's Jetty been? After he made his corned beef sandwich, he hasn't showed up again. Did he die of food poisoning?
I think he was around earlier.
They're just gonna find him one day, a pile of clothes.
Just a pile of clothes. He made a fucking corned beef sandwich. What the fuck? What happened to normalcy, like ham and cheese or turkey sandwich, turkey club? What happened to normal people?
Meatloaf sandwich, baby.
Meatloaf sandwich. Flatsy, where are you?
Ham, cheese, mustard sandwich sounds good.
Shit, Alpha's back. Alpha, hey, it's good to see you again, man. Thanks for coming in. I can't take this shit, man. You got to take over. I'm a counter puncher. I'm a counter puncher by nature, Alpha. You got to take the lead.
I changed about to you get the lead.
Speak
Is that what they call him, Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha Veritas. That's Miggy.
Hey, Miggy. Forget about it.
Hey, what's up?
Don't say that, dude. I'm going to have to hit you with the usual thing, and I'll spare you this time. But don't ever say, just say what's happening.
I'm from Detroit. We say what up, though.
And then I'm going to come back with your sister's ankles.
Yeah, it looks like Hermit is saying I'm a QE junior. Dude, I'm fucking Alpha Veritas. I have my own name, bitch.
That's right.
Damn. Recognize.
I got content all over, spanning over 7 years, so fucking recognize.
3 grinder accounts, bitch.
Miggy's his own bitch. Okay?
By the way, Hermit, if you're listening, get on the mic.
You got all the
I'll
great
show
guys.
you what I can do.
Show me what that mic do.
Are you two chicken shit?
Oh shit, we got a couple pandites in here that popped over here, dude. Oh shit.
Pandite? Really? Where?
Hermit, he's a panda boy. I'm a panda guy. Gucci's a pandite, yeah. Awaken's a pandite. We got some pandites in here. Dude.
So what, you guys are all pansy ass, candy ass bitches?
Well, I'm pretty cool, I think, you know.
Yep, Jim Panther for life, bro.
GP, baby.
Mr. Bird's humping natural experiment, Gamma Lama Shama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. He once said, he came over to 24/7 one day, he was talking to the ladies, and they said, Gamma, that's begging the question. He goes, begging the question? What are you, idiots? I didn't even ask a question.
What's your evidence that the Earth is a globe, Hermit?
Oh, shit.
You want to talk shit in the text chat, but you don't want to muscle up and talk in the voice channel. Do it.
Yeah, it's your claim that a plane.
Shut up, Rob.
Should be going into outer
that's not Rob. That's Hermit, man.
Continually knows.
Yeah, but he was lighting up.
Oh, he was lighting up. What? Hold on a second, Hermit. We got to clear the airways. So, Miggy, can you ask Hermit the question again, please?
Yeah, what was your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I was talking about a plane, not the globe.
I don't know what you were talking about. I wasn't here. I'm asking you a question. What is your answer for that?
I'm talking about y'all's claim.
What is your answer for the evidence that the Earth is a globe? If you're following Jim Panda, then you should have an answer.
Yeah, I'm talking about y'all's claim that a plane should
I'm going to ask you one more time,
space.
sir. I'm going to ask you one more time. What is your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
The fact that planes don't go into outer space.
All right. The fact that planes don't go into outer space, what the fuck do you mean by that? How is that detailing that the Earth is a geometric shape?
Right. So a single engine plane, from what y'all are saying, should be going into outer space.
This isn't y'all are saying. This is evidence that you need to be providing right now about the geometric shape claim for the Earth being a globe. And I'm asking you, not turning it back around and saying y'all, as in us. So if you don't have any evidence, shut your damn pie hole, sit down there like you are, and don't open up your mic. Otherwise, open up your mic and tell us. If not, this is what you're going to be faced with.
Told you I was bringing the heavy hitters.
I want to confront you on your claim, not on some bullshit that you're talking about what it's not. Yeah?
Rob, you're in rare fucking form. That was a good comment, dude. I'm gonna spit that shit out.
It's simple. We've been doing this for years. And since you can't do it right now, it just only proves the fact that you guys have never proven that the Earth is a globe with anything that you've ever shown. And the audience on YouTube knows that now very clearly. And I'm only doing that because you were saying shit in the text channel. Yeah?
You're not responding to what I was talking about, Miggy.
So now what?
You want to divert from what I was fucking talking about.
I'm not talking about your previous conversation, numbnuts. I'm asking you a question. And it seems like over the years, you still haven't learned your lesson, haven't you?
Oh, I've learned it all right. All you
and what is it?
Auditors are liars.
Really? What are we lying about?
That's a good one. Straight out.
What are we lying about?
Liars.
What aren't you lying about?
No, be hyper specific. What are we lying about?
You know what?
You made a you're charging us. You're charging us with being a liar. You're charging us with being a liar. You better be hyper specific, or else you're going to get the boot.
He became a.
That's a serious accusation. Shut up. That's a serious accusation. So what are we lying about? Be hyper specific.
He claimed he.
No. What are we lying about?
I'm talking about that.
What is it?
So the proof that QE became a flat earther over is that
I don't want to hear about other people, specifically the claims regarding the shape of the earth conversation. What are we lying about? Stop talking about people. It's not helping your case. You just charge us with being a liar. Liar about what?
You can't have a conversation without a mute button.
No, I can have a conversation with somebody who's being forthcoming with what their claim is. You're not doing that right now. You charge us with being a liar. I want you to know what we're lying about. You have the floor. That's what I fucking thought. That goes for the rest of you listening right now.
You can't have a conversation, Mickey, if you don't have a mute button in your hand.
This isn't a conversation.
You're no different.
This isn't a conversation. This is an interrogation, by the way. You got it all wrong. This is an interrogation. We're interrogating you dumbasses. Everybody who's listening right now, if you believe that the earth is a globe, come in here and present your case. We're here to listen. Now, you better back up what you're saying. If not, we're going to find out where the mistake is, where the flaw in your logic is. It's up to you, though. You can come in here, dance around the topic, act like you don't know what we're talking about, pull all your gimmicks out, and guess what? We're going to put the screws to you every time, and you're going to realize how much you don't know.
Yeah,
you don't know that now because you're listening. Now I'm talking to the royal you, Hermit, not just you. Everybody else.
Miggy, I've heard you run that same script for like 4 years in 24/7.
Really? What script?
I've heard every flat earth argument.
What script?
They're all bullshit.
What script? What
the
script?
one you're doing right now.
Which is what? Name it.
Interrogation. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
It's old.
Then why the fuck do you think it's? Why do you think it's some kind of Why do you think it's some kind of debate then? Why do you come in here acting like we have to prove something to you? Well, it's not a flat Earth. You don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Zero. Like your IQ, like QE usually points out. Yeah? You got anything else? Any more belly aching?
You're going for the ad hominems. You got nothing.
No, I'm going for shellacking your dumbass and pointing out to the audience that you have nothing to offer except for more belly aching. Oh, I don't like QE. Well, I don't like Alpha. Or I don't like somebody else. We don't give a shit. This is an interrogation. That means, right, we're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks until you provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's pretty simple.
Well,
you got some of that?
The saying, once you go flat, you never go back is not true. That's obviously not true.
Who gives a shit, dude? I don't. So what? So what? What do you want to do with that, huh?
Yeah, he's looking for a different type of fight, Herman. You got to bring something different, brother.
Hey, Meggie. Rob said they're bringing in the heavy hitters.
Yeah, this
Alpha, do you want
playtime's
me to
over, man.
Yeah,
You've been playing footsies with these other numpties, all these other channels. That ain't this. This is prime time.
Biggie,
This is bring your shit to the table, or else you're gonna get fucking sat down.
You ban all the heavy hitter globers, and you just want to talk to like
no, we
little
don't ban here. Check this out. There's a red mic by your name. You know what that is? That's just putting you on mute. You can go to the text channel all you want. I ignore people like you. Yeah, you're just side chatter to me. I want to talk to somebody who can verbally explain themselves. Bring the goods. You're not that guy. I've spoken to many people in academia, and you're far below any level that I've ever spoken to. This panel is working on realms that far exceed your comprehension level, dude. We've been in so many damn discussions, it'll make your head spin. Yeah, you're just like one of those weekend fucking come on here globers, or just hang out with your baller friends. This is what we do. And we're damn good at it too. Yeah, this is on a whole nother level, well beyond what you're bringing to the table. Well, I don't like this guy. Well, I don't like that guy. I do not care. I want to hear good arguments for what you claim to be the shape of the earth. You got any of that? No? Well, then go to the back of the bus with the rest of the losers.
Can't be any geek off the street. Got to be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Yep. We're regulators. Fucking right.
Globulators, actually. Globulators.
Globulators, the heavy hitters.
Round up.
Globulators.
It's simple. It's real simple, right? If you mess with a bull, you get the horns. That's all it is.
Okay, Dad. Hey, can I get my time now? I can disprove the flat.
No. We've actually. You've been more help to the flat Earth.
No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
You've been more help to the flat Earth like arguments than anyone else in this room, Rob. I mean, you've got the most demonstrations for flat Earth, I think.
I know. I'm about to do demonstration right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't want somebody else to see your garage experiments and then be changed into flat Earth right away. Like
I'm actually setting one up right now, Maggie. I'm setting up. I know right now live.
I know.
To prove everything.
But because you already have time in here, I actually want to turn my attention to anybody else in here.
Maggie, have Rob debunk the slope intercept formula from the United States.
The slope intercept. Hey, I'm not racist, bro. I'm not racist, bro. I don't talk like that, dude.
No, he meant the previous time that you and me had an interaction. You thought that the U.S. Naval Academy was the original source for the.
I know, man. I know the
slope intercept formula.
I know. I know the joke.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just bringing it for the rest of the people who were not in that, who weren't here that day. They're not listening to the reason. You're a treasure trove, dude. I really right now I want to look at the new people that are in here. Outside of a chimpanzee person.
There's no new people here.
Chimpanzee. I love that.
Dude, this isn't your fucking forum, dude. I don't give a fuck if you say there is no new people here. We're running this bitch.
It's the same 5 people.
Who gives a fuck, Hermit?
Flat Earth.
Then fine. Then I'll just talk to the people who are here who are not chimpanzees.
Yeah, so you can.
Because obviously. Oh, you're just belly aching now, aren't you? I'll just put your belly aching ass on server mute, and you can just sit there listening.
Mickey, I've listened to you for years now, and I've never.
You're just belly aching. We don't have time for belly aching. We don't. We got to progress the conversation, or we got to talk amongst ourselves. Either way, it's our fucking forum. We've curated it that way. It's meant to be like this. This forum is meant to be an interrogation for the Glober. When you come in here, you're going to be put to the test. We're going to find out if you're all made what you think you're made of. And if not, we'll find out.
First must learn balance.
Well, I mean, everybody believes, right, that the Earth is a globe. What's a belief, Rob?
I believe the children are the future.
Yeah, what's a belief?
I don't do beliefs, so I don't know.
Now, what is a belief, though? When you believe the Earth is a globe, what is that?
I don't know. I believe it.
You're accepting it. You're accepting it without any. Yeah, let me tell you, you're accepting it without any evidence. That's what a belief is.
Listen, yeah, I don't have that. So.
Right. Well, you do, and so does everybody else that believes that.
Well, I know you feel that way. I mean, I can't deter you from
It's not a feeling. That's not a feeling. It's an assessment.
Oh, that's not a feeling?
Over the years we've been Over the years we've been doing this, we've been asking people for evidence. What do they give us?
Evidence.
Feelings. No, where? What's your evidence?
Oh, I would post it in chat, but I'd probably get banned again every time I post a meme or something.
Oh my God! Yeah, your garage.
No, not my garage stuff. Well, I do stuff in my garage too, but I do other stuff.
I'm looking through the chat, man. If I find somebody new, we got Rob V. And who's that? He's muted.
Yeah, that's the Jamaican guy, man. He's cool. It's
Robert Utah, man.
Is that Utah?
Man. He wants to have the back of the Satyrs, man.
He touched rockets, and that's how he knows he'd been to space. Is that Mr.?
Yeah. Rob Noxious thinks a meme is proof.
There you go. I know.
All right.
No, you guys do too. So make money.
I'm usually sitting back because there's really nobody that can actually. There's nobody. Well, now at the point we're at, these days. I mean, I really just it's fun for me. It's like a cat playing with a yarn ball.
It's season 10, dude.
At the bottom of the barrel, here's Rob Noxious looking up at you. Hi guys, it's me.
You know what's weird is that no, I'm gonna tell you this, Rob. The Johnny Come Latelys, like you and everybody else who are just appearing on the scene, it's so bad, dude. You don't even understand how far. Like, it was already far past people back then, like in 2017, 2018.
Yeah,
today,
like light years. Light years.
It's like,
yeah, for sure.
Oh no, it's not even.
Yeah, you guys are educated people, man. I understand it. I get it, bro.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I really don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Like, I mean, honestly, like anything that you have to bring would have to be, I guess, offered up to somebody brand new to the flat Earth conversation and see how they fare. Kind of like a I don't know.
No, honestly, Mickey, I agree.
It's like a test for them.
There's not much more you can do besides like turn into a pure ball of energy of light and just fade away into existence. You know what I'm saying? Because like you've achieved
basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but the other thing is to kind of get everybody else who's listening a taste of what it's really like. So it's basically shock and awe for those listening, because really, when they hear you guys and we're exposing you, it's good for them. And it's good for the audience, too, because now they get to decide for themselves. The Earth, as a globe, really has no evidence that it exists in reality. It's got zero evidence. And that's an important step, because a lot of people, they have questions, but when we go through them with you guys, they realize them through our process. The process, having that conversation with you guys. Most of you, not everyone. Sometimes the conversations aren't worth having, but...
Absolutely, I got you. Yeah, I agree. It's like we fundamentally disagree. Hopefully, we can just always continue the conversation. At least
That's a wrong way to look at it. See, yeah, that's a wrong way to look at it. I'm gonna tell you why. Let me tell you why that's a wrong way to look at it. Because if it was an agree to disagree, now hold on, Rob. If it was an agree to disagree genre, it would be something you could provide as a claim, and I would provide as a claim, and then we'd both be arguing a point of contention because we have different opinions on something. That's not this. This is clear fucking facts. The evidence that clearly states that nature itself is declaring, self-evidently to us, you and me, as what it is. So we don't have to argue about it. Either you get on board with what the truth is, or you reject it like you are doing now. That's the only choice you got. Is you can accept it or reject it. Which everybody in here who listens to us is rejecting it for a fairy tale. Which is what we're demonstrating to you guys. That's the reason why you buck the system, because you want to believe in fairy tales. You want to believe in all this ideas of globes spinning in the vacuum of space, instead of realizing
what you're saying,
nature is not demonstrating that.
I think what you're saying now is going beyond a little bit beyond that. You're trying to create a monolithic hive mind of. I mean, I'm sure everybody in here is a flat earth.
Monolithic hive mind.
Hold on, can I get mine out? I didn't know.
I don't know what you're. What's a?
Well, let me get to it, man. I can stop the guy in the middle of it if you ask what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't finish. Just let me get it going.
I mean, if you land the plane within the next minute, that'd be great.
The plane, I just took off, bro. My landing gear just coming up. I didn't even get the fucking. I barely seen the birds. I mean, Jesus, I was anyway.
Man, just get to it.
Because now I'm getting excited, but it's a little bit annoying. But the bottom line is this, man. You're trying. Even if you guys are all flat earthers, I guarantee not all of you agree on every single thing. So to try to say what you're saying is just
agree
not really reality.
Hold on. You fucked up again. Agree and disagree is subjective. The nature of our reality is objective. You're in a category here.
I agree with that, Quantum, and I'm saying.
No, he agrees with it.
Yeah, he agrees with it. Yeah.
No, let me explain. Because if everybody's idea,
dude, everyone knows you're a retard now.
Well, they already did before.
Agree and disagree. You agreed with it.
Well, let me explain. Because if everybody's idea,
you're a heavy hitter,
the flat Earth to be, or whatever they think, is subjective, then that's what it is. So yeah,
what's subjective?
But the Earth being a globe is not subjective. That's the whole thing.
That was my point.
That was his point. Yeah.
Yeah, but flat Earth can be. That's my point.
What?
Yes, because everybody has a different idea of what it is.
No, listen, Glue Sniffer. The nature of our reality is objective, not subjective. So your agree, disagree, horseshit is a category here. Tell me that you agree.
With what?
He's just lost, man. Like it's difficult to have a conversation with Rob.
We're not lost, man.
Rob, it's fine. It's fine. Listen, I know who you are. I know where you stand. It's fine. Just I don't want you to hurt yourself in this conversation, man, because you get too heated for no. I told you missed the bus, dude. All of this happened. We had the major, I guess you can say, debacles, debates, or whatever, long ago already. The arena was made. It was already. It's done, dude. Like the dust has settled. The lights are off, and like you're still wanting. You're like the guy in the bleachers. Like, wait a minute, the game's still not over. We're like, dude, we're already at home, man. Like, what are you doing?
Nothing is over.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You can carry on believing that, right? Acceptance without evidence.
I didn't ask you.
So. But we're going to continue to expose people's minds to the fact that it's already over, right? It's been over, really, but from our point of view, having this discussion as far as like the rest of the people, it is. There's really nothing more. The writing's on the wall, right? The fat lady sung already. Like there's really nothing more we got to do except for exposing people's minds to it. That's it. Hearts and minds.
Well, touche, man. How's that? Touche. That's the best way to say it.
That lady sung. Elvis left the building, scratched my back with a fucking hacksaw.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Do you think? Okay, wait a minute. Do you think QE's in here to debate anybody?
No, seriously. I don't think. Here's what I really think. I get it. I don't think you guys want to debate anybody. I think you guys just want to make people look stupid and have fun with them, and that's what you guys want to do. So
but
I mean,
that's
it's
your
a concept.
That's what it might look like on the onset. But really, we're exposing people to the fact that
Ray Charles can see that shit, bro. Stop it.
Really?
You're stupid. Yeah, Ray Charles can't see that.
We don't have to make people look.
It's okay, man. We bring you guys in champagne. It's the same thing. It's all tit for tat, dude.
Pandas.
I mean,
what did they have to? Rob, what did they have to?
Natural experiments.
Yeah, what did they? I was just gonna say that. Rob, check this out, man. Listen, Rob, what did they have to offer? What, and as far as the conversation goes, to actually get into if they consider it a debate, what do they have to offer when they come? Like, you know, Hermit comes in here. Wait a minute, no, not you. Listen, if Hermit came in here, he's from Gem Panda's server. What did he have in the way of evidence for the Earth being a globe? What did he even say? Did you listen to him?
He was drunk, dude. He's a disgrace.
That's the problem. So listen, we're dealing with people who are half-wits. They're coming in here and supposedly being ambassadors for Globe, or the Globe Truth, as you guys want to put it, and they're just fumbling and stumbling, dude. This is like an embarrassment.
I understand it, but Miggy,
I don't think you do.
Okay,
really don't.
Man, I do understand it, but I think that you're losing sight of, like, you're letting it get to you so much that you're like you're really so mad at these people, but in reality, you want them to come here to fuck with them. So who gives a fuck? Like, don't let it get to you.
Yeah, listen, if they come in here, I'm going to ask them, as I will anybody else, pertinent questions to the topic, right? They might change a little bit, but either way, we're going to get to the meat. And the question is going to have to be answered. How is it possible that people believe that they live on a globe? Because they're accepting it without any evidence, dude.
Yeah, but
there's
you're
nothing that they can...
I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
What?
I was just saying, you're one of the guys. You're one of the guys that does that. Like, you scare people because they know that you're one of the guys that says you have to answer this or else. So it's not like they don't really have nowhere to go. So that's why they.
What do you want me to do, Rob? You want me to give them a basket of flowers?
You need to rub their feet.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Over the years, think about this, Rob. Just look at the grand scope of it all, right? Look at the grand scope of it all. Let's get some perspective here. What is on our side versus what you believe is on your side? You have most of the population believing, accepting without evidence, that the Earth is a globe, right? So most of the population has been hoodwinked into thinking this idea is true. And then you guys have academia. You got some charlatans making people believe they're going to space and all kinds of shit, right? You got all of that on your side. You got little o us over here on a server, like tucked away in the far reaches of the internet, right? On this little Discord server. Well, 95,000 man server. Anyway, but you have, what is it? Me, QE, T-Dub, Grisp. I'm looking at the thing. Paraplegic, Apocryphon. A handful of us. It's like you got us against if you think about it, it's like a David and Goliath situation going on here. For example, right? The unsurmountable odds that we are up against, right? The vast army of like numpties. And it ranges from those who are, the most laymen to the most who consider themselves most intellectual, right? Doesn't matter who they are. They're all on your side, dude. That think.
I don't have
an idea, or they believe.
Has no side, man. Don't remember that.
No, it's not about. Listen, that's not. You're not understanding the scope. I'm giving it to you. The grand scope. So everybody.
Yeah, but you don't
that's
tell me
over
what side
there.
I'm on, what the fuck?
It doesn't matter. By default, you're on that side. By default, you don't get to pick and choose a side, Rob. It's just the way it is.
It's not a side, though. It's not a side.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's hammered. It's hammered. It's hammered into your mind. It's hammered into your mind before you even get any type of rational thought that you can decide for yourself whether it is or not. It's already been told to you at a very early age, so it's hammered into your mind. So by the time you get an age of discernment, you're just already believing it, right? You accept it without any evidence. Now that we're actually discussing it and you can have a rational conversation, I think sometimes you can parse it out and say, wait a minute, okay, let me examine this. What do I really know? At least that much. But see, here's the thing.
Yeah, I'm not
you
a total fucking
you don't
moron.
actually see. You don't. You
into all this shit, dude. I mean, it's
yeah, but you don't actually see. You don't actually. When you come in here, you see all of us in here. Of course, we outnumber people that like you coming in. Wow, the Earth's a globe. You see, 15 or whatever of us in here. But that's just like what's a percentage you think us against you guys? How many of you guys that believe
in general in here or general?
Just overall.
Oh, you guys are a minuscule part of the population. That's why no one's worried.
Hey, I mean, think about this. Let me narrow it down. Let me narrow it down. So, how many out of the people who are considering themselves flat earthers actually argue the topic in a way that conveys the message correctly versus like these esoteric fucking low flying ballers or flat earthers that come in here? They're semi ballers because it sounds like their arguments are shit. Like that even narrows it down even further. So then from there, you're thinning the herd within the people who say, well, that guy's a flat earther. No, he's not. He's talking about fucking domes and ice walls. Like, it just really doesn't add any value, right? Because you got a lot of confused people. Hold on, bro. You got a lot of confused people running around. They don't know what flat earth, like that guy said flat earth. So do I trust what he's saying? Or how about this guy saying something different? So everybody's all over the fucking place. When they come in here, the reason why we do the things we do in here is so that we can sift through the bullshit and finally get down to it, right? Where is the evidence that you claim is there? And so none of the fluff about talking about what's beyond the ice walls and outer pond theory and all kinds of other stuff. We're getting right down to it, right?
Okay, so
that's what we do.
I understand.
Down to it.
I got you. Hold on, I'll get one thing out. I'll shut up. You said something very important. Who is the purveyor of what the real story is? You said
the
some
real
people
story?
are saying whatever they say, dome stuff. Yeah, I mean, who are you to say that there is no dome or there is none of that stuff? So you're saying those people are just wrong?
Yeah, we're working off of empirical evidence, right? So if that's true, then that means that everything that we're saying is something that somebody else can verify. Do you understand what that means, Rob?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, so what does that mean? If I say no. It's putting a dividing line between what is truth and what isn't, right? So if I said there's a dome,
and I'm asking you who.
No, hold on, Rob. You listen to what I'm saying though. From truth to not truth. Yeah, from truth to not truth. So if I say there's a dome covering us, is that verifiable?
I don't know. I've never been there.
Oh my God. Do you understand the question that I'm asking you, though?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Who is the one who has the truth? Are you the truth?
The one. Oh my God. This is getting very difficult. And after this, if you continue, I'm just going to probably have to mute you because it's simple, right? If you can verify the information. Hold on, dude. You're talking right fucking through me. If you can verify the information, then it's fucking true. Yeah?
No.
I'm not talking to whoever just said no. I'm talking to Rob.
Yes, and that is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. That's the problem we're having in here.
I understand that. But what you're saying is your verifiable truths are different than other people's verifiable.
No. That's some bullshit. No. Absolutely fucking not. Because if it was different than somebody else's truth, then it's subjective. It's not objective anymore. And that's what QE was saying. That's the reason why it's objective, and it cuts through all the crap that everybody talks about when they come in here. Because we're not talking about shit that I look at a star and it's about 2.3 billion light years away. You can't verify any of that bullshit. None of the shit that comes out of people's mouths that look at there's an ice wall surrounding the entire Earth. Really? How the fuck did you verify that? It doesn't matter who you are. Dude, I swear to God. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're saying some bold claim and there's no way to verify it, that's not the truth. How the fuck did you verify that? We're going to put you to the test, whoever you are. If you claim you're a flat earther, I think those are the ones who get scrutinized a little bit more differently, probably harsher than those who claim they're a glober.
Yo, I'm not a glober. I'm a flat earther.
Anyway, so that's it, Rob. That's all there is to it. I mean, I don't want to go on forever, but this is it. That's the reason why we've curated this platform. That's exactly what we're here for. We're sifting through all the rubble between what people bring their baggage of claims And then we start saying, okay, what of that, all of what you're telling me, can we verify? Because we're going to point out what's true and what's not.
Yeah, and all the stuff that you can't verify, you don't use, and all the stuff that you claim to verify, you do use. But what I'm saying is this. The bottom line. So you're saying that there is only a certain amount of flat earthers that are available to give you the correct information that you need.
No, you're getting it, dude. How many fucking? It's not. Listen,
we're having a conversation. Why do you get so excited?
Well, if you talk to somebody, and they're talking about shit that can't be verified, and I'm not gonna even make up shit because I'm just telling you like this. If it doesn't matter what it is. Whenever they make shit up and they're talking to you and you say, oh yeah, how did you verify that? They're like, well, dude, that's the only logical thing that can be. That's not verifying something, is it? There has to be some hard evidence behind what they're saying. If there isn't, then you're fucked.
Okay, but how come when we verify things like the South Pole and all that stuff, and then
South Pole, dude, you're
South Pole, dude, yeah,
seriously,
it is
Rob.
what it is, Rob. It is what it is.
So right now. At this time, we're not going to answer.
He's talking about the 24-hour sun.
I'm letting you actually kind of marinate what I just said, because it takes some time for you anyway. But for the rest of the group, it seems like we do have some people chiming in, so I'm going to turn it over back to the group. And I'll say, yeah, later, dude. So I will talk to whoever's in here though and wants to ask some questions. However, know this, that when you come in here and you start either asking some questions or me asking you questions, you guys have to be honest with the answers, right? So if you know something, say you know. If you don't know something, say I don't know. I'll accept that.
I have a question for you, brother Alpha.
No, sorry, not you.
Okay.
Come on, don't fuck me.
Hey, I am not good. I am powerful.
No, you're not. Actually, not.
You fear me.
We've dealt with you. I don't fear you, dude.
Yes, please say something.
You
go ahead.
You fear me.
When someone disagrees with you guys, you tell them that they are brainwashed and they shouldn't listen to anything they've been told. But then you tell them that you know the truth. Do you not see the irony in that?
Disagree, agree genre, you glue sniffer.
You should have been listening.
They are convinced that they know the truth. So
okay, why do we get the peanut gallery jumping in?
Yeah,
the man was just
morons.
The man was just making a statement, right?
My terms.
The
I
statement.
wasn't saying you guys are or are not wrong, for the record.
Are we gonna have to take control of this conversation? This isn't like a normal forum, by the way. We're the #1 forum in the server. It's for a reason. We control the situation in here. We don't need 5 talking heads. We only got one that's asking a question, or we can respond to him, and you guys can listen. Perhaps after that guy's done, you guys can jump in one at a time. Simple. All right, so Mr. MD Mackle, right? You made a statement that we're just being obtuse and shutting down conversations and whatnot.
I didn't say that. I just said that it's kind of like a double-edged sword when you tell someone that they're not right and that they've been brainwashed and everything they know is wrong.
No, we demonstrate that they're not right.
And you are correct.
We demonstrate they're not right. And you said agree, disagree. That's a bunch of horseshit. Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me, dumb fuck. So let's get to the root of the matter. Please provide your bestest scientific evidence for your globe.
I don't have to provide evidence. There is no evidence that one or the other is better.
All right, I had to stop you. You do. The question was specific, and it was to you. This is what it does. Don't say, okay, I'm dealing with this dude right now. Just relax. All right? Everybody cool. Calm down.
Don't waste your time.
All right, so MD, it's simple. Shut up or I shut you up. Yeah? All right. So dealing with Mr. MD Mackle, the question was very specific, and it was to you. Now, this was a demonstration of the very claim that you said that we did to people in here. All you guys do is just, not let person answer. No, the question was specific, and it was to you to demonstrate something that he was saying that goes on. So now we're assessing the conversation, which means that you have the opportunity to redeem yourself if you so have the answer. So now the floor is afforded to you to give back a very specific answer. He can ask you again, and you can specifically answer him instead of diverting away from it. So that's what I'll unmute you for, so you can answer his question, please.
Okay. When I said that the evidence doesn't matter, that did come across the wrong way. What I meant to say is that if you are a person who is a glober, you're...
Wrong. You didn't specifically answer his question. Would you like him to restate it, or else I will? It doesn't really matter. You can answer it very specifically, please.
What evidence? I don't believe the Earth is round, so why would I submit evidence for that?
Well, then why did you have to answer anything, dude?
I didn't ask a question about the shape of the Earth. I asked about the philosophy and semantics and the irony of the way that you guys approach your entire.
Okay, but you know what?
Irony.
I tell you what.
What it's called there, guys.
Is that what
it's
what it
called
is?
there,
Yes,
guys.
that's very imprecise.
It's called sensibly flat. Okay?
Sensibly
And
flat,
it'll
right?
never,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, it'll never let you down.
Would you say
at
that
being
this line
level.
is these lines are sensibly flat and straight?
When you look at
Would you
the
say that?
horizon,
Would you say that?
what I'm saying is your
Well,
lines don't match.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. So the
My
line.
answer is your lines in your little picture there don't match a real water level, do they?
Ace, you might think that you live on like a. Do you think you live on like a giant, huge globe? Like you think it's huge, so big that you can't tell? I mean, the funny thing is they don't.
I do.
Yeah, I know. Like the crazy thing is they tell you, like people believe, oh, the world is huge, it's so big, right? But they tell you it's small. They tell you it's like really small. They say that the Earth has got a radius of 3959, which means that after just 1 mile, the drop over distance would be 8 inches of just 1 mile. So that's just. I always give the example, if you can't picture what 1 mile would be, is we all went to high school and they have the high school track in the back of the school. That's a quarter mile. So just run around that thing 4 times and you're 8 inches lower. That's it. 4 times around a high school track. They tell you drop of something. I don't even know what's dropping. They say it's dropping 8 inches over the mile. That's little. That's tiny. You might have drawn, I don't know, like you drew a line, looks like to, wherever you think Jupiter is on your paper. I don't know. But yeah, they tell you it's a small world after all.
So if we look
8 inches on a slope intercept is detectable. 2 inches on slope intercept is detectable. 1 inch. A quarter of an inch is detectable on slope intercept. Elevation or depth off that zero. That never wavers. It's zero.
Well, that's not entirely correct, but
often to well beyond what you can see in your local level. It infringes on everyone else's local levels.
Yeah, if I have a like Ace, if I have a let's say like a bathtub of water, right, and I just want to measure from like one end of the bathtub to the other end of the bathtub where the water level is, the shortest distance between the 2 points on the surface of the water, right, the bathtub. And is there anything shorter?
Shorter. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, is it possible that there's anything other than this? Yeah, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, provably, right?
Sure.
I mean, that's proof, right? Do you deny that that's the case, or
does that match the water, the surface of the water?
That's what maybe we'll find that out. But I mean, do you even agree to the first premise that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now if I grab a water level, which is, I know you said you're not, American or speak English that well, right? A water level is a long hose with 2 beakers on the ends, right? And it's got little, dash marks that will give you the milliliter of measurement. Can you imagine like a long hose of water and 2 measuring beakers on the end of it?
2 measuring beakers.
Like, yeah, just like you could put a water bottle on there and just say, all right, here's, a straight line on each, just draw a marker on 2 ends of a water bottle and be like, all right, here's the marks. Could you imagine a long hose with 2 water bottles on each end?
All these are sensible observations. We can see that they seem flat. They seem flat. That doesn't.
No, I'm just saying. Can you get a hose? If you can get a hose, in reality, it's a water level tool. It's a device used to measure from a horizontal plane of reference. But can you imagine that tool, or do you need me to post a picture? But you can't see the pictures. You said, right?
I can perfectly see the pictures. I can't post pictures. So yeah.
Seems like I'm breathing, but I'm not sure if I'm breathing. Yeah.
Hold your breath and let's find out. But yeah, I put the picture in for you, Ace. Just so you can kind of like know what it is, in case you didn't already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a picture of the tool, right? So now, when you hold, if you were to take the two ends, right, and that's one communicating, body of water, because it's all within one device, one apparatus, and so it's just pretty much just one thing of water. So if I hold the two beakers, like the two things with the dash marks on it, if I hold it right next to each other and they're touching, would you say that they're at the same level?
They're touching. I mean,
Yeah, I take the two pieces of glass on the ends of the hoses, and I just touch them together. So then,
seemingly, yes.
Yeah. So now if I nail one end to the wall and I back away 5 feet, right? And if I raise the one end, right, the water will so it's higher, then the water will flow to the lower end until it levels out again, right? That's like something you can demonstrate, right?
Okay.
All right, now if I measure the distance between the surface of, if I get it now the other ends are at the same level, the same markers on the beaker, and I just nail that to another post. They're just 5 feet apart, right? Now if I take a tape measure and measure to the surface of the water between, from one end to the other end, and I measure 5 feet, is there a shorter, if I raise my tape measure like in a diagonal fashion, up or down, do you think it would be a shorter distance measured or a longer distance measured?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So I got the two beakers on the right. They're at the same level. They got the same mark. The water leveled out and it's sitting there in the beaker. Now I just want to measure from point to point, top of the water to top of the water, and I want to see if that's going to be the shortest possible distance between the 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
Right. All right. So I measure from end to end, from surface to surface, and my tape measure reads reads 5 feet. Right. Now, if I tilt it, like put it on the tape measure, if I tilt it to be diagonal and to measure higher up, and I lay it up against the beaker, that'll be a longer distance. And if I do the same thing and do it diagonally and measure downward, that will be a longer distance, right? Like a diagonal line is longer than a horizontal line, provably, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. All right. So we can prove that the surface of water is in an orientation of horizontal, right? In that tool, because it's the shortest possible distance between the 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we've now proved, right, that water, it lies within the surface of water at rest forms a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, seemingly one. Yeah.
Yeah. We proved it though.
Right. It forms a seemingly off what we could observe. Yeah.
I mean, could it be anything other than the shortest? Is there anything shorter than the shortest distance between 2 points? Is there something else going on? Is that even possible?
No.
No. So it's impossible that the surface of water at rest is either rising or falling from itself. It must remain horizontal because it's impossible to have measured anything.
In comparison to what exactly?
To itself.
To itself.
Yeah. If I were to get another water level tool and just do it above that one, that tool, right, would
what
also
makes
establish
you conclude that
a horizontal plane of reference.
To itself?
What's that?
What makes you think it's only in comparison to itself?
Because that's all we're referencing right now. That's just 2 dimensions. The surface of something is just 2 dimensions. So the surface of water, that's just forms a plane, right? Because I can move the water level. Right now it's just a line, but I can move it around and then put it in one end of it, and that'll then form a plane, which is 2-dimensional. So I don't have anything to reference. That's why it's only, right at this point, horizontal in reference to itself. It's establishing a horizontal plane of reference so that we can now measure in the 3rd dimension up or down from it.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks. Good stuff, man.
Yeah. So it's just not possible that, you're into the apologetics, another server I see we share with, right? But it's not. It would violate the law of identity, right? That line would share its space with another line that's not identical to itself. It would be a law of identity violation. Like Matthew was putting forward earlier, he was saying, "Well, that horizontal, right?" He was saying that horizontal plane of reference
we
would
can't
change.
we can't define that as being the universal truth because we have only observed, we've only appealed to our observations that are incomplete. They don't see the whole picture, right? So, what I brought up was why is it that the laws of gravitation appear to apply to objects we see on the night sky, such as the Galilean moons? Why is it that is the case? I never got to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think flat earthers have the exact, like, we could propose, like, well, there's, like, Coulomb's law, some sort of inversely square proportional to the distance thing going on with these lights.
It has to do with mass.
No, it could just be light. It could be magnetism. It could be you can switch it out with a bunch of stuff kinematically, dynamically to get the result you want. But
no, we don't see orbits in electromagnetism.
How about in electrons? How about
it doesn't orbit? It doesn't orbit in a circle such as moons do.
How about in a super magnet here on Earth?
What about it?
Yeah, like a super magnet here on Earth, where there's no free flowing electrons, but it still continues to create a field. I mean, there's just who knows? Is all I'm saying. Like, they got math, right? But the math is derived, backward engineered from the observation, and the math works and everything. That's cool. That doesn't mean that's what it is. I mean, if I was some kind of genius, maybe I could.
No, because we found a relation between mass and the orbits of the moons.
Yeah, they're saying it's mass. I know.
No, yeah, that's what we describe it as. We can make predictions off of it. We have a mass. We have the universal gravitational constant, and that's and we can derive orbital periods from also Kepler's laws and such. We can use all of these things, and we can see that there is a correlation between mass. And orbit, and also orbital periods, and I can even grab a couple.
I mean, I get it. I mean, they got whoever came up with it, Kepler, Newton, the guy, he's 22 years old, inventing calculus. I don't know. I can't say I can outsmart these guys or give you a replacement model. There are guys who do have replacement models, kinematic, dynamic equivalence of just acceleration using Coulomb's law or magnetism, electromagnetic, static.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work because
something's got to work because we just measured. Something's got to work because we just measured the Earth to be flat together.
Coulombs. That's something. That is not. No, we don't measure that because we're not. We agreed to that. We didn't see the whole picture, right? We're not seeing the whole picture.
Yeah. What picture?
We're not seeing the whole picture. The Earth. We were not seeing that. We're looking at.
No, I'm not saying it is. This is just one part of something on Earth.
It seems to be that it looks flat.
No, it's not even about it looking at it. I didn't even look at Earth. All I did was reference like the nature of the water level and measure the distance between it to find that, with these axioms, Euclidean geometry, it can't be anything other than what it is. It can't be a shorter than a straight line distance between the 2 points. It can't be longer. I measured it. Me and you together. You could imagine that as you take the water level, like remember I gave you this, 8 inches per mile drop, 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. You can imagine that if you take that water level a mile away, that it is going to deviate from the surface of a lake below it at 8 inches per mile squared. But that would just be imagining something that's impossible.
I don't think we have the technology to be able to measure it.
To walk a mile?
But when we have more miles,
I mean, what you're saying is that over distance, the shortest distance between the 2 points on the water level changes. How? I mean, by what?
They're perpendicular to the direction down to the Earth or from the center of the Earth.
So we just proved a bunch of stuff. That's what I'm saying. So now we proved that the surface of water with just a water level tool and the shortest distance between the 2 points, we've proved that the level is horizontal and vertical is perpendicular to that level surface established by the water level. So that would just be, orthogonal or 90 degrees in reference to each other, the vertical and the horizontal, and that's just universal all everywhere. And so now, when we drop something,
this is in mathematics.
But now that when we drop something, right, like a solid object through air, we know that it's falling, vertical, which is perpendicular to horizontal. Like if you and me took two oranges and put them 1 nanometer apart, and no other forces acted on the two oranges, that they wouldn't collide after we dropped them from the top of a building. They wouldn't pull, they wouldn't start pressing together. Yes, we figured all that out, but I still can't give you the mechanism of the sky. I still can't give you the mechanism of gravity.
You have other explanations for gravity. You mentioned electromagnetism, something like the columns or some shit like that.
Yeah, people can put like electrostatics being like 36 powers strong, magnitude stronger than gravity. They can say, well, maybe
why is it that
maybe it's electrostatics, maybe it's this, maybe it's that.
So why is it that a piece of metal doesn't fall faster towards the ground than, say, a piece of plastic?
In a vacuum? Yeah, in a vacuum. I don't know if it does.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I've seen 10 videos online where it does, and 10 where it doesn't.
If it's working through electromagnetism, anything that isn't doesn't have magnetic capabilities shouldn't be interactive. Like it shouldn't be affected by it.
I'm just saying, work on it, figure it out. I'm not Einstein. I'm not Newton. I didn't invent.
But you can see that if if the force or the cause for why things fall is electromagnetic, no matter how strong that force is, something that isn't magnetic isn't going to be interacting with it. Only things that are magnetic, right?
Well, I was talking about your idea of like Jupiter's moons, why these things appear to orbit each other, et cetera, et cetera. But why something falls on the ground, I wouldn't say the cause of an object falling is any of these things.
Right. And then we look at what can explain it, and we have figured it out.
We figured it out, but we measured the Earth flat, so it can't be that.
We haven't measured the Earth flat.
We just did it. You and me.
We measured it apparent flat. And that's what we have done with these lines as well. These lines that I posted, they are apparently flat. That's everything we have measured. We measured.
Yeah, but the way you're going to know that the lines you put in that graph are not straight in line within a two-dimensional plane is you're going to measure a straight line.
So let's try to do it.
I don't know, dude, I didn't make that graph, but the way you're going to know that it's not a straight line is you're going to lay a straight line from point to point and see if there's any deviation from that straight line to measure. Yeah, so you're going to need the straight line to measure the not straight.
Guess what? There's no deviation in that can be measured in the program that I'm measuring these. There's no deviation in none of these lines.
All right, so then you don't know. Then you're just lost. You don't know.
Then according to you, we see or we conclude that they must be completely level and flat. According to
I don't know anything about this computer graph thing, right? But what I'm saying is,
I think that's dishonest to say.
I don't know anything about. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you put in it. I don't know if you put them straight or not straight. But the thing that you're going to have to do to know whether it's straight or not straight is you're going to have to implement a shortest distance between any 2 points within that line segment to see if there's a rise or a depression from the straight line.
Then
it would be straight. Then it would be straight. Yeah. No. If there's no deviation from straight,
there's no noticeable. There's no noticeable, or in this case, measurable deviation. That's because it is so small that it is.
What's so small? The deviation that you measured.
The deviation is it is so. No, I didn't measure it. I didn't say I measured it. What we're trying to measure, the deviation is so small, so that the method that we're using to measure it is flawed.
There's a deviation.
In this case, I created the deviation.
There you go. Then there's not deviation. A deviation.
No, I don't.
What?
I don't. If I erase my memory of this and I try to measure it, it will appear flat, and I will conclude that it's flat.
Deviation from what?
Deviation from 2 points on this line.
Yeah, well, you can't do anything with 2 points in geometry. A point doesn't do anything. What you can do with a point, it takes up 0 space in geometry. What you need to do is extend a straight line to another point. You can't do anything with a point.
Right.
There's no dimensions to a
Deviation.
point.
So you take a vector, you put any points on this, and you make a vector between them, and it will appear flat.
Appear or measure?
Well, it will essentially measure flat.
Okay, well, if it measures flat, then it's flat. Yeah.
Well, no, because the methods we have are flawed.
You're going to say because it's not flat. Well, how do you know that? Did you measure it not flat?
I'm saying our methods of measuring it are flawed because we don't have the precision it takes.
Oh, that's why I'm not dealing with your graph. But in the world that we live in, we're given in the world, dude, we do have it. We do. I mean, you're saying we don't, but
we're measuring over water. If you're measuring over like 100 meters of water, we won't be able to see anything.
How do you know that? We do it. What do you mean? Why would you say that?
Because that's the truth. That's literally what we can't actually.
How is that the truth? How is the truth that over 300 feet you can't measure something? How did you come up with the truth there? How did that happen?
Because the difference. And the rate at which the Earth curves makes it so that our best methods of doing so is flawed. It isn't fit for that purpose.
What doesn't?
It can't because the difference is so small.
And what's the purpose?
Sorry.
You're claiming these things that we have our method, whatever that method is, and our purpose don't fit for the purpose that you're claiming. The purpose and the method.
Yeah, when we try to measure something, you're using what will we use? This other guy is referring to a water level.
Yeah.
Like a water level, right?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. Water level. Yeah.
Okay. So if we use this thing to try and measure anything on here on Earth,
why are we using a water level?
That's just an example.
Yeah, but why? I'm asking. Do you remember why we're using a water level or not?
Because we know that it's very useful in stuff like construction, where we are working with a few meters long, structures that where it becomes apparent if it has a slant to it or something like that. That's what we use it for because it's very useful to us.
So it is useful.
Yeah, it is useful for a certain purpose.
Yeah, and the purpose is to establish 2 points of equal elevation.
No, that's not the point.
No, it's not the point of it. What's the point of it?
The point is to measure certain distances to measure.
It's not a distance measuring tool.
I meant to say that to measure over certain distances. This thing it doesn't apply universally because this thing isn't. Because that's not what it's made for. It's made.
What is it made for?
Can your clock determine the precise nanosecond that we're on? No, exactly. Can't. It doesn't have that.
I'm not asking about a clock. So I have a water level tool.
So that's also a tool. The clock is also a tool.
Cool. I have a water level tool. It's a tool used for establishing points of equal elevation. So I can take
disagree with
300. Yeah. So then what? Okay.
It's an
then what is its purpose?
Definition. What's an imprecise one? Because just
if that's not its purpose, then tell me instead of just saying what is its purpose then?
To measure noticeable or like things that would have consequences when we are building stuff and when we are constructing small structures in comparison.
Cool. What's the water level tool used for? What's its purpose?
The water level. I just told you what
you said. It's not. You said it's not for establishing 2 points of
helping construction.
In what regard? I mean, what is it? It's like, is it a manager? Is it an over? Is this going to Is it going to blow the whistle and say lunchtime? What is its purpose?
So we can start with putting in what you told. Right? That is its purpose, right? To measure. Yeah. So we can start by putting in that, but then we also have to add something because. It does not measure universally, how do you know down to the last nanometer, because it's not designed for that. We have to, it is not designed for that. It's designed for smaller structures. Just like a watch isn't designed to keep you updated on the latest nanosecond that we're on. And it is a tool, so it's also analogous in that way because we're using it. We can't use it's flawed to use a clock.
Yeah,
to determine
I don't know. Listen, you're proposing as for something else. So I mean, I'll run you through a small little thing, and then I'll stop. I guess, right? I have the water level. We established through the other methods earlier of measuring the distance. Even though it's not a distance measuring tool, we've affirmed it consequently through the perpendicular relationship that it establishes. So we got the water level tool. I lock it onto the post. I go 300 feet with the other end, and I mark a post. Right, it's the shortest possible distance between the 2 points. And now I screw the side A to the new post, and then I take the other end of the water level to another location, and I repeat this. I repeat this process over 1 mile. What do you think is gonna occur? I extend the straight line segment over a mile. What do you predict will happen? Because you're telling me no for things. I want to hear what you predict.
I think that the margin of error will do such that we will be able to see that you haven't actually measured it precisely.
Measured what?
The straight line. Your straight line is going to be is not going to be completely straight.
Okay.
Your straight line.
Which end of it's going to be not straight? Which part?
It's a line, so it's a comparison to we're talking about the angle of the line. So it would be.
You're saying one end is going to be higher or lower? Like one part of the water level is going to be higher or lower than the other one, deviating from the straightness. Which part?
Right. So the one that we have as the last, like where you put it, the one. No, B.
Okay, so A, which one's going to be higher? A or B? A is higher than B?
Probably, or the other way around. It could be both. I'm just saying that there's a margin of. I'm just saying that there's a margin of error.
This will again violate the law of identity. It seems like you would be saying
it's not a universal tool. It's not a precisely mathematical tool. It has its limits. It does have a limit. Can you at least admit that it has measurement limits?
What's the limit?
Well, let's say we wanted to make something like on the quantum scale, not quantum scale, on the nanoscale. We want to make some technology. Can we use this tool to build different parts that such as in a microchip or something? Can we use this?
I can't use it for that.
No, exactly. There are things we can't use it for because it's not made for that purpose. It's not. It cannot measure anything meaningful in that sense.
Okay, but we can use it to just establish a plane of reference over distance or not?
Over a certain distance, yes.
Sure. Why is it limited, and by what is it limiting it?
Oh my god! Because it is
what's imposing these limits.
Because over certain distances, it becomes what we get is meaningless since it wasn't designed for that purpose.
You. What becomes?
We could look at the history of why it was made. Should we do that? We can investigate the history to see what.
Shared it. I sent it to you already. I can read it.
Send what? I don't see where you sent it.
I put it in the chat.
Water level. Yes, let's look at where we got the first one, and because that if we do that, if we see where in the first water.
It says right there in that
first water level.
Says the ancient Greeks used this water level as a siphon to establish slope or inclination, and using 2 points of equal elevation. I mean, it's right there. I shared it for you.
Do we have any? Can you give me some? I could just search it up myself. Let me just.
I guess so. Yeah. So, but yeah, you're proposing that there's some kind of limitation. That there's something that occurs over distance that doesn't occur here. So there's some kind of violation of the law of non-contradiction at a distance. There's some kind of violation going on. Why even say such a thing? I don't know. But yeah, anyways, I gotta go inside. Yeah, so I do want to just point out that what's happening, Ace, is this happens to a lot of people, and they'll affirm that reality must change over distance because Earth is globe. That the things they know to be true in reality, that they can establish these, no quantum scale. No, nobody in here has ever seen quantum scale shit. They just seen it on a computer anyway. Nobody here is a quantum physicist or whatever. But in reality, we can use these things in a practical way to establish, points. And we can prove that these points lie within a plane by just measuring the shortest distance between points. Right? We can triangulate, trilaterate. We can do these things. These are all things that are possible. We know that's the case. But then what happens is people say, but Earth is globe. So these things that we know are true have to be different somewhere else. They can't be true because Earth is globe. Then you're going to be holding a contradiction. You're going to be saying, well, A is higher than B, and B is also higher than A. You're going to be saying it's sloping in both directions. The same line is sloping in both directions. That's a violation of the law of identity.
So the Wikipedia site that you shared, right?
Yeah.
The one with where it says that. Right above it, or actually, it also says that. Okay, it says it here. I'll just read it. The water level is a siphon utilizing 2 points or more parts of the liquid water surface to establish a local horizontal line. A local meaning it doesn't apply universally. It isn't made to measure complete
because the water level. I mean,
right, so
that's not that. I wouldn't say that that's what that means. I would say that just means that you're wherever it is, it's forming a horizontal plane. It's not where it is not. So obviously, it would just be where it is. It's like the water level that I'm holding here isn't establishing a horizontal plane of reference at your house right now. I'd have to take it over to your house. Then it would be local to there. Now, if your house was right next to my house and you held the one end in your house and I held the one end in my house, then they would still be the shortest distance between those 2 points would be established by the water level tool. So wherever you take it universally, I could just mix it like that. Like wherever you take it universally, it is what it is, referencing itself. Right within that 2-dimensional plane, it is what it is universally. But it's only so big. And it's just like some people will imagine that if they got a water level and they held it over top of a lake, that the water level would you imagine that, Ace? That if you had the water level and and you held it over top of a lake, that the lake would drop away from the water level over distance? What do you think? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I would just warn you against thinking in this contradictory way, right? Like in the future or just in general, right? Like then you'd have to start holding ideas that horizontal bends over distance, that two horizontals, like two water levels, aren't parallel to each other, and
that's what we see here.
Way.
So if we try to measure theoretically these lines that I sent, we would again find that it is water level, and somehow it still bends because some of these are actual circles that I drew that I have zoomed in to to our to our local to our local scale. So this is what we see the Earth as. If we ignore if we smoothen the Earth out, that is what it's going to look like.
I can get on an airplane and go halfway around it, like tomorrow. And get on the airplane. I can get on an airplane and in 10 hours, whatever, go a quarter way, halfway.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the shortest distance on the airplane between where I start and the destination, the shortest distance between them would be whatever the straight line distance is.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would follow the surface of water.
No. Why would it follow the surface of water?
Because it's universal. Yeah, I just pointed it out. Yeah. If I had a water level, right, like in that situation, or if I flew an airplane over a lake or over an ocean, the shortest distance between New York and wherever would the shortest distance would be a straight line
between them. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a straight line. Yeah, I mean. So it's not as you're making the argument that that we live on a globe that's so big that we could never experience this deviation, but we fly. I mean, I got 180,000 miles on this one car right here.
How is it that how is it that we can go around our planet, or whatever you want to call it?
We don't. We just travel from A to B. We try to at least travel from A to B.
How do we end up in the same place? If we were to travel in one straight line.
Yeah, we couldn't. That wouldn't be logically possible. Yeah.
Well, in one seemingly straight line.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, it wouldn't be a straight. It couldn't be a straight line. Get a piece of paper.
Nothing is a straight line. Nothing is a straight line.
Well, I'm just saying, get a piece of paper and then start with your pencil and get a ruler, draw a straight line, and let me know when it pops back up behind it. I mean, that just wouldn't happen.
Right, if it was flat, if the surface we're drawing was completely flat, or
just a straight line would never return to where it started. Yeah.
Do you see the problem then?
But if you're doing that you're making the assumption then that that's what the Earth is like.
No, I mean he put the question to me. He said, "How is it possible then that we go in a straight line and come back to where we started?" I just pointing out obviously that wouldn't be a straight line.
Well, it would be logical possible if you got yourself a ball, hold a ball in the air, right?
Exactly.
Draw a straight line all the way around it. Is that that line not straight?
No, it's not straight.
Then what is it?
It curves in the third dimension, right? So
yeah, right. Yeah. That'd be a change.
So hang on. Let me finish what I'm saying though. But logic says that you're going to end up in the same place. So it is logically possible, right? Because I'm not deviating left or right. I'm not even deviating from the surface of the ball, am I?
Yeah, you'd be deviating from the horizontal plane established by.
Right.
Well, I mean, I could finish. Let me finish my response.
Okay, carry on. I'm just saying. Okay, carry on. Go.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be a straight line because it would be a deviation, or in this my phone keeps ringing, but yeah, in this example, it'll be a change in elevation, which we already established would be in reference to the horizontal plane established by a water level.
Okay, take your ball, right? Your basketball, whatever you want. Okay, take a Sharpie, draw a line all the way around from start to finish until you meet the same point again. Has that pen line deviated in any way? Has my pen lifted off the ball? If I draw that line, has that deviated? Well, has it?
You could also just take a string, like something like, a string that when forced over a certain object or something, it doesn't it doesn't deviate from anything other than a straight line. It keeps, if you keep the tension, it's going to just mimic a straight line. It's going to be a straight line. So if you just do that on a globe, right? If you just wrap it around, you're going to have a straight line. essentially.
So Tank. So has my pen my pen hasn't lifted off the ball? So has it deviated? Yes or no? No answer. Can you just give me an honest answer? Can you say no? At least an honest answer, because you don't give me an honest answer. I just don't think you're being honest. Then I just don't think your arguments are honest. If you can't give me an honest answer to that question, so your silence just tells me that you're not being honest.
Thanks. Are you there?
Oh, he's there. He heard me. He heard me. Okay. He's just just not going to answer.
And he left.
And he's gone.
Hmm.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, quite often we're told from flat earthers that we're not given honest arguments, and I've just given him an honest situation, and he can't reply honestly to it.
Right. This guy was it was so funny that this guy was he was pre-assuming his that the Earth was flat when he said that that it wouldn't be possible to.
Yeah, dude. You said I just got here, but I heard someone say mimicking a straight line. I mean, shake yourself.
Resembling.
No, resembling. Yeah, resemble your dude. What? Mimicking a straight line. Who are you?
I think you know. I think you know what I mean.
No, yeah, I do. Mimicking a straight line doesn't sound like a straight line.
Okay, can I?
If an ant is in a car, in a little miniature car on a basketball, and goes in this little straight line that you think it is, it would be upside down.
Mathematics exist in real life.
Yeah, we're talking about, dude. We're talking about if something were an actual ball. This thing that you guys think would listen. I'm not talking to Can-I guy. I'm talking to mimic a straight line who's rewording his argument guy.
I didn't say that. So
I know the other guy did, and he's going I. He turned into Ozzy Osbourne.
All right, calm down. Calm down.
I'm calm, dude. You're the one interrupting my conversation with mimic a straight line guy.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so I have something to say.
So why did you say mimic a straight line, and then when I called you out on it, you go, resembles a straight line? I think you know what I mean. I'm imagining it's a straight line. Yeah, I get it.
Shit.
Yeah, your holy shits are noted. Smart ass, little mimic a straight line.
Oh shit, you're childish. Just can someone get this guy out
Dude,
of
you just said mimic a straight line. That's childish.
This guy is a troll. Can someone put him on mute?
Mimic a straight line?
Mimic a straight line. Yeah, you know what I mean. Geometrical shapes don't exist
mimicking
in the
a
real
straight
world.
line a straight line.
Yeah, it is. It's what we call a straight line.
Cool. You're a child.
It's not a mathematical straight line because that doesn't exist. Nothing, no geometrical shape, no mathematical shape exists in real life.
No sphere exists, so the ball Earth doesn't exist.
No sphere exists?
No perfect sphere exists, so the ball doesn't exist, right? You're going to carry that logic
that's what you're saying.
Ball?
That is what you're saying, yes.
No, you said that no straight line exists.
Exactly, because it doesn't.
And then no sphere exists.
That's correct. No sphere exists. A ball exists, and that's different from a mathematical sphere.
Okay, then how does this help you? How does mimicking a straight line help you prove a ball Earth?
That is the same as taking a ball and you're rejecting
the fuck?
That something that resembles a straight line is
what we
would call
a straight line.
That's childish. Mimicking a straight line, and you thought that was a touchdown.
What are you talking about?
Well, I heard your guys' debrief. You guys were like shaking hands. Oh, interesting. They have no answer to that. Did you ever think maybe his phone died? Did you ever maybe think he got sick of hearing you say mimic a straight line?
I'm not native, so I think I'm.
Okay, then
I said it once.
Out then.
So you're just hanging on to this one thing I said, and you're just like jerking yourself off to that.
No, you're jerking off to a non-existent curve.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you're sitting on the curve, jerking off.
Tell me which one of these lines up here. Tell me which one of these lines that no tanks.
We're looking for the curve one. Tell me which one are curved.
Okay. Tell me which one of these lines are curving right here. I'll give you. I'll be really impressed.
Stupid, not cartoons. Tell me which cartoon helps you with reality.
Let's look at that. So let's look at this. These lines right here. Can you tell which ones of these are straight or which ones are curving? These lines up here. If you see them in the chat, they're up
They're
where
all
no
mimicking
tanks.
curved lines. They're all mimicking curved lines.
No, they're not. No, not all of them.
No. Oh, they all look horizontally
mimicking
flat
straight
curved
lines?
to me.
They're not all. Oh, not all of them are straight. Not all.
They're
of
all
them.
horizontally
mimicking
too big,
some
flat curved. They're
Yeah,
too
you guys
big
are
curved, stupid.
pathetic.
They're so big, stupid. Little guy.
Well, wait, which ones?
There's two big ones.
There's two big ones.
Yeah, you're
Big what?
microscopic. All of them are too big.
All right. How old are you again?
Which one looks curved? Micro man.
Yeah, how old are you again? It's dangerous if you can vote. That shit is just pretty crazy.
Spit it out, Junior. Spit out the complete sentence. You can vote.
I'm seriously concerned as well. If you guys
sloping in your mind right now or not?
Well, dude,
seriously
the fact
concerned
that you're
if you guys
saying
can vote.
mimicking straight lines as an argument for globe is weird.
You're holding on to that one because you have no other argument. Yeah, exactly. You knew
Yeah,
you
well,
were
you're the
wrong.
one
That's
that
why you have to hold on
retracted.
to
Why
it.
did you retract from it?
Come on, guys, you're talking to.
Because I realized it was. I realized it wasn't. It wasn't there precisely said, and I'm not native, so I may say
Okay,
something.
then get your
some
shit
things that
together
are
then.
I did, and
write it down in your native language.
I literally did.
Yeah,
I literally did. Yet
write
you're
it
holding
down
on
in
to
your
it.
native language and translate it.
What? Dude, I changed the,
write
I
it
changed
down
the
in your
word.
native language and translate it for us. Then a little bitty micro.
Is your little emoji guy? Is he holding on to a ball and wearing balls above his head and everything? Your little emoji thing, your picture.
Yeah.
Is he like making the ball with an arm? And he's got balls rotating over his head.
So here's how you do it. Microscopic Bob can't find the curve on his curve table because it's so big and curvy, so big, and he's so microscopically small, he can't see where it's curving at because he can see every fucking blemish on every hill or blade of grass, but he can't find the curve.
Okay.
Oh, little Bob. Big curve, big, too big.
You can prove me right.
Hey, big. Prove what?
You can prove you right. You can prove yourself right if you can tell me which one of these lines are curving.
No, we're
find
looking
the curve
for
on
the
these.
curve. Not
find the curve on these lines.
Biggie Smalls. We're looking for
exactly.
the fucking curve.
Exactly, you can't. So I'm right.
So you
I am
can't.
right.
So you can't find the earth curve.
So you can't find. So you can't find the curve on these lines.
Brother, we're tired of you playing with fucking cartoons. Get off the
models.
cartoon. Go get into an aquarium. Show us where the water's curving.
Oh, they don't have any model.
Yeah. So what?
We don't accept cartoons.
I didn't talk to you. I was asking Kalam. What did you say?
Cartoon's not a model.
They don't actually have any kind of model because then they'd have to actually,
No, there is no globe model. There is no globe model. It never exists.
Yeah, there is, and it's precise as well.
There's lots of globe models. Lots of them.
You can search up Google Earth. That's a pretty precise.
Show me one lab working with water.
Show me
a little moon, little sun.
Show me one.
Hey, Miguel, do you hold to that model?
Shut the fuck up. Okay, show me one working model. You have one. Are you a child? You have one working model. Fucking pretender clown.
Let's start over and let him make a claim. Oh, he ran away.
He just left. They talk empty words.
He probably doesn't want to be muted.
He had to chase his model down the hill. It wasn't being held by gravity.
He just did join in just to go to the side chat. Charlie's model. Yeah, he's talking about himself, so no problem.
You know he's stupid. He thinks his vote counts. And dumb.
He has nothing, just the empty words. Talking, blah, blah, blah.
It goes on. It says, and you guys can vote. Yeah. Way off topic there, mate. Way off topic.
Marty Lawrence did run away. He did post that stuff right there.
Yeah, his excuse was it wasn't his native language. He doesn't even know what words he's using, and he's worried about us voting.
And our age.
Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
I love these smart guys who, once they get pinned down on their bullshittery, say, "Oh, I didn't know speak English." Fucking liar.
No Tanks was he's doing all right with the guy 1-on-1, but then I don't know where No Tanks. He went somewhere, but all of a sudden they're like high five.
His battery probably died or something, and they go, "We win."
Yeah, he ran all his silence. Obviously, he has no answers. So.
I told him my phone. I said my phone keeps ringing. I said that. I said that's what happened. I said my phone keeps ringing. I got to take this. I said that.
Dude, they were high fiving. You're silent.
It's just
silence meant freaking you had freaking given in, man. You freaking threw in the towel.
the guy, they start repeating mimics a straight line back and forth to each other and start celebrating.
Yeah, bro.
Participating in straightness. There's a lot of guys on Discord doing that, I think.
But he's made a textbook and
prove how horizontal is.
But you can go outside and measure that shit. You don't need to fucking look at a piece of paper and say, is that curved? No, you go outside. You measure that shit. Shut up.
Hey, Matthew, Lawrence, how are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you.
Yes, so Matthew.
You see that guy? He's saying mathematical geometric shapes.
Hold on, Matthew thinks plumb bobs go to the sun that way. Matthew thinks plumb bobs point to the sun when it sets. Matthew's crazy.
Be nice to Matthew. He's very cordial. Doesn't cuss at anybody. He can be nice.
I know, but it's comprehension skill of understanding how a plumb works, and it goes vertically down and doesn't follow the sun that way. We have a problem.
Yeah. Poor Matthew's not intelligent.
I never did use a plumb bob to see the shadow of the sun. I just did use to find vertical.
I think the direction of down changes at different cities.
The plumb bob?
Plumb bob in one city will point a different direction than a plumb bob in a different city. That's what I say.
No, that's impossible. I mean, they construct perfect level and vertical, horizontal and vertical. That's the way the people construct. I did use a plumb bob. I can show you a city. You don't see those buildings diverging. Plumb bob works every, the hell. Yeah, it works vertical. It's the way they construct. Now, if you find me, they construct a city according to that curvature, I will tell you that those buildings will fall down. I have a photo of this city, two cities. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna post this city. Let's see where you are. I have this city, for example. Oops, doesn't allow to upload. Let's see again. Something went wrong. Try later. Guess what? It's not working. Let's see another one. Well, it seems that something is wrong. It doesn't allow to post. But at least I can text.
Are you there?
I cannot post anything.
Hey, Matthew Learns, are you there?
Yes.
Check this out. Can you see this?
I don't see anything in the chat.
No, on my camera.
Okay, yeah.
What happened? Did he lose connection or something?
I think so. I saw like a half a second of something, but you know, I don't know what he was trying to show.
Yeah, maybe something is going on with Discord. So let's see. I cannot post in the other server. I can post it. Here, let's try again. Okay,
It looked,
finally.
it looked like he was doing drywall, Matthew, and he was showing you.
Finally. So you see this city, Matthew?
I see it, yeah.
Yeah, you see the horizon farther away. It's
Yeah.
horizontal. So in this city, it was constructed vertical and horizontal. That's the way they construct. So you say Plum Bob doesn't show vertical in every place. I don't understand that.
Well, I'm just saying that the plumb bob does show vertical in every place, but that it's not parallel in different places.
So
It's
you are
pretty
saying
close.
so that plumb bob is not parallel with, let's say, another building far away, a few miles.
Well, a few miles you're not going to notice the difference, but 100 miles you will.
Well, you know, those guys at Brazil, I don't know how they did it, but they did use even GPS technology, and they did found, I think that's 1,000 miles between two buildings next to the coastline, you know, beach. They didn't found any curvature, let's say, any tilt between those two buildings. So that, I think that was 1,000 miles away.
Well, if it's 1 mile away, you'd expect to find only 0.015 difference in the direction of down. If it's 1,000 miles away, it'd be quite a bit more. But that's why I was saying you have to use some kind of reference, external reference, like the moon or the sun.
Now you have to use the moon.
I mean, if you're in two different places that are 1,000 miles apart, you need some place that both places can see, like. And both places can see the moon or the sun or stars.
To find out if the two buildings are vertical. Let's see.
Miguel, I checked over 1,000 times. Yeah, I made so many observations. Every building, tall building here on Earth is always vertical. They never lean. Why would you build a building that's leaning? It's stupid, and also it's safety as well. You can't build a building that's leaning, otherwise it could fall down. And it's stupid anyway. It's always straight up vertical, and the sides of the building is always 90 degree from surface level.
Yeah, right. So Matthew thinks that some buildings tilt like. So I'm checking. You know, these guys at Brazil, they contract surveyors from INCRA. It's a federal institution. Let's see. So it was 1877 miles away between two buildings. They found no tilt, so they are perfectly vertical.
No, they're definitely tilted in reference to each other. I don't know what they were doing to try and measure it.
Did they check it? I'm going to post it just from their technical data. So from Natal to Torres, these two buildings you see in kilometers and on red, and sorry, forget that's in red. It's the obstruction they are talking about, but you see it. Next to that you see 21 kilometers. In miles, it's 1977 miles. So no curve between those two buildings. They did use GPS technology like this. I think I have some information about this. Let me see. Trimble R6 receiver. That one. It's posted. Okay. It's expensive, this instruments. So they did use this between two buildings. They didn't find any curvature. I think I have I went to see the distance on Google Earth. Let's see. I even found. I have to go to the Street View. To find out those two buildings. Those two buildings are there. Let me see. On Google Earth, I took a print screen. See the curvature. Let's see. Okay, in this one, I'm gonna post it. So in this one, the Google Earth, I did put the distance. It's at the top left. You see that yellow line. That's the curvature that supposedly should be insisted between those two buildings. Let's see. In this one, you can see the distance between those two buildings on Google Earth. On front, looking for front, you see that yellow line. So that's the distance between those two buildings.
Uh-huh.
I think I have more print screens. Let's see. I don't use this a long time ago, but even there's people question about this because the accuracy of the equipment, measure these distances. Anyway. So yeah, that's the long distance, Let me check again.
So if those distances are if the buildings are 3,000 kilometers apart, then the direction of up in one location is 27 degrees different than the direction of up in the other location. So they're tilted away from each other by 27 degrees.
Yeah, even I agree with that. But in reality, they didn't find any tilt between the bottoms of those buildings and the tops. So at least the top of those buildings should tilt away.
Yeah, because the direction of vertical changes in those two different places. They're both perfectly vertical in their location, but I'm saying the actual direction of vertical changes by 27 degrees.
Yeah, but they did. I did post the technology, the GPS.
Yeah, they use GPS, right? Yeah, GPS corrects for that. So it'll get right which direction vertical is based on where they are on the surface.
Yeah, you see, there's a problem. They didn't find any tilt between at least the tops of the building. So anyway.
Yeah, the top is directly over the bottom in both cases, in both buildings.
Yeah. But you see the problem, it's a long distance. That's what I did post again. Above. Okay. So it's 1877.64 miles away between those two buildings. So that's too much. Anyway, it's from them, not from me. I don't know these instruments they did use. But anyway, they should. there's people question about the accuracy, of the instruments. But at least if they could do less miles, but if they could done some calculations, at least a few distance, you should this building should tilt like this degree. Anyway, I don't post this a long time ago, but yeah, it's amazing. If this technology works to measure that way. So we have no curvature, no tilt between these two buildings. Someone, should, if they have this equipment, they are expensive. At least, do like this. It will be interesting. This was done in 2012. Geodesic measurement. Not to left. No curve, no ball, bye-bye ball. Is that guy still there? AECCBA?
No, he's not here.
No, in the side chat.
Oh, yeah, he's chat skanking. When he started using his "this isn't my native language" argument, I mean, come on.
He was speaking very well English, better than me. So I think the guy was lying.
Yeah.
It was so fluent, the way he was speaking, so I didn't detect any accent, from other countries, So I don't know.
A guy goes from pretending to be the smartest man alive to an illiterate in 30 seconds.
I just did join in the middle, and I was like, what the hell is going here?
Maybe if you said it's not my native language, I'd believe you, but yeah, that's just nonsense. Like pretty fluent English, I reckon.
The guy was saying geometric figures or shapes doesn't exist on nature. But if the guy checks that, he will find that even on plants and etc. There's geometric shapes everywhere.
How's it going, Element? You're gone. What was the build-up, No Tanks, of him saying that it mimics it's mimicking a straight line? What was he?
He's saying what is true, but is not really relevant, is that on some sort of atomic nanometer scale, that something physical in reality isn't going to ever be perfectly aligned with a straight line. I mean, okay, cool.
Yeah, wow. And then I put it back to him, so there's no such thing as a perfect sphere either, so that means what? Earth isn't a ball?
Yeah, it's a non-geometric shape. I mean, like,
yeah, I did not expect 2025 to be them returning to potholes exist, therefore Earth can't be flat. That wasn't on my bingo card.
Let's get it out. That's what it is. I mean, that's what it's come to. I mean, that's what, like, I don't know, man. That's like, seems to be what happens now, is that you can't know anything with 100% certainty, but you know that's true because the axioms that you use to determine what is true have determined that you can't know what truth is, and geometry is just an abstract concept that's dependent on our minds, but for all we know, our minds are just in a state of illusion where we couldn't know that we're wrong, but we approximate that we could live on the most perfect shape in the world, which simulates or participates in sphereness. I mean, it gets to be this horseshit where, you know, people are like, I can't know anything, but I know the Earth's a sphere. It's nuts. Yeah, but that was his argument, which, you know, I mean, people have made that it's just, you know, a chord line is a principle that is necessary to measure which exists through all physical objects on some sort of like you know, microscopic electron microscope scale of straightness. Gives a fuck. Nobody's talking about looking at Earth through a microscope.
Are you in better form today, Heyoka? Or is it going to be the same old BS? Garfunkel with a mustache is back. It's upload track.
What do you mean by better form?
Well, this what you just how you responded, I would say, is better form than what you usually show up in.
Ooh.
You usually go into some weird, never-ending, rambling rant, and then you get muted.
Oh, what was the last mumbling rant I did? Can you remember?
What was it? It was yesterday. I don't really remember the details of it.
Okay.
But it was worse than what you're doing now. You're doing good today, so you're in good form. Just the good form would be having. The good form would just be having a back and forth.
Oh, okay. Doesn't seem to get that far.
Well, we're here now.
I was wondering about the circumference of the Earth.
Okay.
I thought Heyoka was a flat earther.
Why you wonder about that?
Oh, on flat Earth, and you know, I'd understood it was the same measurement or a similar measurement to what the globe people say.
No, who knows how big? Who knows the extent of the Earth, Heyoka? Can you not wrap your mind around the fact that that's not known?
Oh, so you don't have a figure?
No, yeah, correct.
Okay, that's the answer then, I guess.
Yeah, you're just hoping that because we say it's flat, then it's also some sort of body embedded in space to be measured.
Well, maybe I should have said at the equator. You know, the circumference of the equator.
How would you know that? How would you know what the circumference is?
Oh, because I thought it was a circle. Is it not a circle?
Well, how would you know the equator is the circumference of a ball?
Oh, I didn't say it was. I was just asking. I understood.
That's what you think. That's what you're implying.
No. I said I'd heard people say that the circumference of the equator on the flat Earth was a similar distance as that's claimed on the globe Earth. That was my question. But if you don't know it and there isn't one,
is the equator?
Okay.
Maybe hold on. Maybe you got a mix up of this. Is the equator in the sky, or is the equator on the ground?
Oh, the equator's on the ground. Ooh. But you do have measurements, right?
Look that up again.
Oh, you would need it on the ground to find where you were and navigate.
No,
so it has a direct relationship.
Yeah, you want to look that up. No, you want to look that up.
Oh, so why do you use it then?
No one does.
Oh, you do. You don't need it for navigation and mapping and to try and find where you are and that kind of stuff?
No.
Okay. I think you're being a bit obtuse, but I guess there's nothing more to ask.
When's the last time you used it?
Well, there's lots of things I hear you talk about I never had to use. You know, most people here, they never knew this stuff till somebody told them. And then you ask questions about it a bit more.
Are you prone to use imaginary lines in your life? Do you just imagine stuff and then use it?
It's what I hear you talk about a lot. You talk a lot about imagination and imaginary lines. So,
not imagination.
You know, you spend a lot of time here talking about it.
Keep it together, Heyoka. Stay in your good form.
Oh, I was. I'm just saying. He's trying
you were.
That
you
I'm
remain
the one
that way.
Making it up. Okay. It's okay. You don't want to engage, really. I'll just go on mute.
Right here. What is the equator? The equator is an imaginary line that divides the sky into northern and southern celestial hemispheres. Here is the equator imaginary line? Yes, the equator is an imaginary line. It's projected from the sky as a celestial equator, which is an imaginary line in the celestial sphere. This celestial equator is directly above the surface of the Earth. You need to look up these things and know what you're talking about.
I might work that into my argument. I might start telling these guys, "What are you appealing to your sky daddy?" I think I might use that somehow. I'll get it together.
What I've used the
So
equator for
you have
is
no measurements at all? Is that what you're saying?
no. How about this? Take your 69 nautical miles for every 1 degree. Multiply that by how many degrees it would take to get to the equator, and then look at a map and say how many miles or kilometers is it actually to the equator, and then ponder where this missing land is. All this missing land.
Tell me more about this 69 miles.
Yeah, do that.
How far does that go?
Take 69 for every degree. How many degrees would it take to get to the equator? Then multiply that out and then compare with some of the maps. How far do they say it is from the North Pole to the equator? And then contemplate, where's all this missing land? Missing, completely missing. Where is it?
But you already know it. You know.
It's missing.
Don't you?
Where's that missing land?
Well, where are you getting this angle from? It's 1 degree.
No, that's what they said. They told you 1 degree for every 69 miles. Take that and multiply it out by the number of degrees.
I thought you did that already.
It would take you to get to the equator.
The flat Earth.
Then once you've got to the equator, you got a distance. You got distance from point A to point B. Then look at the map and say, how far is this on this map? And then ask yourself, where's the missing land? There's missing land somewhere. Who knows? Who knows where the land disappeared?
What, on the equator?
Multiply it out.
On the map.
Oh, but don't you do that on the flat Earth?
No, this isn't flat Earth right now. This is what we're doing here is we're taking 69 miles times 1 degree. And how many degrees would it take to get to the equator?
What 1 degree? What 1 degree are you talking about?
No degrees then. We're not talking about any degrees.
Where do you get that 1 degree?
How long, if you were to travel from North Pole to South to the equator, how many miles would you travel?
Where are you getting the angle from?
How many miles would it take to go from North Pole to the equator on your Globetard?
Well, I don't know. I'm not measuring you and haven't told me the measurement yet.
Yeah, I did. 69 miles per degree.
Okay, how many degrees to the equator?
Well, what do they say on the Globetard?
No, on the flat Earth. I was asking you about the flat Earth, not the globe. How many degrees to the equator?
The equator's in the sky. That's a sky line.
Okay. You keep saying that, but then you tell me to tell you how many miles it is on the ground.
Well, because I want to find this missing land. There's missing.
But I'm not in the sky.
Somewhere.
When I ask you for a distance, you tell me it's in the sky. When you're telling me about it, it's on the ground.
What do you mean with missing land? What missing land?
I didn't think you'd measured that far. Okay, I know it's like an angle, like obtuse. You're just being obtuse. It's okay.
Appeal to motive, logical fallacy.
Oh, I know you have a whole list. You keep that list on your wall.
It comes in handy.
Okay. Well, I don't know how you can get further in this argument if you cannot get answers to questions.
It's not an argument.
You don't ask. Use your logic. If you feel, if you think, if you contemplate, if you understand, you can't get answers to your questions. Don't ask. Duh. Fucking duh.
Why do you think you know more than me then?
I didn't say that. Straw man.
You're acting
Logical
like that.
fallacy.
You're acting
Straw
like
man.
that all the time.
Straw man.
You said the miles were in the sky.
No, I
and
said
they
I
were
would
on
do
the
this.
ground.
I would be like, I wonder how far it is to some imaginary line, and then wonder where the missing land is at.
Well, I'm not asking about missing land. I don't think there's missing land between, to the equator. Do you?
You don't think? Yep.
Do you think that's missing land?
Well, the numbers should add up. Shouldn't it add up? If you go 69 miles, 1 degree, go another 69 miles, add another degree, add. It should be equal.
What do you mean equal?
Adding and multiplying should get you the same answer.
How many degrees do you have in your world?
Same answer as before.
Was it 180 because it's flat and the globe has 360? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said the same answer as before.
Well, how do you add up the difference? How would you know if you don't have
because you would say 69
an amount of degrees that you can measure?
69 plus 69. Or it could be 69 times 2. That's how you do that.
Why 2? Why 2?
If you do 69 plus 69, that's the same as 69 times 2. Check or hold.
Yeah, but you haven't told me where this angle's coming from. Between the North Pole and the equator, there's missing land? Is that what you're saying?
If that's what you heard, yeah, go with it.
Oh, you can just say yes or no, that's okay. Or you can be obtuse.
Appeal to motive, logical fallacy.
Oh, I don't care about that. You're being obtuse, whatever you call it. You don't have an answer?
Then don't ask.
Oh, I'll just wait for somebody who knows. You obviously don't know. It's fine. Somebody may know. Somebody may answer me. I don't know. I'm just asking. It's okay if you don't know.
Don't know and being obtuse at the same time. Completely broken. Completely broken.
Yeah,
you're broken? You're broken? What's wrong?
You think I don't have an answer, and my answer is an obtuse answer. Completely broken. Direct contradiction. A direct, hard line contradiction.
Oh, I don't think so.
I can't answer you, and my answer was obtuse.
Oh, yeah, because you can't answer. So you have to be obtuse because you're supposed to know.
You hard countered your own idea.
No,
this is what happens when you add thinking to your idea. You added in appeal motive, and it broke your worldview. It broke your logic.
No, the problem is you don't have an answer, so you have to be obtuse.
Then don't ask.
Because you don't know. And when you realize you don't know, you have to be obtuse. You see, they go together.
Yeah, appeal to motive.
Well, there's nothing obtuse about knowing the water is horizontal on the top. So wherever you're talking about is from the imaginary place where Polaris is supposedly 90 degrees above your head, to the imaginary place where Polaris is at 0 degrees above the horizon, that would be your imaginary equator. But we know the water's flat. So that means from
Is that your imaginary?
From wherever
Is that all
Polaris,
imaginary?
hold on, wherever Polaris is supposedly directly above your head, if you put your arm out to the south, directly horizontal to your position is where the equator would be, horizontal. That we know.
You said it was imaginary. How do you know?
Yeah, it is, because you can't go there and then all of a sudden see a line on the sea.
You can go to the equator, all right.
Yeah, where is that?
Oh, it's over there where you said you measured it.
Over there, yeah, over there. That's right, horizontal, not down below.
Then you said it was imaginary.
Yeah, it is, because you can't go there. It's not a line drawn on the ocean.
Oh, but the distance exists, huh?
The distance is imaginary. It's basically a concept
you can
of
imagine,
where that line,
measure distance.
where the line, the imaginary line of the equator is where Polaris would be at 0 degrees above the horizon, above the horizontal.
Oh, yeah, but the obtuse guy said you can measure it, 69 miles per
That's
degree.
how you measure it.
Okay, so it does exist on the ground.
Yeah, horizontally.
Oh, but the other guy said it doesn't exist on the ground. And you said it's
No, it doesn't
imaginary.
exist. I told you it doesn't exist on the ground too. You can't go there. It's not a geographic place where you can go and see a line drawn on the land or
The
on the
equator?
ocean.
The
Yeah,
equator's
it's not a line
place.
drawn on the land. It's an imaginary
on-
line. It's an imaginary line. So, yeah,
It's a place on the ground, though.
it's an imaginary line. It's not on the ground. No, it's not.
Oh, but the place you get to when you measure it, that's not imaginary.
Yeah, where is that exactly?
Oh, wherever that is, when you've measured it.
Yeah, exactly, wherever that is. So it's,
Where do you
it's
live?
Not,
Where do
it's
you
not
live?
I live in the northern hemisphere.
Okay.
Not a sphere.
So
Yeah,
your
not a
place
sphere, though.
exists, huh? Where
Flattest, on the northern
where-
flattosphere. Flattest.
Where you, I know. Where you live exists. I don't have to go there.
Yeah.
And I could
Yep.
measure a distance from me to you.
So here's what they figured out with navigation.
I know there's people who live on the equator,
Heyoka.
and you could
Here's
measure a
what they-
distance to them too, and that's real.
Now
That's not
you're
imaginary.
you're being obtuse. So Heyoka.
No, it's not in the sky. You said it
Heyoka,
doesn't
it is
exist.
in the sky.
but
Listen,
it does
it is in the sky. It's not on the ground.
Well, how can you measure it then?
By the angle of Polaris. Polaris is in the sky.
What's the distance you're measuring? What's the 69 miles?
That's the supposed distance that where the angle to Polaris changes 1 degree.
Oh, what's 69 miles? What's that? Is that an angle?
No, that's a linear distance.
Okay, so it is a distance. How
Not
do you know it's
curvilinear.
69 miles?
Because when you travel that distance, the angle of Polaris above the horizon changes 1 degree.
Oh, but it's imaginary. You said it's not there. When
Yeah.
you get there, it's not there.
Yeah, when you get there, it's not a line
How do you
drawn
know
on the
it's
ground.
69 miles?
It's not a
it's not
line
there?
drawn on the ground, my brother. It's not on the ground.
but
It's not a line on the ground. You can't
I
go
know,
there
you
and
said
find
it-
it. Oh, here's a flag marking where the 30th degree parallel is.
No, you
They're
said
imaginary
it was in the sky.
lines. They're imaginary
Is it
lines.
in the sky? Is it in the sky?
Polaris is in the
69
sky.
miles.
Yeah, the angle to
69
Polaris.
miles.
That's in the sky. Yep, that's an elevation
69
angle.
miles. The 69
it's
miles.
based-
Is that in
hold
the
on.
sky?
It's based on the adjacent. Do you know what the adjacent is?
What adjacent to what?
The adjacent of a right triangle.
Where'd you get a right triangle?
Where'd you get a right triangle? I told you you're measuring the angle, the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon, right?
Oh, nobody told me that.
I
He
told you
wouldn't
that
bring-
about
he-
three
the
times.
other guy wouldn't tell me.
I
He just
told you
said
that
1
about 3
degree.
times. I told you that about 3 times.
No, This is the first time you said that.
No, I told you it's elevation angles to Polaris above the horizon. So where they get the 69 miles is a simple Pythagorean theorem of how long the adjacent would be for every degree Polaris is above the horizon. You take that's a right triangle. So the adjacent is horizontal. It's flat, a flat line, straight line. That's how long that adjacent would be.
So
every degree of Polaris above the horizon.
So the straight line is on the ground. A measurement along the ground.
All measurements along the ground are linear measurements. Inches, feet, miles.
It does exist.
Okay, hand me 1 foot of land.
Oh, I could do that, yes.
No, you
but you're
couldn't.
not here.
Yeah,
You're
how
not
far
here.
down does it go?
I can dig a foot of land.
Yeah. You don't have all the data. So you could not hand me 1 foot of ground, 1 foot long of ground, because I didn't say how far down it is.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You don't have all the data. So it's not something that you can take 1 foot of land and say,
if you
like,
didn't
hand
think
me
that
1 foot
first
of
time,
land.
that's your problem, not mine.
Hand me 3 miles of land.
Oh, that'll be a bit different. Have you got a truck?
Yeah, because feet, inches, miles are concepts of measurement.
Yeah, but you said they don't
Like
exist.
math.
It's not on the ground. You said it was in the sky. And when I asked you if it was
Polaris
on
is
the ground,
yeah. Why do you keep
where did you get
reverting
3
back?
miles?
It's like you keep respawning back like 5 minutes back, or 10 minutes back.
because
Yeah,
you're not
Polaris is in the sky.
Where's the 3 miles of land?
Yeah, that's a linear measurement. What is a measurement? Is a measurement of land?
You said it doesn't exist on the ground. It's in the sky.
Holy crap!
Is it on the ground or not?
You're really this dumb?
No. Nobody has said this measurement's on the ground. It's either imaginary, it's a line that doesn't exist, or the equator doesn't exist. I said yes, you can measure it on the ground.
A measurement
It's
is
not
a
in the sky.
concept. A measurement is a concept.
When you have a number 1 room in any server, then you can come lecture me about that shit. Otherwise, we're the one that's going to lecture you about how shit
Friendly
should be
fire.
ran.
He said he's not a Glober. Friendly fire.
I don't give a fuck, Concave. You think friendly fire? I don't give a fuck who you are. You're just an individual that comes in here. If you align with the truth, then you're my ally. If you don't align yourself with truth, then you're probably not. I don't give a fuck if you label yourself a flat earther or not. Titles don't mean anything. It's what's proven in a conversation. That means everything. Yeah? So
we're just having an intellectual battle. Why we gotta be enemies and friends and all that shit? You can't just have a battle.
because I align myself with people who align themselves with truth. Yeah? That simple.
In your entire life, you don't have anybody you disagree with that you hang out with. You're like,
no, it's not about disagree, you freaking idiot. How many times have we told you that? This is not an agree to disagree genre. Fuck, dude.
You know what I meant. You don't associate with anybody in your life like that.
Why does this have to, Rob? Why does this have to go this direction? I don't understand, dude.
Because this is my angle. I like to play.
Yeah, your angle means 0 because we are fucking making a difference and you are not. You're hanging out with, these guys on the other server that want to wax philosophical, but they don't have nothing to contribute. We do. We change hearts and minds in here every day.
Goss. Is that what you're into, man? Changing
We're not listening to you, Concave, because you are coming in and out. You need to fix your microphone.
Sound like a preacher. You sound like a Jim Jones.
No, I'm a fucking ambassador of truth. Yeah?
Yeah, in your own eyes.
Nope. I guarantee you, over the years that I've done this, people have already thought about their idea of the Earth being a globe in a very different way. They've been challenged. That's all I do.
Whatever. People, I've been here for 3 years. People know the blue mask. What are you talking about? It don't mean shit.
Yeah. None of your little words do anything to truth, Rob. Do you know that? You can poison the well all you fucking want. When people, at the end of the day, they leave this conversation, they leave with questions, Rob. Which they formerly thought the Earth was a globe. Now they're like scratching their heads. What the fuck?
I know. And it's up to people like me and you to put their questions in their head.
No. Because you know why? This isn't an agree to disagree. Like you so think it is. It's not. And it doesn't matter how many times you come in here and bellyache and whine and complain. I don't give a shit. We're going to keep being winners and keep telling people truth, and that's not going to change.
I don't think
so. Fucking bellyache in this forum, all you're doing is padding our numbers. You're just making us look good.
I'm not bellyache. I'm having a good time tonight. I'm having fun here.
Yeah. Well, then you wouldn't be saying the shit you are if you were. Anyway.
I'm kind of. Is this the show, or are we getting to the show?
You don't have to worry your little head about that. You're just a guest here. So the main thing for you is to ask some relevant questions for the
like what
the
it's
room.
all about, though. Like with this.
I don't need to answer your bullshit question. What it's all about is people understanding the nature of reality, because they've been told that the Earth is a globe. So we're helping them, at least guiding them to the path of logic, so they can find out for themselves if they so choose. That's not up to. We're not going to choose for anybody in here. They choose for themselves.
So no one told you though.
He's not a glober.
I don't. How many times I'm going to tell you this. I don't care if they're a concaver, flat earther, toilet earther. I don't give a shit who you are. When you're in this room, this forum is something very different than you've been exposed to. Well, he's not a glober though. I don't give a shit. I don't care. That's not a covering for who you are in here. Understand that. Everybody who's in here, well, I mean, I don't know, you consider elders, but the people who've been in this forum curating it, they've been the ones who know, can divide themselves away from individuals who consider themselves to be like flat earthers by name. You guys really don't understand.
You guys been here for a decade almost. I mean, it's a big community.
Who cares, dude? Poison the fucking well some more. Who cares? You guys have been here forever. What have you done? What have you accomplished? Dude, thousands of hours of conversation. You're fucking just poisoning the well at this point, Rob. And if you keep doing it, dude, fuck off already. Or I'm just going to mute you. And you just sit here silently. Stop poisoning the fucking well in this forum. Contribute to the fucking conversation in a constructive way, or you can sit muted. Simple as that.
I'll do what I'm told to do, but I'm not doing anything wrong. You're just being a whiner.
Well, no, you're not going to be poisoning the well in this forum. That's all.
If you feel that way, then maybe you have.
Shut up. That's enough of your mouth. Real simple, guys. You want to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth? You better bring some evidence. That's all. You guys want to hide behind a flat Earth title. That's funny. That ain't going to save you from anybody in here who's been doing this a while. It's a simple truth. Do you think that actually carries weight? What carries weight is the way you articulate your points. How you do it in this room matters. Then we know who your character is and what you are. Not you claiming something. Just because you had a good night's rest at a fucking Holiday Inn doesn't make you a doctor. Fucking hell, man.
Holiday Inn Express, man. Get it right.
Yeah.
I just got a cardboard box.
Yeah, good for you. Anyway, but
I love you guys.
That's great. That's great. Appreciate it. But we do things a little differently around here, huh? Not what you're used to. For a reason.
Why'd you mute Concave?
Who gives a shit, dude?
Why'd you mute? Because he was fucking not paying attention to the conversation. That's why he was muted, for cause. Simple. So, what Mickey's trying to say is, when you come in here, when you make claims, you have to support them.
Yep.
That's what he's talking about. So if you make a claim and you support it, you're good to go. No issues. If you don't, if you just yammer on like some Nancy with his panties in a bunch and butthurt, you're going to get fucking muted. Over talking, you're going to get muted. We're tired of that dumb shit. It's season 10. 10. Dude. That's why he was muted. He's a dumb
You guys are slobbering all over yourselves.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. It's an embarrassment to anybody articulating points for the Earth as a globe. You think that you guys would tighten your shit up, come in here, at least do some research on what the globe is and what they propose, some historical context. You guys are fucking bankrupt when you come in here. I mean, it's pathetic, dudes.
Bankrupt.
It is so bad. It is so... I don't know. It's just so bad. You don't have to try. It's that easy.
So just support your claims, like Awaken. Are you a Glober?
Yeah.
All right. Please provide your bestest scientific evidence for a globe. Simple.
You have the floor.
All right. Let's look at flight paths.
All right. Put them on mute.
Let's see.
Put them on mute. Well, you're put on mute because what you should have said was, QE, that is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen on the second grade retard altar. You follow?
You've just undermined your whole entire argument that you were about to state because you answered that malformed question, Awaken. Hope you know what just happened. The malformed question is a litmus test against those who say that they understand that the Earth has any scientific evidence. It's a litmus test. Once we hear you respond to that, it's over. That's what QE's pointing out. Got it?
We still friends?
It was over before it began, Awaken. Now you can't proceed to saying, well, can I just finish saying what? You've just sacrificed your argument, basically.
Science acumen, not his argument. It was his whole science acumen. Everything that everyone thought it was based on, you're finished. You can't say anything after that. We wouldn't trust you if you told us the air pressure in your tricycle tires.
I told you guys it was so bad. You didn't believe me. Anybody else other than Awaken? I mean, you guys listen. I don't want to mute you. I don't. But if you don't stop belly aching, I will. I'm not going to listen all night. Well, let's see. What have you guys been doing for 10 years? Why don't you just shut up with that? We're the hottest ticket in town, as you can see.
Next.
Yeah.
Next. Mutes everyone, runs the mouth, and says next.
All right, see, that's what I'm saying.
Unmute.
Oh, you're on mute.
I'd actually try to engage.
Just mute him, that dumb fuck. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go to Earth Awakenings, the land of misfit toys. That's where you belong. Go over there now. Earth Awakenings. Go. Get your dumb ass out of here, dumb fuck. Where's Hermit the Crab at?
I think it was still in here. Or he's boot scooted, one of the two.
He boot scooted already? Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
He was a heavy hitter.
Yeah. So hard he heavy hit, he knocked himself out cold. Let's see. We got Fridge in here. It's brand new. Fridge, welcome.
Fridge.
Oh, that's Matica's.
I am not
Sorry.
brand new.
Hey, you guys, every time you change your name, I don't know who you are because you're like, the name that I see is not.
I've changed it one time and you've called it twice already, and like, oh, okay, it's Matica.
Shit, dude. Like, yeah, because I see it says Matica03. Like,
give us a break, man. We deal with 1,000 incoherent morons every month. You got to stay consistent, dude. I'm not here to recognize your fucking avatar in your name.
Sorry about that, man.
Yeah, but Alpha, you read it then, huh?
Well, now I have, yeah. That's funny, though. All
Come back tomorrow, we'll do the same thing.
Yeah, please. I will, probably. Like, you're not muted here without cause. That's number one. Fucking know that through and through. There's always cause. Always. I'll tell you, too, the reason why.
That mute button is so fucking pathetic. Do you think people are buying that shit? When you act like a horse's ass and you say, why am I fucking muted? I don't understand. You must be scared. Do you think that people buy that shit? Really?
As grasping at straws. It's a pathetic way of like trying to reach an audience and kind of make it seem like they're the poor little helpless muted person. Oh, I came in here to have a discussion and I got muted. Oh, help me out.
They're scared of me because I scare them. Shut the fuck up, you dumbass pansy.
That's because the floor has been given to you guys every time and you squander the opportunity.
Yep.
That's why.
And they ask themselves, well, why is Flat Earth growing? Because of you.
Yeah.
You're our numpty canvas that we paint our Rembrandts on.
They're just glue sniffing pretender clowns.
Yeah, dude. There you go, Maticus. That's consistency, bud. I'm sorry, man. Like, what can I say? It's like ironed into my brain that fucking pirate avatar in your name.
Does it look better? All right.
I just like, I don't know. It's hard too, because like sometimes people do want to change their names, but I don't know. Like, I don't really care, but
let's get on with it, man. Let's get that scientific evidence for the globe.
Should I just go back to Batman?
What's that?
As my name.
No, you
Should I
can do
just go
whatever
back to Batman?
You can do whatever you want. That's like, here's the thing. When somebody gets kind of like well known or you've been hanging around us a while, we'll know who you are. Like Maticus has been here for a minute, so you just started coming here, Patman.
I mean, there's
Blue Sniffing Pretender Clown.
Yeah, there's really only a couple names I choose. It's like, this one was funny, so I decided to change my name to it, the Glue Sniffing Pretender Clown. I like that insult. And then, of course, I go by DMOG Jr.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite ones.
I'm sorry. That's not an insult, by the way. That's a performance assessment.
Yeah, I like that. It is a performance assessment. That's perfect. But yeah, I only...
Say that again and spell it.
Holy
oh, God, you're going to make me spell, dude. Come on. You already know how bad my spelling is.
Yeah, so... how long you been on here, QE?
I think
Since
I got
earlier?
on at 9:40.
That's all right.
So coming up on 2 hours.
I mean, we got... we don't really have too many people in here.
I'm just watching radar because we're supposed to get fucking hammered.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. What do we get in the Midwest? That's what I heard too. Snow and whatnot.
Yeah.
Saw some lightning on the way home. This is Wowie, guys. I just got on. How's it going, guys?
It's going to get nasty over the next. But tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Look the fuck out, man. It's going to get serious.
I'm in the Tulsa area, so it's probably worse for you. I don't know.
You're born fucked.
You're right in the fucking eye of the fucking storm right there.
There's some shit coming at you right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Luckily, I'll be up
right?
most of the night, so there we go.
You'll be in the belly of the beast about 3 a.m.
Sounds good. I won't be able to sleep until then anyway, so.
You're going to need some TP for your bungholio.
The belly of the beast.
What if I should just keep my shoes on then?
Yeah, I'd suggest that.
Yeah, I'm in the center, so not really seeing much action right now. Probably.
Where are you at? You don't have to get specific. Where are you at?
Omaha.
I think you might be good this time, dude. I think you might be all right.
Well, further south though, I'm looking at what's going on. You're probably like down there, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm down there and get ready to get my ass whooped.
Looking, you got all your alarms and whatnot. In case you need to take shelter.
It's gonna fizzle out. Hopefully before it gets to me, but tomorrow.
Yeah, it's more than you think. It already hit up.
Tomorrow is gonna be the problem. Now, if that some bitch starts to percolate to the south and east of me, then I'll be a happy fucking camper. And I think that's what's going to happen. So I'll have my guys up tomorrow morning after we get our asses kicked tonight with some golf ball size hail. Hell,
shit.
I'm not all that concerned about that. I'm concerned about those fucking twisters, brother.
Yeah, you guys get some really nasty ones over there. We did too, man. For that, as a matter of fact, we got shit.
Yeah.
We were like bowling pins last year.
Yeah. Well, this year starting off with a fucking bang. Look out for Wednesday too.
Man.
Yeah. I got my team of fucking guys, my team of meteorologists on this shit, man. They're on YouTube, not on, regular airwaves and stuff. They got their shit together, so I got my shit wired tight.
Yeah, you got to be in the know about that stuff, man.
You got to be, man.
You keep one mishap, one slip up. You're out there wandering around, fucking. Yeah, you're out doing some shit. You're like, we'll be all right. That shit pops on you. It's like it just like springs on you. Just like automatically starts turning like gray and shit. You're like, oh fuck, I'm like an hour away from home. Like, yeah.
You got a big ass wall cloud. What is that? A wall cloud? You better get fucking moving.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like about exactly an hour is when one of the major storms goes right over my house. So,
yeah, let's see that. Tulsa. Let me see a time lapse here.
So, I have a question.
12:40.
Yeah. What's your question, Davis?
Yeah. So my question is, how do I know the world is flat?
Go ahead, Maggie.
No, you go ahead, Huey.
Well, for one reason, I see horizons everywhere. That's why we know the Earth is flat. It's not the only reason, but it's a big reason why. The reason being is that according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Unfortunately for the glue-sniffing baltards, the United States Naval Academy defines curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can everyone go out in reality and see a rate of change of slope of 0, that's horizon, but yet be told with the fairy tale fuckwit narrative by the heliocentric baltard spinning space monkey religioners that we must see the rate of change of slope of non-zero in every single direction along a tangent from our feet.
So,
the chat there, man. So the ISS is 253 miles away from Earth, and a commercial jet liner is only 7.2 miles away from Earth. And that's how they both look against the moon. That's interesting, man. I think that's super interesting, man. Because of angular
size is the same.
Angular size, perspective, whatever you want to call it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy, man.
The smaller plane looks bigger. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's just weird. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of weird. Interesting.
Describe them both about the same size, but
So this is the Zarya. So this is the Zarya module. It's a part of the ISS. It's owned by the ISS, but it's a Zarya module.
Allegedly. Okay.
Oh no. Okay. So it is literally Zarya International Space Station, owned by them, ISS. altitude 425, latitude 48.1. That makes sense. Yes, that is accurate. Then you've got longitude 75.1 east, magnitude 3.8, 6,000 kilometers from Canberra. I found it exactly what it is.
Allegedly. Awesome.
Oh no, sorry, it's a Cygnus NG21. I just actually found the exact one. I thought it was a Zariah. So the Zariah is conscious. That's where the other photograph is coming from. On the bottom there, that's where these photographs coming from, because this is the Cygnus. So that's the Cygnus we're currently looking at, and that's the ISS taking pictures of it.
Have you ever heard of something called the second law of thermodynamics? Mr. Based?
You want to explain to me, since you seem to know?
Yeah, there's 3 parts to it. First part is hot moves to cold. Second part is high pressure moves to low pressure. And the third part is high charge moves to low charge. We're talking about, or I'm going to talk to you now about the second part of the second law of thermodynamics.
You mean as energy is transferred or transformed, more of the energy is wasted?
Well, I'm just talking about the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. That's high pressure moves to low pressure. Follow me so far?
That's not the second. The second law is right here.
Okay, you're saying that's not part of the second law of thermodynamics? What are you saying?
No, I've got the genuine second law of thermodynamics right here. See this?
Okay, then post the second law of thermodynamics in the text chat if you don't mind.
Alright, this is the second law of thermodynamics.
No, that's not. Do you have a citation for this, perhaps?
It's about heat. It's observation concerning heat and energy interconservations.
That would be the first part that I just said. If you were listening,
No, the first part is heat. The first part is heat always flows spontaneously from hotter to colder regions of matter.
Is it okay if I post it or no?
I wasn't talking about that. I just listed all
The
3
first
parts.
part. There's actually 5 parts. Sorry, I'm sorry to tell you. There's 5 parts of the rules of thermodynamics. Sorry.
Well, does high pressure move to low pressure? Yes or no?
You tell me, baby. Since you seem to know the answers.
Yes, it does. You bet
Are
your
you
ass.
seriously not? Oh, yeah, I'll say yes, but I'm just amazed that you can't say yes yourself. That's kind of mind-blowing.
Right, exactly. It's kind of weird, man.
Well, I'm asking you since I told you something, and apparently that wasn't right.
High
So I'm asking you.
pressure to low pressure every time, guaranteed, 100%.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, like Flat Earth Dude just said. High pressure moves to low pressure every time.
I'm not flat Earth.
No. I was talking about what another guy in here just said.
Oh, I think you said flat Earth Jew.
No. Flat Earth Dude.
Dude, I'm the dude, man. Call me the dude. It's all right. The dude. All right. High pressure to low pressure every time, guaranteed, 100% without a doubt. Go.
So who here is actually flat Earth?
Well, my name's Flat Earth Dude.
I am.
Yeah.
So no one here
Most
is
of us in here. About 90% of us in.
So you guys are not. You don't believe in any of this.
Believe in what? That?
Well, the string. You don't believe. You don't believe.
No, I believe there's dude. I believe there's high altitude aircraft. I know that for a fact. I know people have built that shit. Where it's at and where you think that is, where I think it is, could be 2 completely different things.
Yeah, wait, I just gotta quickly say this, Flat Earth Dude, something crazy I heard on the news the other day. They just pulled some of the U-2 from the 1950s, the U-2 spy planes. They just pulled some of them out of retirement and are now using them as refitted them with modern tech and sensors and stuff. And they're using the old 1950s U-2 spy planes. They're now being used again in the military. It's funny. I just want to say that. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
So yeah, man, high altitude photography, high altitude technology. It's not like we are in denial that these things exist. Like, for God's sakes, you can go far up, but it's just that in order to achieve gas pressure in the first place, in order to achieve 14.7 psi at sea level in the consistent X value form, you need a container and a fixed volume. So that's why I was talking to you about the second law of thermodynamics. So I was talking about high pressure moving to low pressure, because you're talking about this ISS stuff or whatever, and like I'm just letting you know the vacuum of space the way it's described. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just letting you know the vacuum of space the way it's described violates.
Hey, I tell you what, it violates where you live, because where you live, you have gas pressure. It's like 14 pounds, okay? Roughly. Could be 12, 10. I don't know where you live, but yeah, there's pressure. And without, you have to have a container to have any pressure at all, bro, right? There's no way of getting around that, man. If you got that,
hold on, let me educate you real quick. The vacuum of space does not violate the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that entropy or disorder of an isolated system tends to increase over time, while space is often considered a vacuum. It is not a perfect vacuum, and the second law still applies. Space is not completely empty. Fluctuations in the volume, entropy, and the universe as a whole, and thermal equilibrium.
Yeah, what you said doesn't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. That's the problem.
it doesn't demonstrate it, bro.
There's the evidence. So there's the evidence you were completely wrong.
No. I'm not completely wrong. Next. Fuck off.
Well, then, respond to what I just put in the side channel.
No, don't even fucking Mongo me that bullshit, man. I want you to come.
I got a good response.
Fuck's sake.
Here, hold on, buddy. So you believe that the gas pressure you're breathing, the air pressure you're breathing right now on the surface of the Earth, you believe that it exists due to gravity, right?
Well, if you look at the stream, you can clearly see that what is keeping the oxygen in.
Yeah, I just need a yes or no. I mean,
well, no matter what I say, I'm going to be somehow wrong, so you tell me.
Oh my god, dude. Are you talking to me or are you talking to yourself? For fuck's sake, answer the fucking question.
Everything I've said has been so wrong so far.
You seem to have a problem. You seem to be an Englishman that has a hard time speaking the English language. That's fucking disgraceful.
I'm not an Englishman.
Fucking answer my question, dude. Jesus Christ.
No, I mean, I could answer whatever I wanted to say, but the difference is you would not accept it as fact. You would say, oh, well, I'm actually wrong.
No, you're not here to talk, dude. You're just here to listen to yourself talk.
You're pulling the Muslim Muhammad argument. Basically, oh, it's okay, she was a woman because she had her first period. You're doing the Muslim argument right now.
Here we go.
Semantics and technicalities to try and justify your bullshit, falsify.
Here we go.
Let him cook.
Here we go.
Let him cook.
I feel like I hurt his feelings by asking that question. Like, I was just asked you, buddy, do you believe you're breathing gas pressure right now due to gravity? Yes or no?
You tell me.
I'm supposed to tell you what your beliefs are? Are you handicapped mentally or something? What's wrong with you?
The fuck's wrong with you, bro? Come on, man. Snap out of it.
I'm asking you a question of what your beliefs are.
Gas pressure without a container, bro. Anybody got one? I'd be cool.
Again, can you address my points I put in the side channel then?
Just waiting for the gas pressure.
Yes, we are.
Go ahead.
Gas pressure.
Respond
okay,
to
what's the definition? What is the definition of gas pressure? What is
no semantics here? Can you do me a favor and respond to the 4 points in the side channel?
Okay, what is the physics definition of gas pressure? Go.
Again. Respond to the 4 points I've made. I made them like 5 minutes ago.
Post the definition of gas pressure in the side chat now.
Hey man, the ISS like footage, it looks like a sailboat, man, in space.
I will give you a right here.
Is that a sail? Is that a sail on the sailboat there, man? All right. There you go.
No, the definition of gas pressure.
Gas pressure. Gas pressure. Not gas in a vacuum, bro. That's different. That's totally different. Well, it's similar, but...
Do you know why you implode when you go into the vacuum of space?
You know, we'd prefer citation if you want to really be...
I've never been Well, I never
definition of gas pressure.
Do you know why things often? Do you know why human bodies often implode when they don't explode?
I'm not giving you an option. It's not an option.
Oh no! Whatever will I do without this?
Definition of gas pressure in the side chat. Go, and I'll unmute you. Post it.
Yeah, post it, man. I mean, you're posting a lot of stuff. Low pressure in space, vacuum space. has a very low gas pressure and blah blah blah. But yeah, you're posting a lot of stuff, bro. But gas pressure without a container, that's cool, man. That's next level, bro. That's next level. You got to do it. You can do this. Fire up your AI machine, man. Do it. You know, for 8 years, I got a full shop here, man. I've been asking for gas pressure. Where is it? Without a container. I got a metal shop, wood shop, whatever you want. It's not going to happen. Nobody's going to show up here and say, hey, man, you build this, build that. You got gas pressure without a container, bitches. Nah, it's never going to happen. I know that for a fact because that's the physics of reality, bro. Yeah, it's weird. But they want to defy it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Orion. Tell me how I can defy the physics of gas pressure. That'd be cool. Can I defy it? I don't think so. No, it's not going to happen. But I appreciate you guys playing the game, checking it out, man. It's cool. Yeah, we're dealing with reality deniers. I mean, I'm a realist, man. I'm in the real world. I build stuff. I know I got the physics down. But gas pressure without a container, man, that's... Yeah, you got to show me that in the lab, in the shop. Show it to me. That'd be cool. That'd be great. Yeah. I'll stick to that one, man.
Shit, I can't create a vacuum without a container.
Can't even create a... That's true, without a doubt. You have to have a container to create vacuum.
Whenever I introduce high pressure to low pressure, shit, it just fucks off right into, equalizes into each container.
Just fucks off, man. Fucking... Yep. It just fucks off, man. I love that. That's so true. Oh, shit. They're getting really triggered now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger the whole fucking chat. Fuck. Well, the molecules, they collide and they get collisions and between the molecules and between the molecules and the container, the walls. We get it's perfectly at a fucking word. A list.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you. What does that say there?
What the fuck does that say there, bro? Come on.
He says you still need a container, dude.
It arises due to the cumulative effect of the collisions of gas molecules with the walls of their what?
Container! Mongo! Container!
Thank you very much. Gas pressure is the result of the gas molecules colliding with the walls of their container. Do you have any other way to demonstrate measurable gas pressure, a volume of gas pressure, restricted in area within which it's able to move around without a container?
Professor Feynman would say that's a ridiculous question. There's no way in all of God's green earth you could ever produce that. It's not going to happen.
Well, if you've got any other way, BJ, you let us know. You just put that demonstration in the side chat there and show us how that's achieved without a container.
I mean, no matter what I explain to you, your unintelligent monkey brain can't
not explain, demonstrate. Demonstrate.
Oh no, I could demonstrate a million things that would shock your tiny little mind, but you seem to have this archaic view that goes back to a century because you can't seem to adapt to modern sciences or understandings because you genuinely are a knuckle-dragging buffoon who is not open to new information.
Okay.
You are a buffoon and a simpleton.
A simpleton. You're just a simpleton, Timbo.
You are a simpleton.
You're simpleton. I mean, you guys both live underneath the globe. I mean, Your heads are upside down. From
He doesn't sound very based to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just wants to talk about
gas pressure without a container.
Himself, and not the topic.
Listen, man, gas pressure without a container provides something in reality, which I can check out, on a small scale in my shop or lab. If you got gas pressure without a container, somehow I can achieve this. We're gonna be good. We're good, man. We're good. I promise, we're good. I'm down. I'm down with the globe after that, bro. I'm down with it, bro.
Just so I'm clear, did his own post say container?
It did. Yes,
it did.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it did.
So he's just copy pasting AI shit.
Copy pasting AI. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Figures.
Container, bitches. Container. You're stuck. You guys know you're stuck, but that's why we're still here. That's why I'm still here. How about the rest of you? Show me that gas pressure without a container. Show me airliner pilots that account for curvature, man. I'll take either one of those. That'd be good.
He's chat skanking. Yes, look at one word, container, rather than read the entire thing. It's almost like the whole thing requires a container.
Well, the whole thing requires a container. That's it. 100%, man. If you ain't got a container, you got no gas pressure, bro. That's the facts, Jack. You got to deal with it. Not me. I don't have to deal with that. I'm down with, container equals gas pressure, bro. Guaranteed. I'm down. So, yeah, man, keep that up. Keep it up.
Why don't you tell us how you're going to play saxophone without gas pressure? Play one note.
I love a good saxophone, man.
You can't even go wah, wah, wah without gas pressure, and that's what you're doing. That's the only paradox at play here.
I love that. That's a great example. Yeah, I love it. Hey, slap chop it. Yeah, whatever you got to do. Come up with that gas pressure without a container. That'd be great, man. It'd be really, really great. We'll be here. No hurry. Take your time. Figure it out. Kick it down the road. Toss it around the room. Yeah. Give it a good go with that gas pressure without a container. That'd be good.
We'll be here 24/7.
We'll be here just hanging out, waiting for that gas pressure without a container, bro. And there's just no way. And you could ever come to my lab and say, hey, man, I got gas pressure without a container. Check it out, bro. Yeah, it's never going to happen. It's beyond ridiculousness. It's almost as ridiculous as like the closest star is only like 27 trillion miles away. I mean, it's, that's the closest star. What? That's the closest one? All the stars in the sky at night are, the farthest one is like 27 trillion miles. Yep. So if I got in my rocket ship and I was going like 100,000 miles an hour, how long would it take me to get there? I don't know.
In their paradigm, the closest star is 93 million miles away.
Well, that's the sun. That's a totally different subject, man. You know that. It's the sun's distance to us. We can all check out the sun, man. We get to check it out every day. Oh my God, rain or shine, it's there. Usually. Anyway, they had a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Has anybody flipped because of that in here? Anybody made them like go, hey, wait, oh my God, I'm a retard. I don't believe that. No, I haven't met one person yet on Discord said, yep, I'm a flipper. I totally flipped. These guys made me flip. Those guys got a really good argument. Those guys are great. They saw the light. Did they videotape? No, they didn't videotape it. They fucked up. Damn, that's a bitch. Hey, thank you guys for letting me hang out with you and laugh about the reality of which we observe ourselves at this point. Because it's kind of funny, man. This world, it throws you things and you're like, wait, what the hell's going on, man? But yeah, gas pressure without a container, man. That's a no-no. That's a fucking no-no. You ain't even, there's no way in hell you can produce this, man. I know it for a fact. And if you think you can, man, I'll fly you anywhere in the world, man, to make this happen. Anywhere. Let's go. I'm going with you, by the way. But let me see how you're going to do it first, you know. But I got to check it out. But I'm paying for the trip, man. Anybody got gas pressure without a container anywhere? That'd be cool. I'll fly anywhere in the world to check it out. How about that? How about that for a final experiment, bitches? That shit ain't ever gonna happen, man. No fucking way, man. Nobody's gonna show me gas pressure without a container, bro. No. You're done. You're fucking done. Don't even, yeah. That's the fucking FE final experiment of all time, bro. I mean, there's no way it can happen. Second law of violation, bro. It's a violation of the second law. And violations piss me off, man. I don't like violations. I don't want to live in a violation. Do you want to live in a violation? Go ahead. Live yourself in a violation of the second law. How about that? Yeah. No gas pressure without a container. Ain't that interesting? Next to a vacuum? Oh, shit. Now you're dealing with all kinds of physics, bro. Oh, shit. My mongos. You gotta come up with some super dynamics to cover this shit. Yeah, you're in trouble. Because, yeah, you can't show it to me in reality. It's theoretical at best. Yeah. At best, it's just theoretical. So did anybody check out this new moon landing thing, man, in its entirety?
Nah, do we have any video?
Launch to landing, whatever. Does anybody got any video or anything? Dude, I've seen a couple of shots here and there, but oh my, man, it looks it's very similar to the 69 landing, 70, 72.
That's what I was saying too, yeah.
It looks very similar to that, in my opinion. Why is that? I don't know. I mean,
when did this happen?
Last weekend, man.
China moon landing 2025, and I'm not seeing squat on YouTube. Why not?
Type in like blue ghost. Was that the name of it? Blue ghost?
Well, it is China.
That might be close, at least. It's a NASA, at least, or it's a CNET from NASA or whatever.
I think it's a blue ghost was the name of it. It's by the way, this is a private company doing this. This is not NASA or SpaceX.
NASA did help them, though.
Well, of course, man. I mean,
It's from the NASA, supposedly.
I mean, if you're going to space, NASA's going to help you out, bro. I mean, they're real.
It's like they have to, though, because they got to control the narrative. So,
well,
just saying, just calling it out. So,
NASA's got to, make sure that we don't lose the videotapes or the, the telemetry data. Going to make sure that all that data has been, properly calculated.
Yeah, they like to save it for. It makes the best firewood.
Kind of funny when it comes to controlling the narrative. If you guys want
pyramid schemes, they don't build themselves. You know what I mean? You got to get out there and hock the vacuums door to door, like they did in the 50s.
All right, Wolfie, you put.
What's that?
Wooly.
Yeah, Wooly's fine.
Wooly, you put a link.
Yeah, that's kind of the first thing I found. It's just like an overview of 9 minutes. I don't know if that's at all yet, but
let's check it out.
Loads just over an hour from now. We will.
Yeah, interesting.
But
Blue Ghost, man. What do you think of that name, man? Blue Ghost? Is that weird? Is that kind of it
sounds like a Pac-Man reference.
Yeah, it just never hit me straight, man. I was like, why do they call it the Blue Ghost, man? Blue Ghost? That's weird. Anyway, why would you, I don't know. That's kind of...
It's interesting, dude. The first minute... Hey, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, first minute, go ahead.
It said that it launched from a SpaceX, so Elon actually got paid to help them launch it. Is it SpaceX Elon Musk company, right? Or no?
Is there anything happening today where Elon doesn't get paid as a result of it? Because I can't think of anything, really.
He actually did take his Tesla company took $100 billion cut because he actually stopped the U.S. from paying his company for the electric car stuff, subsidies or whatever you call it. I thought that was interesting that he would do that, but
well, from what I understand, man, is that when Tesla first started, he was subsidized by the government, U.S. government.
Yep.
For billions, maybe trillions. I don't know. A lot of money. But I go out today, man, and I drive around my neighborhood. I probably see 20, 30 Teslas here or there, whatever. They're everywhere, man. They're fucking everywhere, man. Tesla's everywhere.
Check out what I just posted.
Crazy, bro. Electric cars. What do you got there, bro?
A list of different companies and subsidies.
Yeah, there's a lot of subsidies, man. But anyway, speaking of subsidizing, man, that's what I understood, man, is that there was, especially in California here, there was subsidies for if somebody bought an electric car, the government was going to tell.
Walt Disney is on this list. Why are we sending our tax dollars to Disney?
That's a great question because I'm a Disney hater myself, man. I'm like, that whole shit show it's very cultic. Fucking
Doge hasn't made their way to Disney yet.
Also, Foxconn is on this list. So that means a company that makes a lot of cell phones with slave labor in China. We're sending our money to them, our tax dollars to that company. Why?
I get you, bro.
Well,
yeah. Get you,
the one thing that gets me is that the video that was posted, what was it called? It was NASA's Firefly Blue Ghost lunar landing. Well, when I watched the video, I saw that their whole hub had Firefly Aerospace written in the background. So I Googled that, and Firefly Aerospace is an American private aerospace-based firm in Cedar Park, Texas, that develops small and medium lift vehicles for commercial launches to orbit.
Interesting.
This is all very weird. Sounds more
I realize
American
there's a problem with this list. This list doesn't include corn subsidies. Like, what about the, shouldn't Monsanto be on here? Some, major agricultural companies be on here?
You would think, yeah. Not sure.
Oh, well, then again, I don't recognize all these names. Maybe some of them are agricultural companies.
No, man, we live in a technological world now. We don't need to eat food. Fuck that, man. What? Wait, what? Wait.
You don't need to eat very much corn. I mean, I like corn as much as the next guy, but it's just empty carbs.
It makes you fat too, supposedly.
Yeah, the food,
actually, it really does, but
the food industry is it's wicked, man. It's a wicked place.
I just think corn's funny though, because it's like the only plant I think in the world that's classified as a fruit and a vegetable at the same time.
Oh wait, isn't tomato?
Tomato's a fruit. It's got seeds in it.
Tomato's a fruit. What they call it, a vegetable? Is that right?
Yeah, well, they call it a vegetable because it's typically mixed with a lot of vegetables.
Yeah, you put it in your salad, right? You put it on your hamburger or whatever. Tomato. I heard that tomato, man, back in the day, man, 1,000 years ago, they were like, yeah, that shit's fucking poison. Don't eat that shit, bro. Don't eat.
Well, yeah, that's because it's a nightshade. It's part of the nightshade family.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, technically.
Interesting.
I mean,
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. We're back to this alleged China moon landing. This is mostly all American shit. And there's no video. It's all animation and bullshit. It's like, Beam, we landed. Clap. Let's clap. Let's all clap.
Let's go. There's no video.
We did it. We did it, guys.
We did it. Yeah. You guys are great. No, man, there's no video of it. I mean, there's video of it landing, but it's like...
No, I didn't see any video of it landing in that video posted.
Not in that video, but yeah. I watched their, live or video of the landing, and you got to watch it, man. Let me see if I can find it, bro. Hold on.
In that last video, all I see is Firefly Aerospace images everywhere and icons on the freaking probe, and everything is Firefly. And this is all American Texas shit.
Hold on, man. Let me see what I can fucking pull up. I'm looking, man. Let me look.
Want to search more about this company too? See.
Yeah, I haven't looked in. I haven't seen anybody
doing it now.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate you looking into that. I'm gonna find a video of the moon, the landing. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. All right, I'll be back.
Somebody else was saying something. I don't know who else was talking, but go ahead.
You're too polite. I didn't hear anybody.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, I haven't found anything yet. I'm still looking.
That is so strange. I'm sitting here searching, like, for instance, on YouTube, China moon landing. China, if China landed on the frickin' moon, it should show it, right? Turns out Texas claims to land on the moon on behalf of China.
Could be just like China censors all their people, from their internet stuff about everything that happens over here. It could be that we do the same thing.
Yeah, it could be. It could, or they don't share their shit.
But yeah, there's that too. Yeah, but there's there actually is the whole propaganda even on our side too. So we don't get everything that happens, and when it comes to world news,
That's
anyways.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's enough of that. I know.
I meant that's a very fair statement.
Yeah, you're right. It was a fair statement. Have you guys ever seen the first movie ever made? It's called A Journey to the Moon, or a Voyage to the Moon, depending if you live in France or not. But it shows a bunch of guys sitting around with their, regular clothes on, talking, smoking cigars, whatever, talking about going to the moon. And then they take off their suits and they put on like wizard outfits. And they said, "Hey man, we're going to go to the moon, bro." And they sit around the chalkboard and figure it out. I just think it's telling, man, that the very first movie ever made was a fucking trip to the moon, bitches. And
what year was it, did you say?
I think it was like 1900, somewhere in there. Might have been.
Yeah, I think they were looking at what they were doing with hot air balloons, and they were thinking, so what's the next goal?
This is Hollywood, man. We're talking Hollywood stuff, man.
Yeah, I know, but it's way back there at the turn of the century, so the best thing that they had was a hot air balloon, right? And they were thinking, well, what if
in the movie, man, they had a rocket.
I know, but they would have had that as a concept. It wasn't made yet because they had Chinese fireworks and all the rest of it. So they've worked out it might be possible, but sorry, what?
Sure, man. There was just a bullet. They got shot up in a bullet, which in 19.
Yeah, I've seen a lot about it. There's a bunch of different places you can look at mini docos on the movie itself without watching the movie, which is not something I've sat there and actually done. But
okay, I watched it a couple of times. I found it interesting that they put on all their wizard outfits and decided to go to the moon. I just found that interesting. That's all. I'm not. Why would they do that? Okay. All right.
Check out a movie I watched a couple years ago. You probably download it for free on the internet. I'm pretty sure you're gonna pirate it or something. It's 1936. It's called Things to Come. It's a really long movie. It's like 3.5 hours long or something like that.
What's it called again? What's it called?
Things to Come.
Dude, your mic is shit, man. I don't know what's going on. What happened? What's it called again? Damn. All right.
There's an even older story in China about a guy who wanted to go to the moon on a chair that he strapped heaps of fireworks to. And he just blew himself up. But, I mean, that's probably where they got the inspiration for that 1900s movie, to hearing the Chinese story.
Maybe, yeah. That's an interesting avenue, potentially. Sure. It's touted as a great movie for its time, and it's only like 15 or 16 minutes long. It's not a very long movie, actually.
China probably made the first bottle rocket, so it would make sense.
Yeah, bottle rockets. Yeah. Hey.
I looked up the oldest known video footage, and it's this footage of a garden party in France. But like nobody knows anything about the footage other than it's the oldest known footage, and it's just like two couples that are sort of dancing around in a garden. Goes for about 15 seconds, but
yeah,
it's weird.
What year do they think it's from?
18.
Oh god, I don't know.
1880.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
or like even earlier.
That's different than motion picture, man. I'm talking about the first motion picture. Apparently was.
Did you guys know that the Chinese were messing around with gas pressure, right? So like, to create explosions before the discovery of gunpowder, right?
Well, what about before the discovery?
Do you know how? Do you know how? They were throwing pieces of bamboo, like because they're inside. They're in sections, and the air trapped inside. Right, the gas trapped inside. They throw it on the fire, and it'd go ka-boom, pew, pew, bang, like and explode. So they had fireworks before fireworks, man. Natural fireworks.
Aha.
Interesting. I like it.
The movie I was trying to tell you the name of is called Things to Come. I think written by H.G. Wells, 1936. And so it's a funny thing. It's a movie made in 1936. And it's sort of oddly prophetic in a kind of way because it sort of depicts Europe going into a world war before World War II, but this is after World War I. But basically, they depict a war in the future that looks strangely a lot like World War II. But anyway, it was made in 1936, and it basically is the storyline that in the not too distant future, after 1936, a war erupts in Europe, and that the war doesn't just go on for like 4 or 5 years like World War II, but the war goes on for like 2.5 decades, and basically the beginning of the movie starts in the 1970s, and Europe is just in ruins, and everyone's just trying to grab pieces of scrap metal off of whatever planes they can to put together to build a functional airplane so they can go bomb each other still, at this point. And then this guy shows up in a big aircraft from somewhere in Europe, some remote corner. He's got like all this gas he uses to like make everyone all calm down or something, while he like exits with a hazmat suit on, and then he like lands an aircraft and like basically starts some new industrial utopia or whatever, and then it fast forwards like several decades. And then it like goes to like and then it goes like into the future, and then it goes like the year 2010 or something like that, or the year 2000, and then some other stuff happens that like furthers the plot, and then it goes like furthers, and then the plot finally like the story ends like 30 years after that in like the year 2020 or something, and they have like a space gun that is like the size of a skyscraper, but it's just like a cannon that's just pointed directly upward. And then like the movie ends with just society rebelling against technology and the technocrats, and like a handful of like 6 or 7 people just go and run to the space gun and just blast off to the moon on their way with the space gun, and then the movie ends.
So what year did H.G. Wells pen that?
Well, the movie was made in 1936. I don't know when he wrote it.
All right, so it sounds like Brave New World would have definitely been inspired by that, because I heard heaps of Brave New World in that. But what's interesting to me is, like, twice in the past couple of hours now, you brought up a point which seems to imply that, the discovery of aviation and flying directly preceded the First World War, and it seemed to all be about these people who think on a longer time scale of saying, once we can have mastery of the sky, we can just drop bombs on our enemies. So it was written into the narrative, like you brought it up again, as a specific plot device. I think the whole notion that Flat Earth dude was looking for a flipper is kind of funny. It's not impossible, but it's generally unlikely for people to add new information and become dumber. But obviously, I'm not saying that doesn't happen.
You know that 10 to the negative 17 torr sounds like a huge number, and it really looks like a huge, super tiny number when it's looked at in digits. You know what I'm saying? So what I try to do is took a vacuum chamber that I own, and it reads in inches mercury gauge pressure, meaning that it reads 0 at atmosphere. And then only when I pull vacuum, the max vacuum I can pull is about negative 29, negative 30 inches mercury gauge pressure. So I tried to use conversion calculators to see, well, what's the difference? And I found a discrepancy in conversion calculators. I've never really actually rectified, or been able to accurately compare what I've actually seen in real life to compared to 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's actually pretty difficult. If anyone's ever tried it, I'd love to hear how you did it.
Maybe you could explain a little bit better. I'm not saying better, but a little bit more what torr is all about.
Yeah, well,
how do we get from pressure to negative 17 of what? Like, what's pressure in torr? What's the 14 psi of Earth in torr for a start?
No, I get that. Yeah. Thing is like I said, I have a vacuum chamber and it reads 0. Then I pull vacuum, and the maximum I can pull is negative 29 or 30 inches mercury, which is called vacuum pressure. Then I use conversion calculators and compare it to 10 to the negative 17 torr. And then I switch it, with the conversion calculator and take 10 to the negative 17 torr and convert it to gauge pressure, inches mercury, and I find discrepancies. It just doesn't work. It doesn't seem to work at all. It's odd. And then, like you asked, okay, what's 10 to the negative 17 torr versus atmosphere and torr? You can do that too, and all we're doing is these are just conventions. They're just conversion rates. But I've found that these conversions don't always work. It's weird. I don't know. I just found it interesting. It's something I've been struggling with, trying to figure it out. That's a long rip.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
That's all right.
I do have a prescription for this, though.
That's all right.
Maybe it's because I'm still trying to picture a tour.
Yeah.
I mean, is the measurement indicative of just the space inside of the vacuum once it's a vacuum? Or has it got something to do with the evacuative force itself of depressurizing a space? Is that what it's referring to? Because, I mean, that's what happens, so...
It's
that's
just
why
a
they have to
measurement.
pressurize a capsule.
It's a measurement of low pressure, and it's such a huge low number. You know what I mean? It's like 0.000000000.
We're dealing with then the like as far as you could go in the extremes of entropy, so all of the matter is separated to its furthest spread. Is that what we're saying? You approach some sort of weird structure that is called Tor.
Yeah, it's strange because I challenge anyone to find a cubic centimeter of space without matter in it.
Well, it sounds like volume if we're expressing volume not geometrically but substantively. You know, how much stuff there is in a space. But then what is the vacuum? Is it the force that's pulling things apart to assert more space between them? And then what's in the space? The whole notion is kind of bonkers.
About this seems so freaking inconsequential. It doesn't.
Be debate. You know what I mean? It's I don't like it when discussions are marked as done. You know?
Well, it depends for me.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that necessarily. I'm not saying necessarily you would agree with that. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you an idea of.
Right. Yeah, it's like the Holy Grail, right? The quest for closure in anything and all things in life is elusive.
Well, I wouldn't even say. Yeah, I agree, elusive. But I would go even further. The quest for closure or absolute truth in anything is dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, probably ends up in your death.
Sorry, say that one more time.
Oh yeah, I was just amplifying. I think it ends up in death.
Well, it ends up in people not talking, because if you claim the absolute truth, then you don't want to talk with anyone else that could have a claim against that. But that's just my view. I'm not saying that that's even necessarily what's going on here or anything like that. I'm just, yeah.
So this is like a ball of yarn that's endless. Is that the analogy you were going for?
No, not at all. The reason for the ball of yarn is because I don't have a football, a soccer ball or a basketball. So I was looking around my flat for something. I was looking around my flat for something round. What a sentence. We don't have to necessarily get into like proper discussions, but shall I just give you? I'll just post the photos, just so you can see what I'm talking about, because it might make things easier. Again, this isn't meant to be an argument at all. It's purely to do with getting an understanding of misunderstandings. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Brake. There we go.
Right on, brother.
So, Amish, do you see the yarn?
Yeah, looks like chemtrails over my house during the eclipse.
I don't know what that means, but okay. No, my whole the whole thing to kind of better understand or clarify this whole concept of when you go outside, for example, and you put a spirit level, right, on the ground, it's flat, right? It's all level, right? From what I know. Yeah. Nothing is measured as round at all. And we can go into the details of that a little bit if you want. But what I was getting to is that there's a misunderstanding on both sides about how to discuss the whole tangent issue. I guess when globies talk about a tangent, they talk about a point.
Right, but you need 2 points.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
Oh yeah, they talk about like the point on a curve, right? But if you want to know if your tangent is level, the same level as another point, then you're going to have that other point, and they're going to have to connect the 2 points together.
Well, no, that's the thing. They don't. That's where the misunderstanding is.
Right.
It not necessarily misunderstanding with the worldview, just misunderstanding with the definitions. I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong or anyone's wrong, but I see this so much because there's just people are almost speaking different languages, basically. You are correct in the sense that there is benefit to, say, like finding a point and then like drawing a tangent from that point, right? But then when you do the other point, it has nothing, zero to do with the first point at all. That's where I think there's a misunderstanding. But I don't know if that makes sense or if it's full of holes, but does it make any sense? Or?
Well, I'm trying to think about it. So you're saying that people are not thinking about what locally horizontal is? Is that kind of where you're starting off? And then how to think about their local point of horizontal in relation to others?
Yeah, there's kind of getting closer. Again, you have to use your imagination with this ball of yarn because it is, one of the stupidest photos I think I've ever put in here. But if for example you consider yourself to be the bubble, right, as a person, and if you assume that the Earth is indeed a sphere or a spheroid or whatever, basically it is this ball of yarn, it's round, then if you're standing on top, i.e. point, wherever the point is, and you take a level, of course it's going to be level, but if you have someone in Australia, for example, I'm in England, but if someone in Australia, they put a level on their surface of the ground, and they will also get level. But the thing is, those 2 points have almost nothing to do with each other. They don't have anything to do with each other. When we talk about tangents, that's the thing. I think that's where the misunderstanding is. Have I just confused you more, or did that answer your question?
No, I'm good.
Cool. That's all I was trying to do is really.
All right. So here's another problem. 59 minutes past the hour from a surveying manual.
What does that mean? 59 minutes plus?
At 59 minutes past the hour in chat. I don't tell you the hour because we all have different hours.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you don't even have one level at one point.
I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't know what I'm looking at.
I know so what you're looking at is something called deflection of the vertical. So when most globers don't even know this, that their own model requires them to believe that the gravity vector isn't straight. It doesn't point straight to the center of Earth. It points off into different directions because the claim is Earth's mass is unevenly distributed. So the idea is you could, if you were to hang an astronomical plumb line, like conceptually from the star all the way to the ground, it's going to be curving.
Okay.
So what does this do to level readings?
I mean, I was talking about a ball of yarn and a
I know.
and a spirit level. I have no idea. I've never seen this.
Things are even less neat and tidy the further you get into this. And one of my big frustrations with this whole adventure in a flat Earth is just how unbelievably unfalsifiable globe proponents have made the globe for anybody to scrutinize with any sincerity.
I guess, if I may, you could it could be this could be falsifiable in a sense that you could, like, the person in England could, like, put a level, like something level, right? And then, hang on, I'm trying to think how you would falsify. I think we're talking about two. Wait, am I supposed to be falsifying my thing now, or falsifying this thing that you've put up?
Well, so I mean, in general, the positive claim, just the positive claim that we're attempting to falsify is the globe, is what the globe is claimed to be. Like all of its dimensions, its orbit, and everything is already out there, and we're fact checking it, right? So when we go through the process of trying to fact check it, we're finding how these claims are so stacked and wretchedly tangled up amongst one another that it is intentionally impossible.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I mean, you would be the expert on that, hearing all of the crazy claims. But I wasn't trying to do any of that at all. Like I said, I wasn't trying to make a claim necessarily. I was just trying to kind of demonstrate that I think there's a misunderstanding on definitions. Therefore, like, the two groups are talking past each other. So a conversation about, like, horizontal stuff and tangents quickly goes south. You know what I mean? Which I don't like seeing, because I think, like, again, I want you guys to be able to hold Globers' feet to the fire in order to keep them honest. But I don't. It's just difficult. Difficult to see when two people on different sides are not speaking about the same thing. So that was the only purpose of my ball of yarn, was to talk about when the globies say tangent, right? It means something, but it doesn't seem to come across very well, I guess.
Yeah, I got you. I was trying to bring the conversation to other issues.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you, brother. Like, and I appreciate it. It's just like I don't like I said already, I don't like making the same tried and tested claims over and over and over again for you guys to hear for the 1000th, billionth time. You know what I mean? But even though the ball of yarn with the spirit level isn't necessarily an argument, I can imagine it's hopefully a different approach to kind of explain definitions without people rolling their eyes and being like, "Oh, this again." That was all I was trying to demonstrate. But I hear you, man. I hear you. I appreciate you giving me the time, man. Thank you.
Hey, no two tangents are created equal.
Say that again. Sorry.
In reality, hey, you don't have. In reality, I mean, pretty much, you're never going to be able to get a fully exact measurement of anything,
That's
including
correct.
tangents. So,
Absolutely correct.
there's a saying that if you don't have a measurement, if you don't have an error, if you don't have an error level or error rate. So if you can't establish your margin of error, then you really don't have anything measured.
Interesting.
Right.
I mean, I would disagree with that entirely, but it's I've never heard it phrased that way.
Yeah, I know. I found that interesting too. But consider the limitations you have at your disposal. If you're using a ruler and you have little markings on the ruler, each of those markings has a specific width.
Yeah.
Well, that width is your error.
Yep. Okay.
So you need a higher resolution ruler if your demands for your engineering or construction project require a higher level of precision than that ruler is capable of measuring.
Interesting. Okay. But this is okay.
But you still have an error level associated with that. So, yep.
But this is more of a thought experiment, I guess, from your perspective than an argument per se. I mean, may I tell you why I disagree with it?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Okay, so you can't have a measurement without an error. Okay, was that what you said? Yeah, I don't want to misrepresent.
Yeah, roughly. I forgot the exact way the quote goes too. It was either that or they said it the other way around, something like that.
Oh, the other way around. I'd agree with that. You can't have an error without a measurement. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, they go together. Measurements and errors happen together, and so measurements are the quality of your measurements defined by your error. And if you can't define the error in your measurement, then you have a poor quality measurement.
See. I think so. We agree when it comes to that. The quality of your measurement is defined by your error. That I agree with. But
so somebody who can't define their error can't tell you how possibly accurate they are.
Correct.
That's why they have tolerances. That's what they have tolerances. That's what a tolerance is.
But you can still have a measurement
amount of error. Because no matter how good your tools are, you're never going to get them dead nuts on.
But you can have a measurement.
You'll never get it dead nuts on because of they're just, I don't know, unless you got it like, you got really lucky. You might get it dead nuts on.
Store, right, and you buy a bottle of Coca-Cola, right? Or a can of Coca-Cola.
Okay.
Right? It's what are they? I mean, we have milliliters here in the UK, but what is it usually, like 12 fluid ounces or something?
Yeah, like 12 and a half, yeah.
Yeah, 12 and a half. So that's a measurement. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a measurement.
Where's
you could
the error?
verify using a scale.
But where's the error?
Oh, we don't know. We don't know how off their measuring device was. Yep.
Well, exactly, but that's
I guarantee every can of Coke is. Yeah, but every can of Coke, if you, it's going to be off by a little, unless they weigh it over on purpose. It's going to be off. You know, if you just depending on your tolerances, like how accurate your scale is, how many decimal points your scale goes down to. You know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's never going to be right exactly 12. It might say it on the scale, but get a better, more accurate scale, and I guarantee it's not going to be exactly 12 ounces.
But do you get what I mean? Like, there's an example of a measurement without an error. I'm not trying to like trap you.
No, but I had a greater point to get into. I'll just say it real quick. And what is really interesting to me is in this discussion, looking into this topic.
Yeah,
I am finding that the globe curvature is almost created out of the errors that propagate. So it's like the methodologies that are used to make certain claims have error levels that are big enough for the globe's curvature to creep in and take up space and be reified in people's minds.
Gotcha. I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I see this when I'm reading about surveying, and just other disciplines too. There's just enough wiggle room, enough fudge factor everywhere, and you don't need a lot. And that's the insane part about this. You don't need a lot over incrementally shorter scales.
Agreed.
Add up to a bigger curve. Yep.
In fact, you don't even would I would argue it's infinitesimal. It's almost zero. This is certainly as far as humans are able to just detect or whatever. And I hear you exactly. When it comes to but well, actually, hang on. I just want to take you back. When you say the errors are kind of, what was it that you said that the
errors propagate? So you have, if you have like a multiple sequence of measurements with the same error, or the error from one measurement to the next gets bigger as a result of doing the next measurement.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You've got a situation where you have a snowball effect, right?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from now. You kind of need like one measurement almost, like, or it's just it's like the sum of all measurements. The errors are going to combine together, and as you say, well, not necessarily propagate.
Propagation. Gaussian error propagation. Gaussian error.
So,
I won't get into that now. I deal in statistics for a living. So I wanted to say that this is very much akin. I want to bring this back to something understandable. This kind of thing is very much akin to having a discussion with somebody about compounding interest in their savings account. For some people, the concept of compounding interest is not intuitive at all. The idea that you invest in your money is 7%, and that 7% gets reinvested at 7%, and it snowballs and it grows exponentially. It's huge.
There's net present value. Like, there are really easy things to do. Just to be crystal
the general public is oblivious to this, it seems, much in the same ways I'm talking about with error. And how this ties into flat Earth is what's frustrating is when I'm trying to explain what I'm seeing here is the ball creeping into the errors in people's minds, and it's really hard to articulate that.
No, I hear you. Just to be crystal clear, Mr. Amos, I'm not like tooting my own horn or anything, but just so you're aware of when you're talking to someone like myself. So I'm a data scientist in the tech industry. So when it comes to anything data-wise, stats-wise, code-wise, that's my bread and butter. So I guess I could argue, speaking to someone like myself about it, I'd probably understand a lot more than the average person.
You've got a technical understanding, like the relationships of numbers and scales.
That's one thing. But I'm again not trying to big myself up or anything, but just so you're aware, like you please don't feel shy about trying to explain complex numerical things to myself, because I'm like I say, that's my job. That's what I've been doing for 12 years. So. If that helps.
Well, yeah. So basically what it is it's trying to understand how all the different errors may combine and form one big error.
I hear you.
And so they combine in different ways depending on, the conditions present.
Yes.
You'll have confounding errors that you'll never, be able to figure out. And some people then bake in, like an extra error, extra padding, so that they know that they've got these confounding variables that they can't hammer out. So they're going to give themselves, and
I've gone through
it's complex.
Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm done.
I've been through the FE, what's it called? The FE.
That FE core thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. And absolutely. They responsibly take into account, error, tolerances, for example, as the other gentleman said, regarding, I guess, light refraction is one of them, and so on and so forth. So I understand where it comes from. I guess it the ideal thing would be one measurement or a big enough measurement that kind of doesn't have compounding or combined errors, that is a bit more trusted. I guess that's kind of what you would be asking for in a way.
Yeah, I thought they were fairly thorough. I remember reading that PDF years ago. I haven't read it since, and I don't really talk about FE Core a lot, but I thought it was well done. Somebody was in here earlier this morning calling them frauds and being dishonest and pointing to one picture showing a green light and saying that should have been the blue laser, but that's the green laser.
Really?
Yeah, therefore FE Core are a bunch of frauds because they showed that one picture. It should have been the other picture.
I mean, that's weak. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't have a certain color laser versus the other.
I know, and it gets, the story goes is they asked FE Core to send the originals, which they said they had, and they never did, and then FE Core disbanded. And so, they disbanded because they couldn't send over the pictures. Like, what are you talking about? This seems so freaking inconsequential. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, okay. I know. Well, this has been maybe the last 18 hours of the flat Earth discussion here, and in another server has been talking about this FE Core PDF.
Why? Okay. I mean, that just sounds like something you guys shouldn't have even wasted an hour on. But okay.
Yeah, I think we did waste an hour, and it was wasted. But
okay. Yeah. You. Yeah.
What bothers me, geeks, is like this is the level of discussion that the other side brings to the table. I mean, I was a Glober like 3 years ago. I'm an older man. It wasn't that long ago that I loved NASA and everything else, right? I mean, and I still remember how that felt, and I still remember how I thought about these things.
Yeah.
And I could never see myself engaging in this discussion with the kind of context and the kind of content that these madmen bring to our server like this. It's embarrassing.
Well, I'm one of those madmen, really.
Yeah, I mean, most people in my own life are Globers. I get along great with people. I'm not like some bitter asshole that's trying to cram flat Earth down everybody's necks all the time. So
yeah,
I have plenty of wonderful friends who know that I'm into flat Earth, and we just don't talk about it. Big deal.
Well, and that's honourable, and
yeah,
that's why I like jumping in here sometimes. Is because there's the majority of the characters in here. I would like to think I'm on relatively good terms with.
Yeah, I think we're on good terms, Geek, and I enjoy talking to you. And if you never become as weird as a flat earther, that's fine.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Amish.
You're very welcome.
I enjoy talking to you too, sir. But you got to watch out for me sometimes because I do go off the rails every now and then, and I may.
I've gotten pretty angry at people and regretted it later. I mean, I've apologized to people.
I know. It sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, I have. If you're waiting for an apology from me, please raise your hand. Okay, I think I got them all.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Yeah,
way to the back. Yes, 14, 16, 18. Wow. Okay.
Dude, I hear you, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Like the feeling afterwards when, even if you could even justify being angry and like kind of getting heated, you just feel like shit anyway. It's like it's an awful feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So I hear you, brother. I hear you.
We got a couple birthday announcements. First, as Heretic, happy birthday, Heretic, the owner of the 24/7 Flat Earth chat room and politics. Thank you, Heretic. And Says Who. Happy birthday, Says Who. He's a regular. He's kind of brash, but he means well, and he loves you. That's Says Who. Thank you, Says Who.
You'll be having a coffee cake in the break room if you'd like to join us.
Yeah, I'll reserve my best wishes for those two characters. Heretic is not a fan of geeks, I don't think.
What does that mean, a fan of geeks?
He does not find
me return geeks as love letters.
He doesn't find me particularly pleasant or gentlemanly, I guess you could say.
You're fine. I think most people
Damn,
just
you
are
fine, geeks.
I know. Thanks.
How
Heretic
intoxicated
said
you
it.
are.
I just heard it.
I said you're fine.
Oh, he said it again.
Whoa, I'm fine. Are you serious?
Yeah, not you fine. Not like that.
No. But I mean, I appreciate like you saying that I'm okay, but
yeah, you're good.
Hey, geeks, I got a geeky thing for you since you like math. So regarding error propagation. So if you're combining errors from multiple measurements and you're trying to find like the total error of everything, you're essentially calculating the root mean square of those errors. That's all it is. All it is in quotation marks.
The root mean squared of those errors.
Yep.
Okay. Wouldn't that under represent what the error might be? I could be wrong. I
haven't thought about it, but yeah, I mean.
No. I hear what you're saying.
Sometimes it's not intuitive.
We understand there's two problems with that. One,
well, it is contained. The thing is that why does the rocket need all of that fuel?
Address them. There's only two. The Earth is an open system. First problem. There's no physical boundary for the gas to press upon to achieve pressure. Second problem, if the Earth is an open system, the gas will fuck off.
It does though. So let me explain why. So this is related. The rocket leaving Earth and gas leaving the Earth, they are both subject to the same exact force, and that is gravity. That is why the rocket requires all that fuel to leave the Earth. It has to get fast enough to get off of the planet. It has to achieve the escape velocity. You can calculate the Earth's escape velocity using Newton's equations very generically, and none of the gas in Earth's atmosphere moves fast enough to escape. Even if a gas molecule was going at the speed that they normally go, which is about the speed of sound, if it was going straight up, it would not escape Earth's atmosphere. It does not have enough energy. It would just stop and then come back down.
I've got a question. I got a question for you. What time is it on Mars?
Time is relative. There's no. What do you mean? This has nothing to do with that question. Why are you asking a different question from that one? That has nothing. Means nothing. What does that have to do with the atmosphere of Earth? What does Mars have to do with the atmosphere of Earth? Please explain. Okay, nothing.
I want to back that up, apparently. I don't think we're interested in the time of Mars, mate. We can let that one go.
Yeah.
So I understand that you're saying that gravity is a force, but it hasn't been a force since 1915. Since Einstein, it's general relativity, bending the warp in space-time.
Exactly right.
Gravity is no longer described as a force. I can provide you with many scientists who will tell you that.
Yes, it's designed. It's described as an effect. You can still call it a force because it still behaves like one. It's an effect of space-time. That is the interpretation of general relativity and special relativity. That is just that's an interpretation of how you can describe gravity as an effect of space-time rather than a force that operates through space-time. In a way, though, you are right, but in a way, it is the same thing. It is equivalent to say that it is a force and that it is an effect of space-time.
I wouldn't even
one or the other because they're not the same thing.
I wouldn't even entertain the Einsteinian BS. Like it's not. It is literally nothing to like. They're miles apart in terms of when you need to use them. Like, why are we even bringing up Einsteinian?
It's just to actually the conversation, even though the explanation I gave and the effect that you observe when it comes to the atmosphere of the Earth is exactly the same in both Einsteinian and Newtonian interpretations of gravity and descriptions of gravity. They are pretty much, for all intents and purposes, the exact same thing in this context.
You understand that gas expands, right? To fill the limitation of space.
Gas. So the property of gas is that if you want to talk about like ideal gases, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Not every gas.
Ideal or non-ideal, I don't mind.
Well, an ideal gas is what most physicists would be familiar with because that's the one that we have simple models for. It's hard to model things that aren't ideal gases. All of the gas molecules in an ideal gas move at a certain velocity related to their temperature, and basically they really don't interact with each other. The individual atoms of gas don't really interact with each other. They really just interact with the walls of the container that they're in, moving at their constant velocity. Now, like I said before, with gravity, this changes things because they are particles with mass, with energy, and they are affected with gravity, by gravity, but like everything else is affected by gravity. So they have a velocity, and that velocity on Earth is too low for it to escape Earth's atmosphere. That is what stops it from leaving.
I'd also like to bring up that certain gases in our certain gases are not in our atmosphere, such as helium and hydrogen, because they are too light to be held down by gravity.
That's awesome, mate. So when we're talking about PV equals nRT, we understand that we solve for P by force over area, right? The force of the gas over an area with a physical boundary for the gas to press upon.
Yes, the pressure that it exerts on the container. Yes, with all those collisions with the container.
So how do we solve for P without an area for the gas to press against?
Are you talking about like the pressure, like Earth's atmospheric pressure, like the one that you experience every day?
Always going to be talking about Earth's atmosphere, my friend. I'm asking you how you solve for P without a physical boundary for the force of the gas to press against, force over area.
So the pressure, it presses against the surface of the Earth. It presses against the, in a way, it does press against itself. Although ideal gases do not, in terms of the ideal gas law, don't interact with themselves. This is not always the case.
This is also within the kinetic molecular theory of gases as well. We understand that gases are not attracted to each other and are not attracted by any physical body, i.e. the walls of the container. There is no attraction of mass on gas.
That is a simplification of the model and for the purposes of the model, but in reality, gas is made of gas is a form of matter, and all matter is attracted to all other matter. Yes, gas is affected by gravity.
You got a problem. That's why I said that we could talk about the non-ideal gases if you want. Because if we talk about the ideal gases, we understand that within the kinetic molecular theory, there's no attraction by anything to gases, not the gas molecules themselves.
I sent you the barometric formula, by the way, in your DMs.
Really
you can calculate the pressure. Yeah, because you're just going on about something that already has a formula.
Yeah, PV equals nRT. I'm asking for it, and you're very whispery.
I'm asking for I just sent it to you. You don't.
No, Gamma, mute yourself. You're not in this conversation right now. You can come in about barometric pressure. Like,
well, the thing is that he's right, and the idea is that the wall of the container here, like I've said multiple times, is not a physical barrier, but rather a force barrier, which is the Earth's gravity pulling all of the gas in towards the surface. That acts as a pressure. That acts as a barrier in terms of pressure.
Where's gravity stronger, on the surface of the Earth or at altitude?
Where is gravity stronger?
Yeah, inverse square law. Where's it stronger, at the surface or high up in altitude?
It is stronger at the surface, but the thinness of the Earth's atmosphere means that the strength of gravity at the surface compared to the upper atmosphere is pretty small. I'm pretty sure it's like a 1% difference. The atmosphere is very thin compared to the size of the Earth.
It's thin with altitude, that's fine. But I'm going to actually be asking you to demonstrate, if you could, a mass attracting a gas. Can you do that in the scientific experiment, do you think?
The Earth, yes. The Earth attracts the atmosphere, yeah.
Well, being as
we've gone up there and seen that the gas gets thinner exactly as you think it was.
Scientific experiment, dude. So being as
that's an observation.
Yes, an observation. I've asked you for an experiment, not an observation. So being as the gas is produced down here at ground level, chemical, biological cycles that take place within and on the surface of the Earth. At the sea, phytoplankton, for example, the evaporation cycle, the gas's first instinct is to move away from the body that you send to attract it to it, right? It moves away.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Does it move up? Or you say it has to move up? No, it doesn't. It moves sideways, down, every direction.
Okay, so if we've got, for example, a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, that bubble will go up, away from the mass, the solid bit, through the mass, the watery bit, and then expand above the surface into the atmosphere. So away from the mass of the Earth.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, so
until it comes back down.
So I'm just trying to figure out where the observation is for mass attracting gas. So far, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Okay. Again, this is where you require an observation to be part of science rather than an experiment, because that is a fourth grader interpretation of science. It overly limits science for your own purposes.
University definition.
No.
Yes. Would you like
in a more general sense, science is a philosophy that is used to create theories about reality. These are models of reality, usually mathematical. Can I finish?
We're doing that with science here.
That's the thing, is like, you don't want to do that with science, but that doesn't make science do what you want it to do. Like, people use science all the time. They don't have to run experiments like you do in third grade. They can create observational conditions and make predictions using the models that they have and verify those predictions with those models. That's what they do all the time.
It's a third grade description where it's a university definition.
It's not the universal definition.
Third grade, if that's what you're saying. You don't test your hypothesis at all. Observational science has got bias within it. We understand that, right? That's why we have the methodology to demonstrate the cause and effect relationship.
Okay, so again, if you're saying, I don't know what you mean by observational bias here.
You're the one who brought it up.
I didn't bring up observational bias. I just said observation. I did not mention observational bias. Did anybody else in the conversation want to clarify that I said observational bias?
No, you didn't say observational bias. I was pointing out that if you are going to make an observation, a person, you may have bias within it. That's why we have the method to remove the bias, where we test the hypothesis through physical experimentation.
Again, that's the thing, is that you can have bias in the observation of the results of your experiment, just in the same way you have bias in the observation in the observation of reality itself. You can't like for example, if someone in science wanted to make a prediction about, again, this is just topical, about the eclipse that just happened, they wanted to make a prediction about it, they can't just set up an experiment about the eclipse in terms of like they can't just say where the moon has to be or something like that. They're given the observational conditions. They have to go out and just observe. They can't do any kind of experimentation. There's no control group for a natural phenomenon like this.
And no viable hypothesis then?
A viable hypothesis, for example, would be the confirmation of Einstein's theories was done through a solar eclipse observation. The hypothesis would be that the stars would move in response to the gravity of the sun, and they did, and that's how the theory was.
They did. Which slide are you talking about where you had the observation of the stars being poked around the back of the sun because of the bending, the warp, and the space-time, which isn't the gravity that you were talking about earlier?
What?
Different gravities now.
Yes, we're talking about Einstein. This is the thing. This is how these theories work. This is how these observations and experiments work. Because the idea. Yes, it is. This is how.
It isn't.
Look, can you listen?
You're just going to keep talking and talking. You're not going to listen.
You do less talking and more listening, Blue. It's getting really annoying. You need to do a little more listening so that you can respond to the questions a little clearer. You're getting way off into the weeds.
I'm getting way off into the weeds because this guy keeps going around in circles and going on different tangents. We started off with a completely different question with a completely different thing.
One sec. Address the objection. Jedi's objection. His objection is it's not mass attracting mass. Address that, please.
Okay, so I'm going to address it. The reason when I brought up gravity the first time, I was using Newtonian gravity to describe something where it agrees with general relativity. A lot of times Newtonian gravity agrees with general relativity, and so it's easier just to use Newtonian gravity because it's easier to conceptualize and it's easier to talk about. He brought up general relativity because he is right in saying that Newtonian gravity is not the complete theory.
You did.
That is correct.
You brought it up. Objection. You brought it up.
I did not bring up general relativity. That is just gaslighting.
Just now you did when you invoked Einstein and the observation in 1919.
I did bring it up again 20 minutes later in the conversation. Yes, because we were talking about an observation where you could not perform an experiment, where you could not change the experimental conditions. You just had to do an observation where two different theories predicted two different things. Newtonian gravity would say that the stars aren't affected by the light from the stars are not affected by gravity because light isn't affected by light isn't made of mass, and so light shouldn't be affected by gravity. That's correct. Matter doesn't attract matter, or matter doesn't attract light in Newtonian gravity. Einsteinian gravity disagrees with this. And so you have two different predictions from two different theories. What you do is you make the observation and you see which theory was right. Einstein was right. That's how you perform observational science.
That's fine.
There's no bias there.
Okay, so that's fine. Being as you're going to say that Einstein's predictions proved Newtonian physics incorrect, then we're going to throw Newton under the bus and keep going with Einstein.
No, we don't have to. Why do we have to do that?
Because you've just shown us that it goes against the prediction of Newtonian.
Only in certain contexts does it do that. The thing about scientific theories, in that context, yes. But the thing is we're not talking about that. If you think back to a little bit earlier in the discussion, the reason I brought up that specific example was not an example of why we should only talk about Einsteinian gravity. It was an example of why we should. Why you shouldn't just limit science to experimentation, because what I just described was not an experiment, it was an observation.
Yeah, it was an observation. So which one of the slides showed the stars poking out from behind the sun?
It wasn't the stars poking out from behind the sun. The observation was stars around the sun moving. Yes, it was not stars poking around from behind the sun. If you look, no, it was not. If you look at the experiment, what they did was they observed the night.
So we can see behind the sun. Those stars that were behind the sun were made visible because the mass of the sun is distorting the fabric of space-time.
Okay.
Get it right.
I am gonna tell you that it's not just the stars behind the sun that would be affected by gravitational lensing. It's stars that are near the sun. They observed stars near the sun that were visible regardless and saw them to be in different positions than they would be when the sun wasn't there.
So
it wasn't stars behind the sun. That is just incorrect.
Excuse me. Which slide was this observed upon?
Which slide?
Yes, there are multiple photographs taken of the observation in 1919. I'd like you to tell me which slide this observation was taken from.
I don't have an eidetic memory. I don't know.
Have you ever looked at the slides before?
I have seen depictions of it. Yes, I'm pretty sure I have. I've seen like where it's not stars that are behind the sun. It is stars next to the sun. They took. Basically, if you understand the observation, is that you know what the stars look like when the sun's not there, because the sun moves throughout the sky throughout the year, and when the sun is not there, the stars have a certain configuration, and when the sun is there, they had a different configuration. And it's not just stars that the sun was directly in front of; it's stars around it. Gravitational lensing doesn't just pull things out from behind the sun. It would move light all the way around it.
Except for yesterday, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did. What do you mean?
Okay, show me that then.
I didn't do an observation of gravitational lensing. I don't have a fucking telescope.
Yes, it did. So can you show me that then?
Sure, NASA has one. You can look it up. I'm not going to go look it up for you.
Have you looked at it?
Nope. I didn't need to.
He doesn't need to look at it because he knows that NASA has that data available.
Is that he's some kind of savant or something?
No, I just have trust in the people who can predict these things 150 fucking years out, and you guys can't.
Yeah, we can't use the solar cycle.
You can't. You can't. No, you can't. You can use those cycles that people have observed, but the thing is that.
Yeah, kid, you were having a really good conversation, and then you just spiraled out there. Yeah. He was having a good conversation, and then I don't know why
he didn't spiral out. He didn't spiral out. Like you guys spiraled out.
Next guy, Jedi, you son of a bitch! You made him freak out, you bastard.
So we'll go one at a time.
Sorry about that, guys. I do apologize.
You can threw in there that there were no stars around the eclipse yesterday. I actually looked for myself, and I didn't see any. I saw Jupiter way off to the side.
Really quick,
Jetty.
If you want to,
did it again, Jetty.
Hold on, paraplegic. So, guys, if you want to come in here and have a discussion, you can do so, but don't advocate for another person in here unless you're willing to step forward into the spotlight. So it's up to you, Arlong. I'm going to unmute you, but if you're going to stand for what he was saying, then go ahead and advocate. But if not, then sit back down. All right? I don't like keeping people muted, but in this case, I will if I have to. It's up to you. Make a decision. If you're going to stand in for what he's saying, then you're going to have to advocate for everything he was saying. Okay?
Yeah, I advocate everything that he was saying.
Okay, so now Jedi will speak to you.
Okay, then, Sunshine. So which point do you want to pick up on then? Are you going to be saying that gravity is mass attracting mass, or are you going to be saying that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time? Which one? Because they're not the same.
Gravity is mass
attracting. May I just quickly comment?
Okay, would you possibly have a scientific experiment proves that?
What, Jedi, can I just please quickly make a point?
We already gave you the observational conditions, right? Like you have some like third grade interpretation of what science is supposed to be that no actively practicing scientists take seriously, right? Like hypotheses, predictions, observations, experimentation, these things are all part of modern science, right?
This is actually on point to what I want to comment on.
Go to like an 8th grade science lab. Like there's got to be one like this.
Sorry, Ted, I do apologise, but I'll just say this. The definitions that I use come from universities.
That's a joke. Like a 5th grade science teacher would not use the definition of science. Must use testable.
All I've heard from you for the last 10 minutes,
right? Those are like very, very interesting, right? But they're not the only things that.
Dude, all I've heard from you for the last 10 minutes is insults about Jedi.
Look, all I've heard from you.
Passing 5th grade, dude, shut up for a minute, man. How about you just shut up with the insults and answer the questions that he's asking instead of responding every time with, this is what a 5th grade science experiment would do. Yeah? It's just fucking stupid, man.
He left, AJ. Creamy Steve, you have something to add? How about you? You're next.
I'm just listening. Am I allowed to just listen?
Yeah, but you're not gonna be chirping in here if you don't have nothing to add.
I didn't say
anything. Yes, I'm dead. Yeah, you did. You're talking now.
I just got here.
There. I'll wait till you have something productive, and then when you do, just type in the text channel, and I'll unmute you.
TW, mate. You can have the next gentleman if you wish.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry for ruining that one for you guys. I just couldn't listen to this garbage anymore and insults.
I just wanted to quickly point out what the difference is between what they're considering to be, observational experimentation or observational science versus, experimentation via the strict scientific method, which is that with the prediction made using an idea, aka what they call a theory, right, is that there is no manipulation of the supposed cause. So it leaves it open to interpretation and other theories being able to predict the same thing. Like I could come up with some kind of nonsensical theory that there are invisible elves in the sky, making the sun work and making stars appear where they're not going, where they're not. They're going to appear where they're not usually. And thus I observe that phenomenon occur and then declare that my theory is correct, right? But when we press them on this, they say, well, it's not meant to be an absolute. And when we press them on that point, they always say that this isn't an absolute and science isn't about absolutes. And I would argue that it is, because within the strict scientific method, it is about absolute. You will only get one of two outcomes. Either X will cause Y or X won't cause Y.
All right, see if there's anybody else in here that wants to answer some questions. We got Creamy Steve. I'm going to unmute him. Creamy Steve, you're unmuted. And, Gamma, I don't know how much rope you want to allow him. Obviously, there's a length.
Why do I have to talk? Why can't I just listen?
You're fine.
You don't have to chime in and say that you want to listen. Just put yourself on a white mic and listen. Pretty simple, Creamy.
Gamma, sorry to interrupt. Gamma did just send me something very interesting, which is the bit that I really like getting down to, because he's gave me the barometric formula. Within the barometric formula, there's a little letter. It's called G, which says that gas accelerates to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared. So we all understand that in this instance, the mathematical formula makes gases fall like rocks. Gases don't do that, though.
All right.
Jedi, is that downward vector in relation to or reference to a horizontal plane?
Yeah, more than likely, mate. Yeah, has to be.
Oh shit.
All right, so we got Gamma if he's going to respond to you. Is that what you wanted, Jedi? We'll get him to respond. If not, you can go back on mute. Gamma, do you want to respond to Jedi?
Yeah.
Okay.
The barometric formula is like
you posted as well,
tested
so
all the time. Have you never used a barometric altitude sensor? Like, have none of you ever launched a rocket or a balloon or anything?
Are we going to be talking about a gradient now?
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that this formula is not applicable to real life? Because you're making it sound like would just spit out nonsense results because it would just fall down or something.
You've seen the thing that you gave me, the formula, the barometric pressure formula. See where it says G?
Yep.
What does it say after that?
It's the acceleration of Earth. It's 9.80665.
It's an acceleration of objects that you let go above the Earth, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Does gas act like that?
Yes, it does experience gravity.
Okay. So, for example, when we get in our lovely vacuum chamber, we start dropping bowling balls and feathers. We understand that the bowling ball and feather. Yeah, I'll give you the.
But you realize you did skirt past my point when I said, "Does this formula not work in reality?" So you must. No, Jedi is purposely
Let
obfuscating
Jedi
my
finish.
point.
Let Jedi finish. Let him finish.
It wouldn't take long, dude. All I was going to point out is when we get into our vacuum chamber and we drop bowling balls and feathers, I'll give you the 9.8 meters per second squared, the acceleration of the solid object. But when we uncontain gas within a vacuum chamber, which is kind of odd, we understand that the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. It goes as fast up as it goes fast down and outwards. So I understand the formula, but the formula is making gases act like solid things. So it doesn't.
The formula works in real life.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that? How does it work if it's wrong? That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that the formula is fundamentally flawed, but yet it works everywhere on the earth.
From dropping things, idiot.
What type of engineer are you? You say you're an engineer, but you literally have no concept of math. Like, what? Where did you get your degree from? A degree mill?
Have I insulted this guy? Why does he seem so upset?
Because this guy who always interjects.
I don't care about the other guy. Don't care about the other guy. It's all about me. I've been as honest.
Maybe it's the eclipse, Jetty. Maybe it was the eclipse. They all seem butthurt and upset this morning.
I know.
That's all I've heard for the last 2 hours, 3 hours.
I hope I haven't insulted you in any way, and if I have, I'll take it back. But that's not the kind of conversation I want with you, Sunshine. I'm trying to give you a free information exchange, trying to point out something within the formula that makes gases act in a way that they don't.
But this formula works every time. You can predict. If you're saying it's wrong, can you think about this logically, right? So you're saying that this formula is wrong. Would we observe and predict it to be?
No,
so you're not saying it's wrong?
No, I'm pointing out within the formula it makes gases act in a way that they don't.
So you're saying that the math is wrong because variables don't.
Very simply, do gases accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared?
If they're at 0 meters at sea level, no, they will not go straight down. Well, some of them will, because that's just the nature of a gas, right? It's outward expanding.
Yes, some, not all. You understand that the formula might be useful.
No,
but the
it's not
formula
just useful. It works 100% of the time.
Does gas accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared, dude?
Some of it does.
Some of it does, but not all of it. So what gases freely move randomly in all directions?
But at a certain point, even if you calculate,
you pointed out the ideal gas formula earlier.
Yeah, and at a certain point,
I'm willing to have.
At a certain point, you can tell that certain element, like elemental oxygen or, argon, you can tell at which certain points that these gases will no longer be able to go up.
Elemental oxygen is redundant.
What do you?
Just oxygen.
Okay, well, elemental oxygen just be. Oh, yes, I'm wrong. Sorry. You can tell at which point that these elements would no longer be able to go up anymore, right? You can use this in the barometric formula, which is observed in real life as well. If you were to launch a rocket up 20 kilometers or so, you would see how much the pressure has been reduced by the masses of these element or the compounds, even hot, water vapor and everything. You would be able to see the pressure change. How do you equate for that if you're saying that gas just does whatever it wants? Because
you brought it up earlier. We started speaking about temperature.
Yeah, temperature.
There it is. Temperature is obviously within the formula. P is equal to. Yeah, so temperature, obviously, that's within your model. I'll give you that. But I'm asking you if gases accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yes, some of them do.
Some of them do, so not all of them then. So some gases go
at a certain point, all of them will accelerate down. At a certain point in altitude, they will no longer be able to go up anymore unless energy is imparted onto them.
And the energy comes from where?
That's why I was saying unless energy is provided. So if
so energy is provided. That comes in the form of temperature.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that the atmosphere ends where there is no energy able to go in to provide it. You would have to, somebody would have to, I don't know, explode something up there for the gas to go higher. But that
what's the thermosphere then?
thermospheric scattering.
Yeah. Do you think that the relationship between altitude, gas pressure, and temperature is a constant line?
No.
On the gradient graph? No, because it goes down and then up again because of the temperature variation. So there's sometimes a higher pressure below this. Sorry, above this one.
Excuse me, brother, can you mute? You're making a lot of noise in the room here.
You said me?
Yeah, brother, if that's you, can you mute? There's a lot of background noise.
Oh, forgive me. Yes, forgive me.
Sir Walter Hill, if you believe you have a better understanding of physics than me, I would like you to talk to Jedi then, because I don't know why you're trying to say I'm wrong.
That's your leader that you're telling off.
Yeah, you got to be after him with some respect, dude. All right, go ahead, Sir Waterhill. Oh, wait, shit. Are you muted? No, you're not. You might be busy. You might not have time.
I like better now.
I noticed what Scott has been saying in the chat, and he's saying that yes, gases do accelerate to 49.8 meters per second squared. Yes. Gases don't expand to fill the limitation of volume. Then that's interesting.
Oh, he just changed it, Jedi. Look at this.
Is my mic still going off? Can you still hear a bunch of background noise?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, every once in a while you're going off there, brother.
Just mute it. Just mute your mic.
That's fine.
Scott just said that if gas goes up, it's actually going down.
Yeah.
What is this guy on about?
He's gonna prove you wrong because he's a Glober too, by the way.
Maybe you two should have a little conversation. You get
seriously. I've said this multiple times before. What is with all the other Globers in this VC and having like negative IQ?
Oh shit, Sir Waterhill, you better come in with your academia, dude.
Oh shit,
it's on. Basically, you don't know what you're talking about. How about that, Scott?
That would make things way less in a vacuum chamber if Sir Waterhill was correct, and that's not the case.
Well, maybe Gamma has a point on this in this particular argument, but I don't know if he does because Sir Waterhill says no.
That's correct. I don't know why. Can you speak on the mic? But yes, you are right. Velocity and acceleration do not need to have the same direction. But that doesn't mean that everything is accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second, because some of the gases are going to collide and go upwards as well.
The temperature's going to change, which is going to make them rise.
Oh, he said, yeah, it absolutely does. I don't know what he needs to get on the mic and just say it. Go ahead. You might be tied up, but you need to let us know if you're busy, because otherwise you're just not getting on the mic. Oh, he's busy. I knew it. Yeah, well, you're not going to get on.
I mean, all right. If you're trying to say that gravity, everything has a constant downwards acceleration of 9.8 meters per second, yes, that. Oh no, I see what he's trying to say. I'm sorry. Never mind. Yes,
you got it?
Yes, he's correct. Yes.
Okay. No, he capitulated. All right. Sir Waterhill strikes again. That's one for Sir Waterhill.
Even gas in a vacuum, if you were to put the vacuum on, doesn't it just expand outwards just to fill the space anyway? So it's still going to expand outwards.
Yes.
It's not going to go down to the ground. It's got to fill that space.
Brother, real quick, I know you're coming in brand new, man, and Gamma's been here a while. So Gamma, I don't know if you let us have the conversation with Brother.
Yeah.
Brother, what is your position right now on the topic of this room?
I've been in here a few times. I'm under the reality. I kind of have a dual reality. I mean, I'll accept both, but I'm looking at, stationary Earth more, an expansive plane with valleys and dips and slopes and all that.
Like geocentric, or what is it?
Yeah, I'm viewing a geocentric lifestyle. Okay. Nothing egotistically or anything. It's just
that's how you're seeing it right now. Okay.
Yeah, that's how I've seen it since I was little. Just the sun moving.
Okay.
If
there's something you disagree with, I'm pretty sure you'll chime in and say, "Wait a minute, I don't agree with that." Or maybe you could tell us because I think for as far as we can say, everybody mainly is in a geocentric position here. Like, not saying that the Earth is a globe, geocentric and stationary, but we're saying that the realm that we exist in appears that way to us. So
yeah, I would.
That's what
agree.
you're saying too, right? Like, that's kind of what you're.
Yeah, I would believe. I would believe we were in a ball before we were on a ball. You know,
Okay.
I just can't. You know what I mean? I don't agree with the oblate spheroid model.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for clearing that up. As much as your position goes, but if anybody has a position they'd like to talk about, check this out. I'm gonna highlight some of the speakers in this channel because some of us in here have tendency to take the mic for a while. So that's myself included. But we have AJ, who is very capable of answering questions. Myself. Let's see. We got Crit. He's deafened and muted. Flat Lloyd's in here. Heretic definitely is a champion in here. He's like the mod room main guy, so he's the owner of this channel.
I'm horrible at answering questions, though. I'm just better at fighting.
Dude, I've had a question. I've just been waiting.
Yeah, that's fine, Creamy. Let me just get through all the speakers in here so you'll know. Larry is very eloquent in his speech. If you guys want to talk to him, but yeah, he can talk to you about things that some of us here haven't done research on. But he looks into the globe claims and kind of destroys them from the inside out. So he's another speaker. He's also a mod. Jedi is in here. Phenomenal speaker there. If you want to have a conversation with him. Lunatic. There's some people that I'm mentioning. Is very logical, consistent. We'll have the discussion with you. Just don't say that he's like an ignoramus because he's going to show you how much you are. So just with all of the speakers in here, be patient and be respectful, and you'll get a long way with us. Mr. Nice Flat Earther is very to the point. So if you're not going to come with anything demonstrable, then yeah, you're going to pretty much be tossed out of court. Plum Bob, he's been in here. He speaks every now and again. I've heard Plum Bob speak. Who else in here? T-Dub. T-Dub's another champion. So if you speak to him, you know who you're talking to. Under Heaven Earther. Guys, let me tell you, he will say that it's nonsense if it doesn't make any sense and you can't test anything with your senses, then you're being nonsensical. So his main point there would be things have to be understood with our physical senses. If you're making a claim to physicality, the physical natural world. So yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth. We are also live on YouTube, and we have a channel on Rumble. So Rumble and YouTube, but we don't have the YouTube bot in here. So if you guys want to participate, we have an audience on YouTube. Guys, click the link in the description. Join our server. And also, if you want to join us, we are on the politics server on Discord. We have a channel here, which is #1. We've been holding the #1 spot ever since this channel came about. And we will remain that way with all of your appreciation and coming in here and giving this conversation. So that being said, the nature of the beast here is that we do tend to get, in a bit of an argumentation. Sometimes it gets heated. But that's just the way it goes. So long as you just, able to answer questions and us be able to answer yours, then we'll be moving the conversation along. So enough of the monologue. But yeah, go ahead. If you guys have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, please come in here and approach. Oh, my bad. Says who? I didn't see you weren't in here when I was announcing, or if I didn't see you, my bad. But yeah, says who's also another one. He often speaks. And when he does, he's very logically consistent. So just make sure that you have all your P's and Q's.
To the point also.
Yeah, definitely. He's another, like Radwin. Him and Radwin are probably two peas in a pod. So
he doesn't beat around the bush. He just wants, like me, I just want you to answer the question. And if you don't know it, don't make up stuff because I'm just going to catch you anyway. So just get to the point, show us your proof. If you don't have any, stories aren't going to work.
Right. So, and this is just a little bit of insight as to the speakers that are in this channel. We all well equipped to handle the conversation. So that's why you guys tend to get like 3 or 4 of us answering, because we're all vying for the spot because we want to make sure. But some of us are a bit of hog mics, pointing to myself. But all right, so if I'll let whoever's going to take the next point. If you think the Earth's a globe, guys, I don't know if you want to do all hands in, rock, paper, scissors, or whatever. Like, we'll just take the next available person. If you want to ask questions, or you want to answer our questions. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Question.
Go ahead, Creamy Steve.
Yeah, so what's the best argument that I can, let's say, like, because I love debating, I'm kind of in the middle, like, unless I can perform these, like, crazy expensive experiments, I'm taking, like, you can't really believe it unless you do it yourself, right? Like, you have all this money and equipment, right? Unless you, like, physically see it with your eyeballs or go there, right? So what is the best argument I could make if I'm supporting the flat earth theory? Like, what's the best, like, missile, like, ammo you got? Like, so when I'm debating for flat earth somewhere else, I can, like, win. What's the best thing I can use?
All right. I think that answer comes in a couple of, we can parse that out, but if anybody wants to take it, if not, I will. I'll hand it over to the...
I've answered in before. Water.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way, guys. We'll get a couple of perspectives. If anybody else wants,
for sure. I just wanted to throw out there water.
Yeah, for me, it's the black swan argument, because what they have to end up doing is changing the goalpost from the original claim of 8 inches per mile squared and their Earth edge, right? The Earth curve causing the horizon. And they have to throw that out the window and invoke refraction, which makes their model unfalsifiable by invoking this goalpost change. And once it's unfalsifiable, it's basically, they're admitting that it can't be measured because it's always refracted. So what they'll say is, actually we can measure it when it fits what we think that it fits, and then when it doesn't, we could just say refraction. So we show them a mountain at 273 miles, and they just pull up an Earth curve calculator that has backward engineered refraction to make it fit the observation. And that's,
So who created the flat Earth though? Like, there's like some big giant guy that like made.
I got him.
He's new. He doesn't know.
Yeah, I know he doesn't know.
You must have brought him in there, Steve.
Yeah, but I should have explained to him, like, you gotta wait.
Is that why you're not screaming at us like you were earlier?
Creamy, do me a favor. Can you explain it to him before I unmute him? Just.
Yo, Akuma, you gotta wait. You gotta, like, raise your hand and wait until everyone goes quiet. You go, like, I have a question, or I have a statement that proves either flat Earth or not flat Earth.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'll unmute him. He's cool, as long as he understands. Brubber, I think they thought you were hot micing, but it was Akuma that was hot micing. I'll unmute you.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. All good.
Yeah, sorry.
It was Brubber anyway. Yes, I was right.
Was it?
Yeah, typing away.
No, I think that was Akuma. Anyway, if it was both of them, that's fine. I saw Akuma typing.
White mic. That's all.
Yeah, just put a white mic if you have background noise, guys.
And about earlier, I got emotional. I got lost in my anger. I was like, it was
all is forgiven. Water under the bridge, as they say.
Level water.
At the end, Creamy. At the end of all of this, it's the people that make the difference, right? So we're in this together. It's just like we're fighting against each other when it comes to like us disagreeing. But I'm serious. Like I want to tell you like this, right? It always seems heated when you guys come in here, but our main objective is not to be jerks. Our main objective is so that you guys can understand the information that's been given is not substantiated. So we're just actually facilitating that here in this channel. That's all we're doing. And whether or not you agree with it or disagree, it turns into an argument. I know, but it's
interesting though. It's really interesting to listen to.
Listen, there's a lot of points that you guys don't know that I think I would say before you fire off and start giving all these questions because you feel emotional about it, just relax. Wait until you see the whole full scope of what's being talked about. Perhaps you might think about it. I'm not saying we're going to change your mind and turn you to flat earthers. That's not our goal. We're not here to convince anyone. We're here to challenge you. At least
the fighting is low key entertaining too at times.
Dude, it's entertaining for us. We like the fact that people come in with the.
You guys
bravado.
like it?
Yeah, when they come in with the bravado,
you guys sound retarded.
Yeah,
wait, Akuma, are you flat Earth or are you global?
I just have a question. All right, if gravity isn't real and all this other stuff, who made flat Earth? Like, they made it like a pizza, like you said, Italian guy.
Who made it?
He's so bad at trolling, dude. I'm not trolling. I'm curious how flat Earth would form. There has to be a theory of how it formed.
We can talk about that, Akuma. Basically, the cosmology of
real quick, because
yeah, go ahead.
No, my bad. Because the question that he asked, who made flat Earth, right? You could technically reverse that question because the globe was invented, not discovered. Just like outer space, it was invented, not discovered.
It wasn't invented, though.
Invented, not discovered. That kind of stuff, right? The gravity that you're talking about, invented, not discovered. So just to let you know,
man, right? They're just like telling us stuff, and when we believe it, we just go
Yeah,
with it, right?
yeah. Let me just answer. I want to answer directly, Akuma. That's good. I like Gemsy's approach, and keep that in mind, Akuma. But think about this: the creation story for the Earth being a globe. How do you think that began? Can you tell us like what you've heard of how the conception of the Earth being a globe began?
There was dust, and gravity basically formed these dusts into bodies, right?
Okay, so yeah, so where did let's go back to the first step. Where was the very beginning of all of this? What was it before this dust was here?
Yeah, where'd the dust come from?
It came from dust clouds.
Yeah, but where did the dust clouds come from? Like, it's a regression. We're regressing back to
And those condensed into stars.
It's right. We're
planets.
talking about.
I mean, we see this with telescopes happening.
Yeah, Akuma, we're talking about abiogenesis. So look that word up, and then you'll find out what I mean.
So you guys don't think that what we see out of our telescopes is real? Like that's not real?
Yeah, that's not the case here at the moment. No. What we're drilling down right now is how you know everything came from. Where did it come from?
So you got to take the same question to your own model.
Well, when we take our telescopes and we look into outer space, what are we looking at? That's not actually.
Wait. That's not the. Oh, I have to stop you. That's not what I asked, though. The same question you asked us: who made the flat Earth? I'm asking you, who made the globe Earth? Answer that, please.
Well, the universe made it, clearly.
Okay,
the physics model of the universe made it.
Correct. So was the universe here prior to the universe's existence?
And I'm not a Big Bang theorist, so I think the universe always existed and is always changing.
So there was already dust in the universe. Dust clouds.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we're living in like a black hole, right? We're inside of a black hole.
Okay, first of all, you're being serious, right? We're not going to take you for a troll.
I am being serious.
Listen, I know him.
Thank you.
I know him, and when he trolls, he screams and uses ad hominems. He's being very calm right now.
Okay,
no. I'm telling you,
I'll take your word for it.
I'm telling you.
You'll see.
I mean, people can attack you guys the same way.
Know what I'm talking about.
And say you're not serious.
Listen, we're good. We're good. I just wanted to know because before we continue moving forward, I just wanted to make your position known as this is what your conception is for the Earth. Like when you said who made the flat Earth, I asked you who made the globe Earth. You're saying basically the universe did because it always existed, and just can you complete that? Is that all there is to it? Like from the conception moving forward, like it always existed as it's eternal.
Well, my opinion that if we look into with telescopes out and looking in, we don't see discs flying around. So that's my reasoning that Earth is round.
I get
it. If you look around, all the bodies are circular.
Yeah, I get it, dude. I get it. I think I know now where we're talking past each other, and I think it's a cosmological aspect. So we're having a difference in cosmology. So you think that we're saying we're a pizza flying in space, and you're saying we're not a pizza flying in space. We're a dust ball flying in space. Is that correct?
Well, not I guess a dust ball. Yeah, but we're we're atoms from the sun or whatever, right?
Stardust, right?
We're stardust. We're stardust that condensed into a planet.
Sure, but what I'm saying though is the difference between what you're saying and what you think we are is that you think we are a pizza flying around in space. Is that not what the case is?
No, I'm saying you believe that the Earth is flat and a pizza.
Yeah, but where is it at in free space? Is it in the vacuum of space, like in a galaxy, or where do you see the flat Earth at? Your mind.
No. I mean, this is you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
We're a flat surface flying through the Milky Way, right?
Yeah, so that's what you're thinking. The cosmological aspect is that we are a pizza flying through space, right?
No, that's what you guys believe. I think
No,
we are
you're
on a planet.
misrepresenting because we never
I
said that.
believe you, dumbass.
Nobody ever said that, right? So here's the thing that
That's why I was going to ask Alpha,
So
if I could just quickly.
Yeah, I'm just going to say you stated what you said you believe, right? Now it's our turn, right? So I'm going to give the floor to T-Dub, and he's going to tell you our perspective on cosmology and see if it lines up with what you think we're saying. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Well, I was actually just going to ask, in what context was he asking? Because you could take that question as who came up with the idea of flat Earth, or what created, how did the flat Earth form, as in a cosmological view. Like, so I just wanted to clarify which context was he speaking.
Yeah, who came up with it, Akuma? Is that what you're asking, or how did it become more of a philosophical question?
I just feel like the way you guys talk about the firmament and it being like a flat surface or whatever. Like,
firmament?
Wait, nobody said anything.
I don't know. Other people that are flat earthers. This is my question. So like, I've looked into flat Earth, and I don't think it's true.
So did you ask us?
It would be like, for these conditions to exist, it'd be like having some giant people walking around or something, and like we're like a tranium or whatever.
Do you mind if we tell you, Akuma, so we can clear up like whether or not that's what the case is? Is that cool? All right. So basically, in the cosmological aspect, what we would say is that you have an idea of the ever-expanding cosmos being like either eternal or it came from a Big Bang or whatever. Whether you agree with that or not, that's part of the paradigm in which you think you exist. From our viewpoint, we don't say that we're flying around in free space somewhere. As far as free space goes, we don't think that anyone can say with any certainty that they're in some type of free space vacuum or universe in that sense. Because of the fact that the only thing we can know is that we are on something right now. So the realm that we exist in right now would be the floor of the entire universe. So you are standing right now on the floor of the entire universe of existence. So if we were to say that somebody can go leave this place, we would say that can be negated by the fact of natural law existing. So, and I have to parse this out in like a few things because it's going to get a bit hard for you to understand. So I would say right now, just from the aspect of the cosmological aspect, right? Like cosmology, we would say that we don't say that we are in an ever expanding universe, in a vacuum, flying around in a pizza disc. We don't make a claim to a shape. There is no shape claim here. So what we say in this channel is there's nothing to do with anybody says out there. They can say whatever they want. This channel stands for truth. That means that we can only verify empirically what we can tell you and test. So that can only mean that we can verify that we're standing on something that has elevation changes, and over the surface of water, we can say that it's pretty flat all the way across. So there's no measurable elevation change over the surface of water, which means that the horizontal plane that we exist on extends far out. So if you're pointing from any cardinal direction, north, south, east, or west, you're actually pointing horizontal across the plane to another.
But they've tested this with lasers. Location. They know there's curvature over water. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so we're going to get into that, right? That's the further.
So is that curvature like the laser is curving?
Akuma, we're just talking about the cosmology aspect. I don't want the room to get confused by going into another topic. So just specifically to cosmology, your question was, well, you flat earthers this and you flat earthers that. And we're like, no, we don't agree with what you've heard out there. And here we're claiming specifically on the cosmological aspect, we're not a disk flying through space. Space, as you think of it, cannot exist in that way. And we'll get into that. I want to explain that to you. But right now, I'm just telling you, we're the floor of all of that there is. And everything above you, that's all that you can see, and you can't get to anything that you see up in the sky. The stars, the sun, the moon. Now, what they are is a whole other topic. So we're only talking about just the cosmology aspect. So we don't say that we're in an ever-expanding galaxy. We don't say that.
So in your opinion, like in the southern hemisphere, right, if you're on the South Pole, you can see the same stars that are on the North Pole.
Yeah, what we're talking about is like this, right? So when you say northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, there's a lot of information that you're not filled in, Akuma. Do you
No, I'm asking this question.
You have to let me. You have to let me, dude. You have
do
to.
you see the same stars?
I
On
know, but
both
let me
poles?
finish because it's important. This is the missing information you're not telling us. Do you know where we're getting northern and southern hemisphere from? You know where that's derived? I will tell you. You can look it up. So it's not, I'm not gonna feed you some information you can't check, dude. So do you know where that's coming from? Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere.
I'm talking specifically about the stars you see in the sky.
I know, but
are they the same in both?
Akuma,
both,
the model
they would
by
be
which,
the same in your model.
dude. The model by which they follow is specific to what I'm talking about. So you need to know, either you know or you don't know. That's my question to you. Do you know the model that it follows? Because I will tell you. Akuma. I'm giving you the opportunity, sir.
All right, I'm just curious. I'm asking about the question about the stars.
Sir? I know.
Are the stars the same in the sun?
See, here's the thing, dude. Just be intellectually honest, and it'll get you a long way, Akuma. In our conversation, being intellectually honest, saying I know and I don't know, gets you a lot farther than you trying to explain something to me. Do you know where the model for the stars comes from, sir? I really want you to be honest. Akuma.
It doesn't make you dumb if you concede.
Yeah, it doesn't make you dumb. There's nothing taken away.
I'm asking a question. Can you see the same?
He's not gonna answer. I think we're having. I'm gonna unmute Creamute for just a second, okay?
When you do, Alpha, I just wanted to clarify something else about our model while you're on that subject, yeah? What we tend to get is these globe guys come in here and say, you guys just deny gravity. Yeah. And I feel like this is a big straw man to try and make us seem really silly that we deny the effects that everybody sees. We don't deny the effects.
Let me just
the way that you guys put it. Yeah.
Let me just unmute Creamy real quick because I want him to. This is Buddy. Look, Creamy, I just really want your guy to answer. This is pretty simple because I don't want him to be confused about the further conversations about this, and it's important, right? So all I'm saying to your buddy here is that he has to answer this question whether he knows or not, and that doesn't make him dumb. It's not trying to trap him in anything. I really want to know if he's ignorant about the information or he's knowledgeable. One of the two. Go ahead, Akuma. If you're there. Do you know where the models of the stars mapped out in the sky come from?
It doesn't matter if I know the models. Like I'm asking a question and you guys haven't answered it.
It does. It does matter. You're Akuma, that supports the foundation for our conversation about the stars. It's the foundation of how we understand visually how we see the stars in the sky. So it's imperative that you either understand and know where that comes from or not. It's imperative, sir.
You're literally answering my question with another question. Like
no,
you're not.
I'm asking you, do you know where the model for how
it's a yes or no.
Relax, dude. Just calm down. I'm asking you to answer the question. And all you got to do is answer. Say you know or you don't know. I'll only spend 1 or 2 more tries on this. And if I can't get anywhere with you, then basically you just sit on mute. So I don't want to do that. Just be honest. Either you know the model by which the stars are mapped out in the sky or you don't.
I mean, you obviously lost because you won't say yes or no.
It's not about winning or losing, Akuma.
Obviously,
it's about being,
I won because you won't answer the question. You're doing another
winning,
question. I won. I did win. You won't answer the question.
I don't know what you won.
What'd you win?
Be mature about this. Be mature.
Yeah, it's important. I'll tell you, and all you got to say is I don't know. But I want to go off of based on either you know or you don't. I'm not going to presume to know that you don't know.
So you're saying you don't know if the same stars are on the south.
You're not answering my question, sir. It's the foundation for our conversation. This is the last attempt. 1 more try. And if we can't get anything from you, I apologize, but you're going to sit on mute. So until probably another conversation comes along, and then we'll unmute you. But for now, you have one thing to do. Your job is to say you either know the model by which all the stars are mapped out, or you don't. There you go. Go ahead, Akuma.
I mean, you can't. Can you see the same stars in the?
There. Sorry.
I'm talking to his buddy anyway.
That's okay.
Sometimes you need clarification, you know, you need further clarification to advance the conversation. It's not just, sometimes it's not as simple as just saying yes or no to answer one's question. You need to establish, you know, grounds.
I want you to look
agree
by
to
which
terms.
I want you to look by which the stars are all mapped out. There has to be a specific model they abide by. Now look that up on Google and tell me if you find it, and then we'll see if we can mute you, because we want you to actually know before we proceed. It's important. Conversations can only flourish if two parties understand each other. Then we can speak reason and logic to each other. All right. I guess if anybody else wants to chime in, prior to him finding that information, go ahead, Creamy.
I had to go take care of something. Was he being calm?
For the most part, but I think what he started to really get abrasive on was when I asked him the question, what is the model by which all the stars were mapped out in the sky? And he couldn't answer that question.
Did he start yelling at you, or was it just
Well, he was.
Don't worry, you were sitting there anyway, typing to him. So don't act like you don't.
No,
know
I wasn't. I wasn't.
Right.
I was.
Okay, anyway, yeah, we're not going to recap for you.
Yeah.
What the frick, ma?
You don't have to believe me, but I was just curious. Thanks for answering.
Toilet.
Well, you can see who's calm and you can see who's calm and who's not in this side, and this is
He
it's
runs
interesting.
hot.
The behavior of like an emotionally unhinged person, and I see it more from globe defenders than flat Earth defenders. Is they
according to my calculations, you're not from Ohio.
They try to use self-defense mechanisms as cheap, lazy humor and ad homs that don't really land. And then they try to weasel out of it by moving goalposts and making silly noise. It doesn't work anymore.
Well, anger is a secondary emotion, right? So when someone feels like they're wrong, they're like freaking out, you know?
Yes. Oh, yeah. You see it. It's the denial. The whole denial is the first stage, and then anger, except that's all real. I mean, this is a psychological phenomena to see people that obsessed over a model that they can't even convey to anybody. They don't even know what they believe, but they believe it. So with so much conviction that it's become religious in a way.
I hope you guys know, after being here, I'm kind of, I don't know what the word is. I'm like, you know how like there's agnostic people? I'm kind of like in the middle now. I don't know if it's round. I don't know if it's flat, but it might, you know what I mean?
Well, I would say, Creamy, I would just say, just wait a couple more sessions. I want you to just like thoroughly hear both sides, which is kind of what we want to foster here in this channel. We want people to actually give the best that they can for the evidence of the globe. So you don't have to actually speak on it. Let others do it. So you can hear what they say and then hear the interactions we have with them. I think it's important, right? For both sides. And I mean, chime in every now and again, but just don't get too far into it, because then we'll start asking you questions and then you're in the hot seat and then that becomes
you guys
an
kind of
issue.
scare me a little bit. Yeah, when you guys like force me in the hot seat, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
It's because they know they don't stand on ground.
No, they're pretty good at this. They're like professionals. They're like, yes, they are. They're like trained or some shit. This is like going to the gym for them.
Yeah, exactly, dude. We've been doing it. I'll tell you right now, Creamy, we've been doing this for over 10 years. Some of us in here. I've been doing it for, let's see, like 9 years.
Nuts, dude. That's wild.
Straight, like we have thousands of hours of content on YouTube.
You must have a lot of stories.
Why?
What? Okay.
Yeah,
Why? Because it's entertaining.
I'll tell you. Well, no, on the one hand, that you can get an entertainment aspect of it, but I think the bigger part is that we see a fundamental flaw in logic and reason, and all of humanity has been taken in by complacency. So everybody's pretty much like thinking that it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and everybody's sitting back thinking like, "Hey, man, the experts figured it out. We don't got to do anything." So that's the problem, and we're trying to tell people, guys, you need to take a second look at this. It's like, imagine if somebody's trying to give you an alarm about something happening. You're like, yeah, dude, relax. We learned about that in 3rd grade. You're like, no, really? Do you really know if the Earth is a globe? Because we've been told this freaking huge story about it. And none of it actually lines up. When you go, let's say, for example, you go and test the curvature claim, we don't find it. There is no curvature. There's no drop rate. There's nothing. There's 0 drop rate. No elevation change over large bodies of water. And that's concerning. Wouldn't you want to tell your fellow man, like, hey, guys, I'm just giving you this as something to think about. Like, what do you think? Like, if you actually think you live on an Earth as a globe and it's not, conforming to that, wouldn't you be concerned? Wouldn't you want to tell your friends and family, like, hey, look, I'm just saying, look into it. Like,
studying the globe model actually turned me more into an alternate Earth a theorist, whatever you want to call it. The more I studied the heliocentric model, the more I turned away from it. I didn't even study the flat Earth. I went into the heliocentric model, dove right in. And the more you look into it, the more they have to rearrange the model to make it work.
But don't you guys live like a hard life? Like, don't you lose friends and family and dating gets weird and stuff?
That's part and parcel.
No.
That's
My
part and
wife
parcel
would
to the
kill me
truth,
if I
right?
started dating.
But I'm saying that's part and parcel to the truth, right? So if you're holding on to truth about something, let's say Creamy, for example, I'll just use an analogy. If you found out that a restaurant had a bunch of rats in it, right? You knew some people that were going to eat there that you cared about. You're like, dude, don't go to that restaurant, man. There's some rats in the kitchen. And the people told you, dude, whatever, man.
That's happened to me, bro. I ran a business insurance company. I would have like a lot of restaurant clients, and some of them have thousands of perfect reviews, and you would be disgusted if you saw the back of the kitchen. It's
dude, that is such a good example. And how hard was it for you to convince somebody from that perspective?
I mean, they're clients. Like, I can't really say.
I want
to point something out also, though, dude. Like,
if I could, I 100% would.
Like, don't you lose friends and family? Like, no. I mean, I haven't. I'm pretty open about it. Like, anybody, if you're close to your family or you're close to your friends, something like this, a little bit of a cosmology difference shouldn't get in the way of your friendship or your family, especially. Any friends that you do lose over something like that, good riddance. Like if that's going to be the wedge, the driving force to separate you, they weren't your friends.
That's a hell of a point. But
that is a good point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Creamy, though, if you could, not saying that don't break any of your codes or oaths or whatever you had to take, but if you could, wouldn't you let the people know, like, dudes, the 5-star restaurant that you thought was a 5-star, it would be less than a 1 if I told you what's going on in the kitchen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you could speak on some things because you have truth with you on your side. You know that they're found out to be, very dirty or uncleanly. So for you, that would be something very substantial to like report and to talk to people about because you care about them, right? Like if you had family going to that restaurant, wouldn't you be like, yeah, just don't eat there? Like, like you would, how could you
100%.
Convince them? You know what I mean? That's important. Anyway,
you guys got to be careful about the places you eat at. Like, I think honestly, 50% of restaurants are like that. It's disgusting.
I agree with you, man. But like, I guess, okay, so in that aspect, similarly, we're doing the same thing here, but only on a cosmological aspect. So we're telling people, guys, you haven't looked into this really, because listen to all the people that come in here, I would say, and look at their answers. They're one-word answers like, how do you know the stars are made of plasma? Well, science. Really? One-word answer. There's no articulation into telling me how you know. There's no thought process, no critical thinking. There's no rigor. There's nothing. There's only one word. So it's like, basically, they give you enough to think about that the Earth is a globe, but they don't give you enough to kind of delve into like the minutia of the point. And I think that's the problem, Brubber. You're hot micing, bro.
Oh God.
So yeah, and I wanted you to mute because I know where you're at. But listen, when you think about it, you have to realize that this conversation is not a normal one. You're not going to have the same reactions as you would like talking about cakes or how to build a car. This is very, very specific to like something that people identify with. Like they would say, dude, I'm in an ever expanding cosmology. What the hell are you talking about? So it kind of affects them in a way because, they dream about traveling the stars and all that in the future. So it's kind of, it ruins people's expectations. It's almost like telling them Santa Claus don't exist. And in that same vein, it's about the same as understood as a tradition. So, everybody does Christmas and they dress up or, do things on Christmas Eve and, the whole pageantry of Christmas, right? They do it up big, some people. But why do they do it? What is the foundation for Christmas? And when you start to research that, you're like, dude, this has no origins in Christianity. Like, it's all pagan. So you start to realize truth when you research. All you have to do is do the research for the Earth being a globe. You're going to realize it has no foundations in anything that has been known to be an Earth as an oblate spheroid. I'm long in the tooth about this, I know, but what I'm saying is I'm kind of laying out a perspective for you and what we deal with, and the reason why people don't answer, like your buddy Akuma, because it comes.
Can you guys collectively shit on him? I actually want to hear you guys.
No, actually, I don't like it. That's why I don't like him. Because no, I don't like that. We have. It's not a part that we enjoy. To the fact that like someone like him, because he's kind of like he's an honest guy because he's trying to figure out, but he's kind of rebutting it with the best he can. The really obtuse ones we enjoy. The ones that come in with the hard nose. Oh, I love that. I love when the bravado is like at level 10.
You know, he'll get there. He'll get to like level 20.
No, but
he doesn't have anything, dummy.
He doesn't have anything. The guys who think they have, the guys that think they have something, those are the guys we go for. You know, the cosmologists, the astrophysicists. Some of the guys who come in here, they fancy themselves pseudo intellects. Those are the ones I like.
Do you guys take it personally? Like, are you guys gonna start hating me over time, or is it like
why? There's nothing to hate you over about, man. Like, you just think the Earth's a globe. Like, that's
the limit. The only thing we hate is bad form, right? When someone starts attacking the person and using tactics and automatically say that, like, the other day someone said I asked a dishonest question. Now, I know that you can make a dishonest statement, but how do you ask a dishonest question? Those kind of tactics is what we hate, right? We consider that bad form, right? When you debate, you're supposed to be as honest as you can, you know, and make a logical argument and stay away from logical fallacies. What we hate is when they try to do this pseudo-intellectual, pseudo science arguments, and they're just being really weird when they use the sophistry and the tactics.
That's the word that came to me. That's all. I would also point out.
If the question is if anybody's going to start hating you can't make any promises there. Everybody's in different. We're all individuals. You can't speak for everybody in this.
And there's like a lot of confusion because some people they know that you think the Earth is flat, but then they make other assumptions, like if you believe in space or other planets and like other stuff, right? So it gets like really jumbled up, right? I assume.
No.
Yeah, I mean the part about cosmology, I think, is what a lot of people hinge on. Every time we start talking about the Earth as a globe, they look to the sky all the time. They always look up. Well, I know how the Earth is because I've seen Jupiter. And it's like, dude, really? How does that make any sense? I'm asking you about the Earth you're standing on, the thing you can actually or tangibly in contact with. And it's like, so that thing is the thing you're pointing. You'd rather me look up at something that's far away, which we can't get to, and speculate that the Earth is exactly like that thing. That's weird. Like, why don't you just talk about the thing you're standing on? That would be easier, and either verify or say that you don't know. Like, for us to have the conversation about Earth, we need to speak about the constituent parts that make it is what it is. So, if we're talking about curvature, then speak about how we can measure it. If we're talking about how the Earth's rotating, speak about how we can know that the Earth is in that motion. You know, every conversation leads into another aspect. So we want to know, how do we get from point A to point B of that? So
that makes sense.
Your friend didn't last long. He started saying the sun isn't real, everything's a hologram. He just completely lost his mind.
I think you guys could make him go the other way because he's very into like.
I'm not worried about him. I don't make people do anything.
No, I was just saying it's likely you guys can convince him, you know.
I'm not here to convince people.
Yeah, but you got to remember though that it will take time. He's gonna make that decision himself. He's gonna look at the environment and walk toward that he wants to do. We're not gonna hold his hand and make him drink the water. Can't do that.
We just point out the bullshit and let you figure it out.
Yeah, you can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. Simple.
Yo, so do you guys have any stories? Like, what's the most intense? Like, when has it gotten the crate? Has it gotten like out of control? Like, what's?
Yeah, just yesterday.
What, like, was that the most intense? Like, has anyone like completely lost their mind? Like, you guys like start getting scared, like they're coming after you or some shit?
Coming after you? What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
I don't know. We're on the internet, dude. People are crazy,
So
you
what?
know.
So who cares? Like, everybody in here is doing their own thing. People make vain arguments, claims that they're going to do this and that. They're internet heroes, internet bad guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why does anybody hold anything like they're doing like, okay, I'm making my personal business to find out what Creamy Steve's all about. Like, nobody's doing
Yeah, there's freaks like that. There's crazy
freaks like
people
that, but yeah, they get muted and they get discarded the moment we find out.
Oh, you guys never had like a situation where you're dealing with a like actual like situation?
No, we don't ever have to think of that. We don't ever have to think of that. That's like another layer of like, oh, let's be afraid of the boogeyman. Like,
well, that's because
I've actually had people. I've had people email me.
He sees.
I've had people
email me.
What the fuck?
I've had people. Paraplegic, dude. I was talking in the middle.
I'm sorry.
He sees it on TV, so that must be how things are. Just isn't that way.
Yeah, you've been watching too many crime shows, man. Just relax.
Creamy, I'll tell you what does happen. There seems to be a concerted effort for those that oppose the globe to kind of, dox them and then discredit them and even, ruin their personal lives. So there was a guy named, is it Elijah Mullins? He was a physicist. He just kind of broke down all the globe claims in a very concise, mathematical, and he was a physicist, so he broke it all down. He made it really ugly for the globe, and then somebody doxed him. He had a YouTube channel, and they said, if this guy doesn't shut up, we're gonna get him fired. But they called his boss, essentially. They called his boss and said, get this guy off of YouTube. And so the threats were made, and he never made another video after that. Now, this is a true story. So really those are the types of things that do happen. Yeah, it is fucked up. I mean, those are the types of things that are real. So, I mean, if this is nonsense, like ultimately, if this is just bullshit, by the way, everybody that you're talking to on here at one time believed the Earth was a globe. In fact, probably vehemently so, right? We were intense globers. I was a NASA guy. I believed in exoplanets. No problem, right? I gobbled that shit up. But ultimately, there is a concerted effort against people who are on the other side now to discredit them and make their life kind of miserable. Like, that's how real it gets. And if it's bullshit, why bother? Who cares? This should be easy to debunk. Flat Earth? Are you kidding me? All you have to do is show curvature of the Earth. That's all it takes. And it's not there.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
Okay, so let me just speak to that a little bit, the concerted effort. We have people such as, and I'll name some people in here that do this. They've been doing this for years. I got a high-level selfist that's in here right now. His names are Eggshells Are Flat. He's one guy that does that every single day. He makes it a mission to thwart the efforts of critical thinkers. He'll jump himself into the conversation and insert his words so that he can divert the conversation, so he doesn't let the person who's asking questions, like someone like Creamy, would want to know more about what we're saying, and he'll divert into whatever path that he wants to talk about. So he's one of those guys. Anybody else in here? There's Matthew Burns, who's been
just like religion almost. Like, people respond to it like how I see people get angry about religion.
If the Earth is flat,
like that.
Does that mean it's like flat, like in like a plane, or is it like a cylinder? Or
So when we refer to flat Earth, we're talking about the horizontal plane of reference. So we are talking specifically to the horizontal plane that you're on right now, Ethiopian. That's what we're talking about.
Is it like a continuous plane?
Yes.
Like, 'cause it could
continuous. It's continuous to the extent of like where we're talking about geographic locations. So if I say that you're in Europe and I'm in North America, I would say across the plane is completely flat to where you're at. So I'm pointing horizontally across the plane of existence to where you're at. So that plane that you're on is flat. So everything is measured. Everything is measured off of the horizontal plane of reference. So I'll give you an example. We got mean sea level, which is an average of tides that rise and fall, and to any place on elevation on ground. So that place on elevation where you're standing is measured by mean sea level, the vertical point, to your feet. So you draw a straight line on the horizontal plane of reference from that line from mean sea level to your feet, and underneath your feet, all the way to the bottom, is connecting that horizontal plane. So 90 degrees from that position of the horizontal plane of reference to the point where the person is standing above elevation would be consistently in elevation height from mean sea level. That means that we can know if you go straight horizontally to another location, that horizontal plane that we're referencing is flat. So it'll go flat all the way across the plane of existence.
So everything that we measure is off of that.
So it's not a cylinder.
No, it's not a cylinder. There's nothing that gives us the information that it's actually any shape. We only know that it's flat due to the fact that everything is measured off that reference plane. So the horizontal plane that we referenced is indeed the plane that we reference when we say the Earth is flat.
Is it
the Earth has its own topography? No, it's not. It's not a shape, sir. I already said that.
It's a circular plane, or it's just an infinite plane. It goes on in all directions.
And then nobody's claiming that it's infinite either. That's another claim. And a claim of infinite would mean that it goes on forever. No one can say that.
So the shape is undefined.
The shape is unknown. If there is one.
Is it true that we can fall off the face of the Earth?
No, it's not true.
He's so terrible at this.
So yeah, he's
I have a real question. I have a non-troll question.
Go ahead.
I think okay, so if the Earth is flat, then are there like high up people in on this, like trying to like make people think it's round? Like, is there like some like money incentive? Like, what's the incentive to push the roundness theory? You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's all throughout academia. I think there's your answer right there.
I get they're pushing it through those methods, but like, what's the incentive? Like, why are they doing?
I give you $60 million a day. Would you lie to me?
So it's money, right?
Let me ask you. I'm asking you a question, hypothetical. If I would give you $60 million a day, would you lie for me?
Maybe.
Yeah, you would, right?
Yeah, so it's a multifaceted answer. So it's not just one or the other. It's a multifaceted answer. But the end result is to control the narrative. The narrative is that the Earth is a globe flying in the vacuum of space, and the people that believe it, their minds are convinced due to the fact that a narrative is being told to them. And beyond that, every derivative topic that gets brought up, like climate change or overpopulation or limited resources, is all tied to the fact that we're living on a rock that's dying. And so therefore you are controlled by that narrative. Your mind is completely encompassed and engulfed in it. So the only thing you can think of is globe and how we need to get off this rock because it's a dying planet. So next thing you know, you're being convinced that there's an asteroid, a killer asteroid that's coming to you, and all kinds of other manners of ways to control you by fear mongering. So you are being controlled at the moment. Your mind is controlled by the narrative. Therefore, we can say with all assurance that you are being controlled by this information. So they are controlling your mind, and where the mind goes, the body follows. Is that good enough?
Yeah, I was just curious. I was honestly hoping for an answer, like a very like direct, like this organization would be benefiting.
It is direct,
like,
dude.
You know what
Listen
I mean?
to me when I say this. They're controlling the narrative that the Earth is a globe, and every derivative topic that gets brought up is by proxy of that narrative. So anything that they tell you, you will believe them. So they're controlling your mind. And where the mind goes, the body will follow. Meaning, if they tell you to go fight this war because we're running out of oil and our country needs oil, you will do that. Because if they tell you there's a climate change, give us money because the climate's changing, you will do that. Do you understand? Every narrative that gets told to you is by proxy of the main one, which is the Earth is a globe. It's a flying rock in the vacuum of space. Every narrative, everything you can think of is being controlled by that one single thing.
Yeah,
is that not direct?
Galilean dialect, right?
Is that not direct?
I think you misunderstood what I was trying to say. I was trying to say like, yeah, no. I think I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
So the narrative that you speak of has nothing to do with my narrative, like the way I describe the narrative that you think that Earth's a globe. Nothing concerns of what you're saying had nothing to do with what I'm saying, right?
No, I was. It kind of does, but I was saying is like I was hoping you would say like a title of an organization like NASA or this.
Yeah, that's fine. You could say that. Listen,
but you're saying is like it's trickled down. It spreads to multi-factor.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, it does.
Oh my
So-
god, what the
Jesus.
It
Just some
doesn't
guy fucking around.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. I think what happens is the fact that people are going to blame other people for it, and we're not looking for that. We're just saying the information you're receiving is incorrect. So that means whoever is propagating, your neighbor could be saying the Earth is a globe. Your teacher saying the Earth is a globe. Is that true or not? We're just giving you the
Are they in
facts.
on it?
Yeah. So it's listen. So what I'm saying, whoever's propagating it is giving you incorrect information. So that's where what we're working off of. We're not saying the big bad boogeyman's
Intentionally
out
or
there. They're not. There's not a secret room of individuals who are, conspiring to. What's Creamy Steve's doing? Oh, we got to figure out, man. We got to get him back on this globe idea. What can we do today, fellas? Oh, let's confer tomorrow. We'll figure it out. Like nobody's doing that, bro. Nobody is.
Apart from GF6.
Yeah, apart from GF6. No, but like the idea itself is not true. The whole narrative is not true. And the more you're aware of it, the better you'll be able to stand against it. If you're not aware of it, you're going to completely be engulfed by the fact, oh, well, dude, that's what you're saying because you don't believe in the Earth being a globe. That's all you're going to have is a rebuttal. You won't be able to consistently refute what we're saying because there isn't anything to refute, because you are coming from a standpoint of thinking that the Earth is a globe by these guys or whoever, the information comes from. So we're getting that information that the Earth is a globe and academia everywhere. And then we're coming forward and saying, dude, I know the Earth's a globe. And we're like, yeah, okay, tell us how it's a globe. How does it measure globe? Well, it doesn't measure globe. It's just a globe. Earth's a globe. Earth is round. Earth is round. That's all we hear. It's like broken records. People without any explanations. They don't know how to articulate the answers that we need to hear from them.
Have you ever seen the reverse? Have you ever seen like a flat earther go to the globe side in here or like get reversed?
Allegedly, according to what some of these ones that do that, we find out that their arguments from the standpoint of what they thought the Earth, when they were allegedly flat earthers, they would say, well, do you know that Star Trails changed my mind? I'm like, dude, really? You went to Star Trails? Like, and that was convincing to you? That's the reason why you went back to globe? Because of Star Trails? I mean, I can't help that. Some people they're considered bandwagon flat earthers. They're just in it just because they like the hype or they like what's going on. They're not really deep diving into like the reasons why people's psyches are all torn up, and because their belief system is based upon some idea of imaginations of men. Because that's all it is, bro. At the end of the day, they're imaginations of men. And so you're basing your whole worldview on someone's imagination. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
They're all junkies, aren't they? Because they're looking for something that's greater in life that means more than their mundane everyday experience.
I mean, Creamy, I'm laying it out for you, bro. Like if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I don't know what.
No,
to do
I'm listening.
Anymore,
No, I'm just listening. Yeah.
So
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
No, but what I'm saying though is like it's so some of the answers, the questions that people ask are so loaded that I have to unpack like all these things. It's actually like, why would they lie? That's on the globe side seems like a valid question to ask, right? Why would they lie? But if somebody was to give you a specific answer, like you say, well, dude, it's Illuminati conspiring against all of us, and you're like, oh, the Illuminati, huh? What do you mean? And we'll get into this ridiculous argument about that. It's like it doesn't really lead us somewhere we need to be.
Illuminati sounds made up.
But I think the better thing that we should look at is the information verifiable? Is what we're receiving true or not? That is the question, not whether or not the Bilderberg group is in building C over there in New York conspiring against humanity. Like, we don't need to know that shit. They can do whatever. People can do whatever they want. People can say whatever they want. The only thing we're concerned with is, can you prove it? In this channel, that is paramount. If you want to stand, amongst all these people and say, yeah, I can prove it, then you better have some evidence to back your claim. You better be able to prove it, because it's time to show. There's telling part. You show and tell. Well, we already had tell. Now you need to show. So that's what we're on about. So we're not worried about like the individual little specifics. Like, well, they did it for money, dude. Like $63 million. That's a lot of dough in it, bruh. Like, we don't care. So what? They have all the money in the world.
They don't just think about it. It's like not gonna make any sense to you. You're gonna be like, dude, that's so convincing. Yeah, dude, they did it for the money. I can see your point now. I'm a flat earth. Like that's not our objective. So
it shouldn't start with is NASA what if NASA was lying to us as if nobody had considered the direct experience of reality around them. It should start with that, what you're observing and experiencing in reality.
It just feels like
it's just interesting, because like I like econ and finance, so I like to follow the money because usually people do things for money, right? That's why I was asking. I was like, it'd be interesting if there's like a documentary like JBL or SpaceX is like, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, if you wanted to follow the receipts and find out why they pay $10,000 to send a packet of M&Ms to the ISS, you could do that. But like at the end of the day, it's all going to get tied up into hearsay and whether or not you got the right books or did you figure out that this other accountant didn't figure in these numbers, and it's going to get real. You're going to get lost in the sauce there. You're not really going to get to the point where we're at here. Whether or not it's true that the Earth is a globe and this whole narrative that they're spinning and giving you, the story, is true or not. And I think that's more essential than going off into that topic. Because, so who cares, man? They're spending millions of dollars on this equipment. Are they actually doing what they say they're doing?
Yeah,
Yeah. That's it.
You guys ever invite guests? You guys should invite send your Titan against like some academic Titan and just like for an hour everyone's muted and shit.
Academic Titan.
But you know what I mean, right? Like they send their army.
My ideal scenario if the academic Titans would come in here, I would actually have you just go on mute, get some popcorn, and just relax. We're gonna show you how little they know. And I would demonstrate it to that over and over. I would tell you, line all your academic Titans up.
There has to be a way you can get those guys in. Your YouTube shit would get a lot of views if you had like an event where.
Well, here's the thing.
Joe Rogan tried to get Neil deGrasse Tyson to go against Eric Dubay. He said no.
He said no. So yeah, the forum is here. Although it's not just being scared. Those guys, I think more of it is that they don't see a little dough involved in it. It's not no money, no honey, right? So if you don't give them what they want,
they don't get the time of day. It would be so intense. You know what I mean,
bro? Listen, you don't think we know this? We've had scientific communicators come in there. One of them, you might know, his name is Mick West. Mick West has come in there. We've debated PhDs like Danny Faulkner, whom earlier was given Gamma No Hack was using one of his citations. So I've spoken to him, and his evidence. I guarantee you, if you heard these academic types come in here, your jaw will hit the floor. You're like, dude, is that all you got? I mean, I'm hinging my whole worldview that you got the answer. I mean, I'm just a peon over here. You're the Titan. You're supposed to know what you're talking about, and you let these guys drag you around by your short hairs. That's embarrassing, dude. Like to you, I think that would be concerning, right? You'd be like, why don't these guys stand up and do something? Like, why are they all taking it on the chin? You know what I'm saying? And that we've been making the all call for years now. Come on in here. If you think you're some intellectual type, hey, let's hear what you got. Because I got some questions for you, and I want to see if you can answer them. I don't think you can. But yeah, the invitation is there, Creamy. And if you know somebody, professor, what's his name?
It would have to be in a way where everyone is muted. I don't want like some guy to come in and start using the N-word or some crazy shit, and then it's like bad
that's
PR
fine
for them. And like
we can do that. We can do a special show, and we can let somebody kind of go through it with them. But you, at least from your part, all you would have to do is like go and get the guy. Who do you think is the Globe Earth champion? Bring them in. Over and over again, people have come into this channel and they haven't produced any information that supports the claim, whether intellect or not. And so we're just waiting. If you think,
hey, Alpha.
What's up, Aldish? What's up, Aldish?
Hey. So I think I've mentioned this before, but my aunt actually works for NASA.
Mm-hmm.
So I was
worked there too.
Yeah,
say what?
I said my dad worked there too. Yeah, go ahead. What about people that work at NASA?
So your dad works there?
Just let's just finish what you were saying, please.
No, so my aunt works there. She says that there have been multiple projects that have been canceled. Well, how do you feel about that?
Well, that's probably just because of like different reasons. It could be, money shortage or
government sanctions.
Yeah, it's usually funding, but I'd say the public's loss in the interest of the project or whatever. This could multiple. It doesn't have to be because of globe or flat. I mean, it just could be some other.
Right. So, like, I'm just curious about what you think about funding being canceled for like voyages on Mars.
There is no voyages to Mars.
Yes, there are. There literally is.
No, there isn't.
Voyages to.
I literally talked to my aunt about this on.
Talking about like the rover and stuff like that, like the.
Yeah, like the rover.
It's not going anywhere. What about it? You nuns.
Yeah, that's CGI photos. That's not real people on Mars.
called me a
That's
nun?
not real people on Mars. That's CGI photos.
No, I did not say it was a real person.
Wait,
Relax.
it seems like they only talk
No.
about the Earth here. They don't like to like go out to other planets.
Just
kinda
wait,
stuff.
guys.
Exterior, right?
Wait a minute, Creamy. You're getting too far in it, man. Because if you get whoever's involved, I'm gonna remember the names and I'm gonna pull you out one by one. That's what I do. When you all come in and start agreeing with each other, then I'm gonna do this. Watch this.
Also, Owlishness said that all my pictures that I didn't take those. I even put one with the fucking. They were spraying the shit out of the sky right before it went off, and you can even see the trails in that picture I posted. Here it is. I'll post it again.
I literally told
I wasn't
you
agreeing
the
with
photos
her,
you
by the way.
Yeah,
I literally
here's what we're
told
gonna
you.
do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're doing it organized. All right, I'm gonna mute Owlishness. Owlishness, you're gonna answer some questions now that you mentioned that because you got the chat all stirred up. We want to know some things now, so let the audience know what your knowledge is on voyages to Mars. What do you know about that?
So my aunt works for NASA. She works for the Goddard Space Center. Right? So she knows about the government funding cuts that have been going through that have been canceling these various missions that have been to Mars, to the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I spoke to her specifically about like what she thinks about that. And she basically specifically talked about how flat earthers were just like ridiculous. What do you think about that?
Hold on a second. You said your aunt has canceled Mars missions.
No, I did not say my aunt canceled Mars missions. I said my aunt works for the Goddard Space Center, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she knows about the government cuts that have been happening. So therefore, people who have been employed by NASA to run these missions have been fired, essentially.
Well, there's nothing to do. Why do you think they were fired? They're cutting.
Right, so government funding.
Airport.
Business.
My dad used to work at JFK Airport. What's the point?
All right, who's saying that? Say it again, please.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's no point there. There's no evidence. What's the evidence that they're going to Mars? What's the evidence that they're going to space?
You're in the same vein as I am, which is what I was going to ask her. We'll do this one by one because I think Creamy was advocating too. So we'll go after Owlishness because that was her objection. So Owlishness, go ahead. I was going to ask the same thing the gentleman asked right now. So go ahead. Can you tell us?
So we've already.
No, we didn't already. We need you to explain how you know that's the case, Owlishness. Go ahead.
Okay, so hold on.
Sorry.
Let me not get muted for a second.
Well, you have to tell us how you know. So that's what we're interested in.
Because my aunt.
Okay, sorry. That's not the right answer. By proxy of someone else telling you an anecdotal testimony is not going to help us. And your aunt, either she knows or she doesn't know. Does she know that they're going to Mars? Yes or no, Owlishness?
Yes.
Okay, so now we need So now we need to know how she has the knowledge that they are going to Mars. Can you detail that to us, please? Or is that proprietary? You can't.
No, it can't be because it's a public company. It's not private. You can go to NASA. She should be able to tell us.
Absolutely. She works for the Goddard Space Center.
Okay, so how does she know they're going to Mars?
How does she know? Because she understands and works for the...
Hold on, guys. Hold on. How does she know all this?
She works under the funding to know where the money is going.
Okay.
Funding to know where the money to know where the money is going. Okay.
So the money is going somewhere, therefore Mars? Is that how we complete that logic? The money is going somewhere, therefore Mars. Owlishness? Is that what you think?
No, it's not that like, oh, well, she knows where the money is going there for Mars. She knows where the funding is going there for. She knows what employees are getting paid. So if there is a specific group that are being paid to, say, fund a mission to Mars because they're being hired to run, say, a robot that is being put on Mars, she knows if that's being funded or not.
So she knows if somebody's building a robot. That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
I know too. I know who's building robots in my plant. Does that make me a Mars specialist?
Yeah. So she knows that funding is being given to a specific group of people so they can finish a robot. That's good. Now, how do they know they're going to Mars?
Because she works for NASA.
So a circular argument.
So it's nothing.
So it's nothing. So here we go. We got somewhere. Creamy. Now, you advocated a little bit for her position. What do you think about what she said? And before you go,
I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? I wasn't agreeing with her.
I thought you were agreeing with her. My bad.
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. So let me unmute.
What are you fucking talking about? Your aunt works at NASA.
Okay.
Like what? So what?
All right. So we're at least to a point where we can see what was going on and what's being said.
Bring her in here.
I will.
No,
we just need clarification. So that's all we need.
She should bring in this NASA aunt or whatever.
Oh, well, that's not really.
I have a question. I have a question. When her aunt visits Mars, does she talk to the Martians and ask them questions and stuff?
No, we're not going to go there. We won't go there.
No, my aunt does not work. Does not work.
Marvin,
you're not obligated to answer that.
No, she works for the cleaning company at Goddard.
Yeah, we're not obligated to answer.
Yeah, she works for the Goddard Space Center, so she has an idea and an understanding of what is being funded and what is not being funded.
Good for her.
Under the government program. So basically, what she was saying, what she told me, is that a lot of the government programs are being canceled. So the government is no longer funding programs to go to space. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, good. That's good. That's good. Good stuff. Yeah, hooray for that. But so does anybody else have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Because that's what we're looking for.
And, so
built a robot. That's my evidence.
No, Alpha Veritas. I was actually wondering. You were in about 88 to 90% totality in the eclipse. What did you think? I just want to know your thoughts.
Oh, I'll give you my take, but I think Jedi has been wanting to get in here, so I want to give him some.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine. I was only going to berate you about your aunt and working for payroll.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Jedi. I want to. No, what do you have to say?
You haven't been around for a while, so I'm more interested.
Oh, he's gonna wait. He's gonna ease you into.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jedi. I want to hear what you have to say.
No,
I'll spit on the finger before I put it in. You'll be fine.
Fucking Jedi, dude. What am I gonna do? You're out of control, bro. All right, so does anybody in here have the evidence that the Earth is a globe? We got to go to everybody in here. First of all, give you the opportunity to give us the evidence. Does anybody have evidence? Really want to know.
Do you know I actually spoke to my aunt about coming into here, and she laughed at me.
Oh, wait. Are you an adult?
Yes.
Well, do you know about Robert Simmons, who works at Goddard? How he made the blue marble?
Listen, I don't work at Goddard. My aunt does.
Ask her to email him and give us some information.
Robert Simmons?
You know what?
Let's talk to the lad.
Hey, Hammy, guys.
You know what? Next time I see my aunt, which I'll just go over to her house, I'll just ask her to come in here.
No, yeah.
It was funny.
Microphone. Put it right on.
You know what's funny is I actually spoke to her directly. I was like, "Hey, there's a bunch of flat earthers on the 24/7 flat earth server who would love to hear from you." She was like, "Oh, that's so funny."
What does she do at NASA? Because that could mean anything, right?
Well,
She's an accountant.
So she specifically.
That's what I'm saying. Like, she
is-
could be cleaning or something.
No, she's a web developer, but she has.
Oh my
God.
Excellent.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's
But
good.
she has direct. She works for the Goddard Space Center.
no,
Okay,
no,
so
no,
I'm not.
What?
Never
What does she have
mind.
direct? She has
Your
direct
aunt
what?
is getting
Does her daughter
data.
work for
No,
SpaceX?
the reason
Getting
I'm
data
giving
that's
you.
already been cleaned.
No,
What does she have
listen.
direct? She has direct what?
She has direct information about what is being funded and what is not, because
Ooh,
basically,
that's some good stuff right there.
yeah,
You know,
that's what I'm telling you.
If we found out where our tax dollars were going, I think we'd be a little bit more upset.
Well, I'll have you know that our tax dollars are not going to fund any future Mars missions. So I hope you're
Excellent.
happy about that.
So we can save a little extra money this year.
Yeah,
Yes,
because we live in a
absolutely.
dome. Because
All
we
right.
live in a
Hey,
dome.
I put the proof in the box there. Now, do
No,
you guys-
I'm telling you.
Don't talk over people, dude.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
Just chill out.
I'm just letting you know that none of your tax dollars right now are going to fund any space missions because they've all been canceled.
They never did.
Well, just
Okay,
like
well, I'm just.
Tell her we know that none of them ever went to space missions.
I don't know, but I'm just telling you that my aunt was literally telling me how all future space missions and how most space missions were being canceled.
You know what I like is that people overuse the word literally.
I
And what makes them space missions? Wait. What makes them space missions, by the way? What makes them space missions?
Because there were several missions planned from our our robots to be
You're
sent to
saying that
Mars,
Artemis
but they
is
were
canceled?
canceled.
You're saying because they say they're going to space.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they were canceled.
Oh,
what
I
if they're
know.
just building
I
really
get it. Hold
expensive
on,
robots
Hold on,
that don't
stop.
go
I
anywhere?
understand why it's real. Because a project manager said we're going to go to space, and then somebody else said no, cancel it. So therefore, it's real because something got canceled. You're fucking retarded, kid.
Oh, me?
Our listeners, how do you feel, being as you've been, talking to us for quite a while, that all of these missions have now been cancelled? They're not going to be taking place. How do you feel about that?
I mean, personally, I feel like our tax dollars are being wasted, but that's kind of a different point. But I'm just telling you that my aunt was specifically complaining about how there were a lot of people losing their jobs over the fact that a lot of missions were being canceled.
Well, that's no
she
bueno, right?
works, huh?
That's no bueno. We got to keep those guys working, doing something.
Yeah, they got to be doing something.
They
So
gotta eat. They gotta eat too. I mean, come on.
Listen, are you saying that the
Yeah.
NASA employees and contractors are being laid off, like all other companies laying off people right now? I mean, many other.
So,
I
a
said
lot
all,
of
but many companies are laying off people, but NASA is doing the same thing.
yeah, so NASA obviously hires a lot of contractors. Those contractors are being laid off because there's a lot of contracts that are being canceled because they're unable to fund these projects.
Do you know they do that all the time?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that they do this all the time, but I'm telling you that just recently there were a bunch of projects being canceled.
Yeah, so they say
they always do this.
They say to the government, "Hey, listen, we're going to have this project. We need this much money." They get that much money. They say, "Well, we got to cancel the project."
Yeah, this is,
listen, dude. I work for the government. I know what is canceled and what is not being canceled.
Oh, really?
Oh, now
Yeah, and then they use that money, the taxpayer money. For
I see. I don't work.
to genocide the mass public.
I don't work for NASA, so I can't speak on their behalf. But I work for the government, so I know that shit's being canceled all
the
the
water
time.
cooler, especially, is a great place for conversations like that.
Listen, I'm an IT person. Okay,
Yeah,
I
but-
fix computers.
You're like that. You're like that fly on the wall that's like hearing and seeing all things.
You're the guys that run around asking me how to do things all day long at work.
No, I'm the
The
guy
fly
who
with
runs into
33
your
eyes.
office and tells you how to do things.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! There you go.
On and off again.
Oh shit! You ask my IT guys, they'll say no. Go ask him, and they're pointing at
That's me. I'm him.
No, I don't even work in that department.
I'm literally him. I'm him.
Listeners, you're fired.
Sick. All right. I'll take it.
Trump
Don't quit your
style,
job.
2024.
You got.
I'm being gang stalked by the CIA. They are
Understand how our
Don't quit my job.
work.
Keep doing what you're doing.
And real quick, I just wanna ask if anybody have that GIF. I just have people asking for something, and that GIF that shows someone is recording like a sphere, and they have a non-sphere object casting a shadow on the sphere. I just want to show it to someone just to prove, not to prove, to show them something that they have in their mind is not necessarily truth all the time. Oh, that one. Thank you, Fab Lloyd. Yeah.
Oh.
Alpha, were you not in 88 to 90% totality during the eclipse?
80%.
80%? Yeah, because you're in Iowa, right?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Yep.
Right. So you were in like 80% totality. Did you actually watch it?
I slept through the whole damn thing. I work night. You don't know where I work. I'm working overnight.
No, I don't know where you work. I'm not asking. I'm
saying
like,
I work overnights. So I'm sleeping.
which is awesome because I love an overnight shift.
Well, I do too. I sleep through the whole day, so I missed the thing by sleeping through it. So,
I mean, that's fine. That's respectable.
But,
I was just wondering if you saw it.
But check this out. This is what I just heard. I don't know if he's in the room or not. I think is Lou in here? Yeah, he is actually. But purportedly, he was supposed to have seen, about the same coverage that I did because he's around the Midwest too. But he saw less than 90% on the moon. And
here's the story, and actually, because I was talking with went in the chat. So apparently, I mean, there's quite a possibility that because, I mean, I'll admit I didn't have the proper eclipse glasses. I was just looking through dark sunglasses. But what I saw did not look like what I was supposed to see. I was supposed to have almost 90% coverage, and I only saw maybe what looked like 20%. Okay. It turns out, I mean, at least let's just say it was not very impressive. Like,
I was in.
Hold on,
impressive for me,
bro. You gotta
I
be
was
careful,
in 88% totality.
You can't do that with sunglasses. It's very dangerous. So you got to be careful.
I stared right into it. What are you guys talking about? 324. 324. I stared right into it.
That's I used
the sun. If I can look at the sun any other day of year for a few moments at a time.
You shouldn't. You should not.
Dude, I stared into it from 324 to 333.
I had the special glasses, and even with that,
by 90%, it's not going to be any more dangerous.
Two of them.
Oh, I didn't know that, but
I'm not blind. I'll tell you what. I have 20/20 vision. I could drive a car better than most
I used the special glasses.
Better than 20/20 vision.
Even with the special glasses, the sliver that hit my eyes putting on the glasses, it hurt so much. It was so intense.
Really? Probably didn't have the right glasses.
No. Through the glasses, it was fine.
My neighbor's
When I
grass
started
is
putting them
greener
on.
than mine right now, but he has a dog that pees in the yard.
So I was in about 88 to 90% totality. Basically, my entire work, because it was during work hours, we all went outside and watched it. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I work outside most of the year. I was out all day. The sky dimmed a little bit, but we were supposed to have the 90%, and what I saw was more like just like a tiny little corner taken out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
when I stared into the sun, I saw a tetrahedron. When I stared into the sun, I saw a tetrahedron.
Why did you see a tetrahedron? The sun isn't even normally a tetrahedron.
Yeah, it was just weird. All I know is what I saw was really weird, and I looked at it from 324 to 333, and
that's the Masonic number 333.
Why would you see a tetrahedron? That doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
Creamy's like, all right.
Well, the sun. It's really complicated.
You're not even.
The sun's not a bunch of gases. The sun's not a bunch of gases spinning in a vast vacuum of nothingness.
It doesn't matter what the sun is.
The sun is the source. The sun is the source of life ether on the earth. The ether medium of animation.
It doesn't matter what the sun is. You wouldn't see a tetrahedron.
And we're off.
That's a
Did you
that's a
know the
fucking
sun has its
triangle,
own
my
light,
dude.
of course, and the moon has its own light, of course. The moon has its own light. Everybody knows that. As a matter of fact, we could functionally measure the moon's light that it gives off by itself, and we could functionally measure the sun's light that it gives off by itself in overcast.
Did you probe this?
I'm not going to get into this with you, but I know for a fact that you did not see a tetrahedron.
Maybe he was just going blind. Like when you stare at a bright light, like your eyes will start making like weird patterns and stuff. But
I really think that's what it was, because there's no fucking way that you saw a fucking triangle.
All right, back to NASA.
No, I saw it.
So-
It was more of a tetrahedron discus. Like
You saw a tetrahedron. You saw a triangle.
Holy shit.
Yeah, hold on, guys.
Yeah, pretty much. It was really weird. It was really weird.
Hold on.
I don't think it was very weird. I think you just imagined that. I think you just closed your eyes.
All right,
and...
that's enough. That's enough. Well, we entertained that long enough. All right, let's go.
I mean, I took mushrooms, and
I think you're taking it a little too far. I was just mentioning experience that I had, and
okay,
you know, you're
Thank God, making me itch.
I'm sorry about your experience. I hope you get better soon.
So we're gonna get control.
It's like Bible talk to me.
So relax, guys. All right, so now we're gonna go to anybody in here that's brand new to the topic. I'll unmute those guys in just a moment. Geeks, you're not new to the topic. You get a server mute. Just relax. All right, so anybody that's brand new to the topic, if you're jumping into this channel brand new, you want to ask some questions or you want us to, have a conversation with you, please unmute your mic and say hello to the channel, and we'll engage in the conversation about the Earth being flat, stationary, or you can tell us how you have evidence that the Earth is a globe. Either way. I'll open up the floor. Except for that guy.
Wow, they still do that?
Yeah.
Move it along. Move it along. Keep going. Move it along.
All right, so does anybody have any evidence?
That was kind of racist.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, nobody? Yeah, I was pretty quick on that, wasn't I? I had it preloaded though. That's why. All right, Son of Atlantis on mute.
So as I was saying, the tetrahedron is the shape of the third and fifth dimension. So yeah.
Nope.
Not gonna get weird with Truth Seeker right now.
Eventually, that will fade away. Just give him a little time. He needs like 5 minutes. He'll come back to reality, and not being stuck in the fifth dimension. Shit, dude. All right, and we're not gonna engage with him. No, don't try to reason with him. All right. I've unmuted your allishness. Back to the topic, please. And I'll unmute Geeks too. All right, Geeks, what do you have for us, man?
Now you ruined it.
Oh, here. I'll mute you. You can start again. Hello, Geeks. Welcome to the channel. Come on, man. This is your big production number. Hello, my lady. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Where's all that? He's like, no.
Is that the guy that was making the noises?
Hold on, Lou. Fucking Nathan Oakley was in. Did you hear when Nathan? Because he wanted his big introduction when Nathan Oakley was in here. So I had him on mute, and I was like, dude, because Nathan Oakley was doing his intro to his show and whatnot. So as soon as he came back, or actually before that, while he was doing his introduction, he had himself on deafen, and Geeks was like, well, Mr. Oakley, we meet again. And he got to miss the chance to say that to him because he was away doing his intro. So I was like, oh, Geeks, save that for when he comes back. So I muted him. And so as soon as Nathan started to engage this other character that was in here, and he was done with that guy, and I was like, Nathan, by the way, this guy wants to talk to you. He's been waiting to speak to you. And he's like, okay. So I muted Geeks, and he's like, well, Mr. Oakley, we meet again. And right away, Nathan's like, who the fuck's this guy? It was best, dude. And Geek's like, oh, you ruined it, man. He got all sad. I was just laughing because he built up this whole like way he was gonna do it, and Nathan wasn't having it, bro. And then he started to tell him, "Dude, you just want to be in here because you have stars in your eyes and you want to." And Geeks got fucking shellacked. I was just laughing. It was like,
I actually did hear that on the.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, well, not live, but I don't often actually check into Nathan Oakley's channel, but I do have it subbed, and I turned that one on just for the beginning part actually, and heard Geeks come in, and then I don't know, I didn't make it very far on that, but then I actually checked another one where he freaking about concavers, and it was him ripping freaking Turquoise Dragon apart, and I thought that one was good.
I can't believe Turquoise Dragon would do that on. That people know. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Geeks wanted to be on there, and he got his little, 5 minutes of fame for whatever that was. But then afterwards, he's like, "I'm not playing this game anymore." Like he got all set.
You're just gonna keep talking through me, are you? Are you Geeks?
Nathan Oakley is frightened of.
I don't think that's the case, bro. But that's fine. You can think that.
Yeah, he is, because I'm embarrassed in hardcore.
You're the
He's
guy.
controlled
You're the man.
opposition.
You're the man.
You know what, Alpha? I'm just happy to hear you. I haven't talked to you in a minute, so.
Well, that's because you're trying to be a stranger, man. You don't come around to these parts anymore.
Listen, I take my leave and I come back. I don't try to.
But you're out there being an IT professional and whatnot, and you thumbing up your nose to the rest of the peons.
Did you see my photos that I posted, by the way?
No.
So, back in February, I went to the beach.
Ooh, with there's some skin in those photos?
Oh, shit, dude.
It was February. It was February, okay? So, there wasn't much.
That don't mean shit to Lou, man. That don't mean shit to Lou. I don't know.
So, I was on the 10th floor of a building, and I got some cool photos of the ocean.
It better not be of curved oceans, because we're gonna have some trouble.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna post these photos. I posted them before.
I knew it. I freaking knew it, dude.
No, there's no. Listen.
What?
I'm gonna post these photos. You're not gonna claim a curved ocean because I'm about to post not curved ocean. Are you ready?
Well, let's see it.
All right. Here they are.
Oh my god, it's gonna be curved, isn't it?
It's not curved. It's literally just the ocean. Like
it's just
this
the way
is the
you're building
ocean.
I should spiral.
It was very close. I was on the 10th floor, by the way, when I took these photos.
Stupid internet.
Well, I think what they're doing is they're writing with this distance of the ocean theory that's been debunked a few years ago, and they have nothing else. And this is why they're trying to convince everyone that proves that the Earth is flat, but it actually doesn't.
Listen, I'm just posting photos that I took of the ocean when I was on the 10th floor of a building. Okay? Yeah. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just posting photos that I took.
Yeah, Vince. Relax, dude.
You can't. Your eyesight cannot see the distance.
Oh, dude, come on. Vince, don't come up with that. Your eyesight doesn't work. Therefore, when we see the globe, it starts to work. But when we don't see the globe, it doesn't work, bro. You can't use your eyes.
Planet is.
Okay, so hang on a second, dude. So you're telling me that everybody that works at
your theory is based on a small little planet.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What? That don't make sense, bro. That's fine.
It does.
Yeah,
I mean, okay, so you say, do you know how big it is? And your theory is based on a small one. How big is it?
Your theory, which it does, it's already been proven that that's not how it works.
How big is it?
How big is
it's huge.
Huge.
How big is it?
We don't want you to sound like Trump, dude. Come on now.
It's huge. It's
huge.
Huge.
Yeah, that's how he says it. Come on, bro. Give us some numbers. What's the numeric value?
I don't know the numbers.
You know?
I just know it's a fucking big planet.
Oh, well, shit, dude. All right.
It's just it's so big.
I know no little.
No matter how flat, no matter how
telescope
much
or
you just know it's bigger than that.
Big.
Yeah, it's bigger than that, bro. It's huge.
Big.
It's huge.
Like my dick. Big.
Come on, bro.
Huge.
Yeah,
So all I'm saying is that I was on the 10th floor of a apartment complex. That is the ocean, by the way. That's the Pacific. Wait, which ocean was I on?
You were gonna say specific.
The specific ocean.
The Pacific Ocean. I heard that. Dude, you know I'm good. I'm gonna point that out. When you do that, I'm gonna point it out because I hear every little.
Anyway, I was.
Go ahead. You were what?
I was at the ocean when I took this photo.
No, if you say that one more time, I think that would be even better. Third time's a charm.
I was at the ocean when I took this photo.
Excellent. I think that one hit home for sure.
I was on the 10th floor.
No, seriously, that's pretty good.
I do love round things. I got a big ass stomach.
Oh.
I was at the Atlantic Ocean.
I think you need
not
to see
the
a doctor
Pacific
about that,
Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. So
it can
basically,
be specific. I mean,
no, it was the Atlantic. Sorry, I didn't mean specific. I meant Atlantic.
We get what you're putting
so you was in Atlantic City?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as Atlantic City. Well, there is, but I wasn't there.
Yeah, there is. It's a strip club in Atlanta, and it's amazing.
I was not in Atlanta. I was in a different.
All right. So we got some
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I was on the 10th floor of a building, visiting my dad.
Are you saying you could see it being around from the view? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just saying that I took that photo.
Okay.
Nice.
So what's the argument here?
Is there a point to a photo?
Are you saying the Earth is flat or is it round?
I'm just saying that's a photo I took.
Oh, okay. So.
On the 10th floor.
Nice. What camera you use?
I was on the 11th floor.
I'd like you to examine the photo I took and draw your own conclusions about what it looks like.
It looks like
on the 11th floor.
Oh, that's the ocean. All right. So does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe, and you have any evidence for that?
It is a globe.
I mean, isn't there literally like videos of astronauts out in space like showing what the Earth looks like? Am I mistaken?
There's videos of things that we see on TV, sir, but there's no way that we can define whether or not that's legitimate. If you're able to say that's legitimate.
I'm pretty sure they want to Photoshop a video though. Like that's like from space though. Like you
Yeah,
really.
but here's the level of legitimacy. Vince, can I have a conversation at one time, or do you need to?
Vince, let this man talk. You pudgy idiot.
Vince, hold on, guys. Vince, what's on your mind, dude? What's bugging you today? You need to come in here.
Ahead. I want you to prove that the Earth is not round.
Well, we can't do our job, sir, if you keep putting your foot in the door.
Yeah,
unless
but prove to me. Listen, I've been on this planet for 58 years. Okay.
Damn.
Prove to me that it's not round.
Yeah, but we were having a conversation with the other guy. I don't know if you heard of it or not.
Yeah, 58 years. By this time, the parasites already took over that mine. There's nothing we can do. Sorry.
Right.
Hey,
Listen,
you could learn.
All I want to say is that I was on the 11th floor. I was on the 11th floor of that same hotel. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Okay. So,
well, if you were on the 11th floor, you would know that it's actually an apartment, a condo complex.
Okay,
whatever you would call it.
All right, so are we going to get to the be able to have a conversation?
Go for it, buddy. I love you.
Because you know what? Because I honestly think this is like.
Well, we allow people to speak, but at the same time, if we're not getting anywhere, we're just spinning our wheels, guys. We have to get somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? So
no, you're right. You're absolutely right.
I'm
so
ready.
We're letting. All right. So Tonio has made a claim about the videos that are coming from whatever. I don't want to say what source because you didn't mention that, Tonio. Where do you
I'm pretty sure it's. I'm pretty sure it's NASA. Like NASA posts these videos. Like.
Okay. Well, that may be the case, but like, how can you verify the legitimacy of that video? What can you do to say I know they're actually doing this in the place they say they're at? How can you verify that?
I mean, we see the ship take off. Do we not? Like, is there not videos of like us seeing and witnessing ships like
we're literally seeing rockets take off, and we see astronauts go into space and do studies, and there's a whole space team up in space. So, and there's satellites, and there's
what I'm asking for you, Tonio, is whatever you're saying when you say you see somebody up there, how can you verify that legitimacy of that? So,
it's on NASA,
and conversely,
it's on the NASA website, isn't it?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Conversely, if I show you something like an 80-foot gorilla climbing a tall building, and I say, look, dude, this video right here is of an 80-foot gorilla climbing this tall building. How are you going to be able to say that's legitimate or not? If I'm showing you a video.
Because you showed it to me.
You showed it to me, and plus there's a movie called Rampage.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Fine,
and Photoshop didn't exist until the 80s.
And it's got
Baby Yoda made Vince gay.
And Baby Yoda made Vince gay. Wait a minute, what?
You're hot under the collar. You're coming in pretty hot, dude. Your mic.
No, okay, wait a minute. Let me turn down my mic. Baby Yoda made Vince gay.
I don't know what that.
Bro, can you get the mic out of your mouth before you speak?
I gotta put something else in there. Shit.
I don't know what's going on here.
Hey, listen, Alpha, I'm here strictly to learn because I really am uneducated about the whole thing.
Okay.
And
we're trying to get somewhere. JC, we're trying to get somewhere. Go ahead.
I know, I understand that, and I want to let you finish, but I feel like I'm going to lose this thought, and I don't want to lose it.
Why?
I want, because you sound like you have a good handle on this. I need the argument. I need the argument of gravity because it's the only one I'm losing lately.
Okay, so losing as in you've had it with someone and they're not giving you information. Or
yeah, so I'm basically on the fence. Like, I'll be completely transparent. I'm on the fence a lot, and I don't necessarily doubt either way. But when somebody doubts hardcore one way, and I have like a little bit arguments here and there, I lose at gravity.
Okay, we'll go through it. How about that? But Tonio, I'll have to ask before we move forward. Can we table our discussion if you're going to stay here, or if not, for a later time?
I'm here.
All right, so I was going to continue with you, but I'm going to table our discussion to talk to JC or Gyros or whatever his name is.
JC.
All right, so JC, the conversation of gravity is a derivative one, meaning that it has to stem from a premise that the Earth is already a globe, and the physics on the Earth being a globe will work such that you start seeing things either be attracted to the center of the Earth. So the center of the Earth is where things are going towards. And that specific idea or mindset, would you agree with that? The idea that the Earth is a globe, and with gravity as physics on the Earth working the way it does, that things are either being pulled or pushed to the Earth. Would you agree or disagree? That's how they're.
That's the theory of gravity. Things are even being pushed or pulled to the Earth. Yes, right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so either Newtonian or Einsteinian. And I'm going to give you the goods so that it'll save time, right? So we're not going to ask you, well, which gravity is it, Einsteinian or Newtonian? I'm just going to bypass that. I'm going to tell you that the current paradigm in which the understanding of gravitational theory that's working right now is the Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. Would you say that you agree or disagree with that?
I would say that I would say that I'm kind of I'm not really interpreting in a way that I can fully understand how to agree or disagree with that.
Okay, so in the case of them actually having that conversation with us, it goes that we all recognize the effects. So in concerns to what gravity looks to be doing, the effect, it could be considered specific gravity. So that means relative density to us. So when we say specific gravity, it means that we're talking about the effect that takes place when you drop something in the medium of air.
Right.
Right. So you can say that, well, we see things falling in the medium of air. So that seems pretty logical, right?
Uh-huh.
And we can quantify that even farther by saying at the rate at which things fall at an average would be 9.8 meters per second squared. So we can quantify that in the sense of saying, I know at the rate of what elements fall through the medium of air, it is figured out to be at that. And it works for the most part. Industries use it, and it's very useful application of a formula.
Oh.
You agree with that much, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's logic.
It's useful, right? So moving forward, we're going to say we see an effect. Now, in order for us to understand the full scope of this conversation, gravity is a word we use colloquially, but it actually is married from it being just the effect to also being a cause. So we only talked about an effect. We did not talk about the cause. Now the effect is known as little g. Little g. Big G.
Little G, which is what they used to call me in high school.
Now you're a big G. All right, so big G is considered the gravitational theory. Do you know what that is? Yeah, so we talked about that a little bit, right? That is Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time, right?
Okay. Yes.
So they're saying that Einsteinian's bending and warping of space-time is said to be the cause for the effect.
Okay.
So the reason why you see that effect is because time and space is being bent and warped around the Earth, and it works as such that things are being pushed into the Earth from that gravitational field.
Okay, and we know this to be true more than the proof of what Tonio was talking about earlier?
No, Tonio was describing another thing it's another conversation.
Right, he was describing, like, of course, like seeing the broadcast and all the things that could easily be faked. I'm 100% with you on that.
Yeah, but and that has a whole other tangent that we can get off on. But I think specifically this one has more to do with
this what you just said about time being bent and all that stuff. Is this scientifically proven?
Well, that's the rub, isn't it? So now we're into whether or not it can be proven scientifically. So that is the question.
That's a theory.
Well, hold on. A scientific theory is one that has been proven and tested. Now, what we're dealing with here is it's concept. It's a concept for sure. But this concept that we're using, that we're explaining how the effect is occurring, has been superimposed as in something that could be said as a paradigm, logically consistent point. So we would say that it's not, but they would claim that it is. So now we're in the battle of whether or not it can be proven scientifically. Therefore, it would stand to be a scientific theory. Like I said, it has to be proven. So if it's not proven, we have an issue. So that's where we're at right now. Is it proven that
I actually have a theory that it is round.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm having a conversation with JC.
Okay,
I'll say his name, JC. So in order
that's
for him
fine.
to understand,
JC is fine.
JC, in order for you to understand, you have to think about this question. Like, they were already assuming. So when you have the conversation with somebody, the term gravity is colloquially used in the sense of the mindset of the person who thinks the Earth is a globe as a married concept. It's the cause is married to the effect. In the case for flat Earth, we would say specific gravity, or relative density, does not have to be married to the cause. The causation is unknown. The effect is well established by all of people that can use it in every application that it can be used. It's a very useful application for us to say 9.8 meters per second squared at the rate of which things fall at an average is a pretty useful application. So that is understood by us. We don't discredit that, disown that, or any way go apart from that. We say that's okay. But the place where the conversation gets mixed up is where people say, you guys think gravity doesn't exist. No. That's not what we're saying. The idea that you think the gravitational theory is the reason why that causes the gravitational effect, that is incorrect. Are you following the conversation, JC?
Yeah, definitely.
So we would say, prove it, the gravitational theory, not the effect. We all can drop things through the medium of air and see the effect. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry can do that. Now, it takes a special person to be able to prove, if it's possible, the scientific theory of gravity, big G. Now, here's the issue. If you can demonstrate that you can bend and warp the fabric of space-time, now we're getting somewhere. And if you can't do that, you have to be, whoever you're speaking to, JC, has to be forthcoming with that information and be intellectually honest and say, I can't do it.
Gotcha.
Which means then you can say, okay, so you do identify. Go ahead.
But can I prove the science of bending time?
No.
Well, time is a concept. Theory on anything.
Time is a concept, and it's an abstract. So you cannot do anything to an abstract, or nor does the abstract have any effect on you. These are conventions.
That's exactly how I'll answer that question.
Sure, those are conventions that you and I can speak of in the way that we can communicate with each other colloquially, but they're in no way affecting us in the reality that we are in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Clocks are real, are they not?
It does. It does make sense. I have I feel like I have a solid ground on where I go with that. I will say that I'm still on the fence, but as I'm teetering on one side more than the other, being the flat side, I have to ask, what's like, and this is the only way I can put it, what's the joke? What's like the reason why, oh, ha ha, funny, no, Matt, better yet, what's the benefit for us thinking that the world is round? Like, why would they put it to us that way? Like, what is what do we lose out on if we realize that it's flat and that's why it's been kept from us? You know what I mean?
Right. So if you have arbiters of truth, then you have to appeal to them, don't you? So
sure.
let's say arbiters of truth are those intellects who claim that the Earth is a globe. And in order for you to say that you know that the Earth is a globe, you have to appeal to those people who hold the keys to knowledge, right? So let's say you would be in this call saying, I'm just a normal person. I'm not smart. I don't know that the Earth is a globe. I can only tell you that I learned it from Mr. Scientist Man over there. And he told me the Earth is a globe because he spent 20 years of his life looking into it. So I trust him. This is what's being said, right?
So is it like a filtration system to see who's dumb and who's smart?
Well, what it is it's a hierarchical system. So it becomes knower and unknower. So you are the unknower. You basically believe. So you're a believer in this, globe Earth religion. So you become an acolyte. You don't have any understanding. You just appeal to it as you would in a religious sense. That my pastor knows, my priest knows. And so you appeal to the guy, and the guy himself, when we ask him, doesn't know as well. They say things like, well, science doesn't work that way. Science doesn't prove things. That's not how science works. And when you hear what they say, you kind of parrot that and you say the same things they do. Well, guys, that's not how science works. We're like, well, that's interesting because we're in here to find out whether this is or isn't the case. But
so there's no specific reasoning. But you understand my question is to like, I understand why they would keep the cure for cancer from us because they want to make more money medically, right?
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about that because that's a TOS violation. So let's stay away from medical information.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is I'm providing that as an example as to like why they would cover up the flatness of the Earth.
Well, that would be more of a traditional sense. So you're handed this information like a tradition, just like Christmas. You know, like
so it's not. There is no ill intention. It's just traditional.
No, I asked
now
them
it is.
earlier.
Right now it is.
I asked them earlier.
So basically, okay, so how you learned about the Earth being a globe, it's not a malicious one. It's just somebody like your teacher or somebody was telling you, hey, look, kids, Earth's a globe. We have 9 planets. Sing the song with me.
Where did
you think this idea
from then? So where
do you think this idea came from? The fact that maybe it is round, but it's flat and round?
No. So the idea kind of
like it's a flat circle.
Basically, what I want you to do, this should be a mission of yours if you're really seeking truth. Find the breadcrumb trail as to where this information originated from. You'll be surprised to know that it didn't come from where your critical thinker. It actually came from religious people long ago. This was actually a religious notion that was spurned off from these characters. Now, I won't tell you much more than that because I want you to find out. But here's the thing that I will say. The more you dig, the more you start to learn, your eyes will be open, your mind will be exploding with more questions because it's what happens to all of us.
I would venture to say that there's a lot of things that we hold as tradition that came from like religious thinking, right?
Right. And so that gets us in trouble in this specific scenario because we're not dealing with religion. We're dealing with natural and physical world. So if we're
can we attack problems like global warming and things that are affecting the environment if we think the world is in the wrong state that it is?
Right. So the narrative of like what the derivative topics that are brought up, if you think the Earth is a globe, have to deal with how the Earth is losing its capacity to have human life on it. So that means climate change, that means limited resources, that means overpopulation, that means that the planet's dying in every way. So we need to get off this rock and go inhabit another one like a locust, we need to terraform another place. So your mind is completely engulfed. I said this before, I'm saying it again. Your mind's engulfed with this idea that you live in this space, cosmology. So you don't think twice about it because you're looking at your neighbor like, dude, we need to do something, man. Like we're on a dying planet, man. What are you doing with the Earth? and you're trying to be more green, and that's all okay, right? The intent as well. It's just you're misinformed about the premise.
Okay. So I got this one today, and this one kind of struck me for a loop. If we're looking at the moon and it's round, and we're looking at the eclipse and it's round, don't you think that kind of is reasoning to formulate in people's mind that we could be similar?
Think about it like this. If you go into the forest and you see little squirrels running up and down the tree, a whole bunch of them, you see some black ones, some gray ones. Are you going to think you're one?
Oh my God, that doesn't even make sense. You can make that. You're taking something and you're making an excuse of what a fact is.
No, let's go further. Let's go further.
This is very religious.
Prove that he's wrong.
Wait, can I ask?
Go farther with it.
Listen,
Hold on. Let's go farther.
We don't need to prove that you're right. You need to prove that you're wrong.
Relax. So if I was to
Prove
tell you
that what you have you've never been able. The flat earthers have never been able to prove that we're wrong. You're just trying to prove that you're right.
You gotta chill out, or else
So remember,
you're a fucktard.
Hey, no. Chill out. Calm down.
Yeah, you got some energy there, aren't you?
Lord, forgive them for
No, Vince,
what they
you gotta
not know
chill
what
out.
they think.
Vince.
You done, Vince?
Because they're stupid, Lord. I can't help it. They're idiots.
Maybe we continue. Yeah, you
Go
can't
ahead.
appeal to him because he's not on
I
your
still
side.
love you, but you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you can't appeal to the Lord and Savior. He's not on your side. All right, so basically,
and you only use the Globers because they're being disruptive. Why aren't you muting this guy for being disruptive?
Boy,
yeah, well, some people just get something hot under the collar, right? That's okay. But I know that he's got a stopping point. Some people that don't stop, I will mute them. But he has a stopping point. He just wanted to say that. All right.
Okay, well, let me ask you this one more thing.
Sure.
With all that you know, and of course, like I provided these problems before where it's like global warming, yada, yada, yada. The world is like eating itself alive. All these kind of like things that have come to the conclusion based on people who think the earth is like round. Like based on your knowledge and your hypothesis and what you think, are we okay or are we fucking up?
No, I would say that the good earth is rich and plentiful, and we're not on a dying planet. We have unlimited resources. I'd say the opposite. We're not in overpopulation. I think the people that are in dense populations are there because they want to be there. There's much land out there that's untamed, that's not been inhabited by humans. So I think there's much places people can go. So there's a lot of things that are being spun as far as the narrative that you're receiving. And you're thinking that it's a particular way because that's what you're receiving as information. You're not going out and researching. You're not seeing if it's something opposite to what you're hearing. So I would say just go out there and look. But on the point prior to that, JC, I wanted to also tell you that it's not just that we're looking at squirrels and saying that we're a squirrel ourselves, right? That's not what I wanted to end it there. But I would also say, when you look up at the night sky, do you see any of those things looking like what you're standing on? Be honest.
Like what do you mean? What am I standing on?
So what you're standing on, the earth that you're standing on, right?
Yes.
Okay. You see all the things around you, everything that the earth has, that inhabits the earth. When you look up at the night sky, do you see the earth looking like any one of those things?
No, I don't.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Based on not based on what I see, just based on what I've learned.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also what you learned. Learned everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've learned that it's round. So of course, if I look at the moon and I think that the moon is round,
you're filtering it through your globe goggles. But we're saying take those goggles off and realize if there is any curvature to the earth, it would have been measured. Now we have numerical values that give us the size of the earth. Do we not?
You seem very educated and very intelligent. You're definitely very eloquent in the way that you speak. So it's like very easy to listen to you and talk to you about this kind of stuff. Have you ever met somebody that you feel is equal to you intelligent-wise that feels completely different than you as far as this particular thing?
Let me think back. I would say maybe 2 instances I could think. I can count on one hand how many times I have.
And do you think to yourself, how are you that smart and don't see the truth?
Yes.
And does that make you question your own? Does that make you question your own truth?
No, I think because of the fact that we're both the sides that we're on, it's either something that can be garnered as information from a primary knowledge or garnered from theorizing. Says, people can throw theories out and you could stand on those theories as that's what you think truth is, or you can say, I can prove this to you, and that's the truth that I stand on.
Do you remember Do you remember the come to God moment when you knew it was an absolute thing in your mind?
Yeah, it was in 2015. I did research. I actually stumbled upon this subject because I was looking at the Mandela effect of all things, and I was looking through. I was looking through the information on the internet because YouTube was kind of like not as restricted with flat Earth content, so it was just exploding onto the internet at the time that I started looking into it. So there was a video that said Bruce Lee proves the flat Earth. This is my kind of little testimony about it. And I looked into it thinking it was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It had like a flat disc, like sitting next to an image of Bruce Lee's face and a cup of water right next to that. I remember the thumbnail of all things. That's weird. But and I clicked on the video. It was like a 2-hour presentation. I think it was Eric Dubay was in there saying there's 200 proofs or it was other things, right? But the part that I remember was yes.
No, he's
convinced by YouTube video.
He's got tater tots in the air fryer. He's going to get them real quick.
All right, yeah, but the thing that I really I got stuck on was how water is flat level on its surface, right? So they were talking about large bodies of water don't form convexity on the Earth, and now they're claiming that the Earth is about 70% water, as it being a globe, right? That was like the claim that everybody thinks of when they think of water to land ratio, 70% water and so forth. So we're looking at the Earth in that respect, right? And so he said, well, think about it like this: 70% of the Earth is covered in water, and water takes the shape of the container that it's in. But the surface, because of surface tension, will always remain flat and level on its surface. Interestingly enough, to me, that was like, it was a kind of a head scratching moment. I couldn't reconcile the fact that we live on a globe, being that we have curvature. So the next thing, it wasn't just that, right? I was like, okay, that's pretty stupid. It has to be curvature. That's dumb. Do water flat and level? Like, there's got to be some curvature. So I was like, the aha moment for me hadn't hit yet. So I was like, okay, now it's time for the globe to make some sense. Like, there better be something I'm going to find out that's going to disprove this, because this is stupid. So I was looking through the internet and I was like trying to figure out. I came to sources where they were talking about, the parabola of Earth and the 8 inches per mile squared and so forth. And I'm like, okay, we got something here, but how is it able to be tested? Because I don't see water, forming that convex, surface that it should be. Like, in what way? Who's measured that? That's the next thing. I was like, who's measured this thing? Because there's got to be somebody that's put some groundwork to it, and we know the instance in where that became a realization. It wasn't just like some guy saying, well, I think the Earth's a globe, and yeah, you should too. Now, it was somebody putting boots on the ground and putting some kind of measurement to it, right? So it led me to Eratosthenes, Sticks and Shadows kind of thing, what the well and all kinds of stuff. And it didn't get me anywhere closer to I can find out the curvature, how it was measured, because that story led me to understand they had presumptions going into figuring out whether the Earth was a globe due to the fact that the angles of light and shadows and just other things, right? So I was like, well, it may or may not be a globe here, right? So I want the guy who's actually, and I'll say it this way because I know it's redundant, but who put the measuring tape and find the drop over the distance. I want that guy. Who's the guy? Like, I was looking for that one, and it came to like Aristotle looking at the lunar eclipse. It came to like different individuals like Al-Biruni measuring triangulation from what he could see on a mountain top to. It was nothing, bro. I was pissed. For like 2 days, I was infuriated. I was like, I'm not saying, like, I can't be believing this. Like, I've been believing this lie if it is one. So then I was like on a 2-week journey of like, really, my eyes were bloodshot after the 2 weeks. But I was looking through the internet, scouring images, looking through different sources, really trying to put this thing to bed if I could. Sorry, not happening for me.
Look, I am like always open to conversations on these kind of things because this is one of those things that, like you said, we have no proof. Definitely one way, but definitely the other for me too. I haven't been sold. I haven't had that aha moment, whatever. But I will say that on the other side, which is where I've been most of my life, firmly, I think if I was you, Alpha, my energy would be very loosely dedicated to finding people that are making you look crazy and educating them to a point where they don't make you look as crazy anymore. Because if everybody that I talked to about flat Earth sounded like you and had explanations like you, I wouldn't think it was such a fucking wackadoodle idea anymore.
Agreed. But I would say that people often at times, because we're individuals, I would let them speak for themselves. Everybody articulates themselves differently. So the perspective that everybody, okay, so you could hand knowledge to somebody, and how they say they know what they know about the knowledge. I think it's hard for them to put it into words. Some people say you're an idiot.
Yeah, well,
like, yeah,
I mean, sure, but I'm more talking about like the people that just don't really care to learn why they're screaming. They just want to scream.
Okay,
I'm not mad. I'm just burning calories.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let me put it to you this way. So on my side, let's say I was completely against you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I was completely on the other side of the fence, and I brought Vince into the corner. How would that make me look?
Right, that you were losing ground as far as like you having a position on the articulation.
Hey, wait a minute now.
You know what I mean?
And that's yeah, I know, I get what you're saying, but the fact of the matter still remains that either somebody is able to do it or somebody's not. So if you were, let's say you did bring Vince into the equation and he went off the handle or whatever, but if you came in here and you were able to articulate yourself as to how you know the information, then I think that makes all the difference, because now we know, right? We're like, okay, this guy actually can say some things about what he's saying that he can put forth and lay it out to us. And that's not like some guy spazzing out just because for the sake of it, that's.
I'm sure you've been in situations, admittedly, where you knew that your argument would be way more powerful if somebody in the room or somebody in the vicinity wasn't screaming people in the other direction.
That's fine. I would say like this though, that it's the nature. I would say it's the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. So because of the fact that we're dealing with such a provocative topic, it makes people's emotionally kind of angry. You start to see like, I'm not an idiot, you are, kind of a vitriol reaction. So
of course,
that's the reason why. Because
I'm just saying,
inferiority complex.
Trump could have a lot of important things to say and do a lot of great things for the country, but if I'm looking at everybody in his merch and they're screaming out racist remarks and sleeping with their cousins, like, I can't fucking really fully understand how people.
I would say this. I would just be cautious on becoming someone who puts things into a stereotype fallacy. That can happen to us, right? Because we're like, dude, you guys are all idiots. But
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like I do my own research, and that's part of the reason why I'm talking to you, is that I'm not listening to the wackadoodles. I'm
of course.
I know that if there's something there's enough substance to where somebody has enough brain power to do their due diligence and figure out enough for me to come to them where they have a provided explanation or example to where I can sit back and go, okay, now that can make me think critically instead of like, oh, this person's fucking ridiculous.
I agree. And, it happens on both sides. So I'm not going to, let's not say that it doesn't happen on flat or globe, because or concave, or you can mix in whatever type of mindset comes in here. But everybody has, can be emotional because of this. And, let's not escape the fact that you and I can be emotional at times. But the thing is, if you can actually, kind of sit back a little bit and say, okay, let me get back in the zone and see if we can reset and do this again, then I think that's the difference. You're not regulated, I would say. It's not just the fact that you are a calm, cool, collected person. Nobody should say like, dude, JC was calm, cool, and collected yesterday, but he went off the handle today. But that doesn't describe who you are. If you can articulate yourself very well, then that's something to be said, like, that can't be discredited. You can't just say, well, he flew off the handle yesterday, so I'm not going to believe anything he says anymore. Like, that's some bullshit right there. Because you can still articulate yourself. It doesn't matter. But so long as you're not just being a total spaz, I think that would be okay.
I'm not a spaz.
Anyway,
I get naked for the fun of it. Listen,
How do you feel about time zones? Like, time zones work in a spherical model.
But time is a construct.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like when people.
What do you mean by time is a construct? Can you elaborate on that?
Hold on, Parzival. Hold on. So to the lady's question, she wants to know, how does that work? And I think the question is malformed. I think you're asking, how does the sun using day and night, how does that work on a flat Earth? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. That's what she said.
Oh, she's speaking on your mic.
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So basically,
Just get on with it.
Yeah. So basically, sorry.
Just
He
get
said get
on.
on.
You know how the sun goes in a circle.
Okay, so
above
you're
us,
gonna get
above-
muted. So we don't need chirpers in here. We just need people that are able to answer the question or not. So I'll go ahead and answer the question. So basically, day and night works such that the Earth is in a cyclical motion over the Earth. So there's cycles that it goes over, right? And we would say where the sun is and geographical where you are, the geographic location where you are right now would be considered, North America or Europe or whatever. So we would say that depending on where you're at on Earth, light will be attenuating to a certain extent. It only goes so far. It doesn't go forever. And we have information to back that up. So we would say that if you think that's the case, we can have a demonstration to show you. I have like maybe 2 demonstrations. I can show you that that's not the case. So if you were to have, and I'll give you the first one, a demonstration of light and darkness. Okay, so get a flashlight, right? Just for this example, I want you to think about
I got a flashlight.
light. Yeah, so turn off all the lights in your room. Put the flashlight at, go ahead. You want me to wait?
Oh, shit.
Tell me when you're ready.
Okay. I'm ready.
So get as close to one of your walls as you can with the flashlight.
Okay.
And then turn the flashlight on and back it away slowly and stop at a certain point. I want you to see the illumination. Yeah, I want you to see the illumination of that light over that wall. Can you see the entire wall?
No.
Right. And so just that very simple fact that we know that light can attenuate through. If you had that light source, it should shine into the whole wall. The whole wall could be seen, but it's not, because of the proximity of the light source to the wall would be such that there's a relationship between the surface of that wall and your light source. So the closer you are, the less attenuation. That's one. The next one we're going to talk about, and you can turn on your lights, Vince. We're done with that
The
example.
light coming from the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah, I know. That's a narrative that you've been told. So we're going to examine, what we're going to examine now is that we understand the medium of air, the gas that you and I are breathing, which the constituent parts of the atmosphere are made of different gases, right?
Hey, I have a laser light show if you want to. Never mind. Go ahead. Go.
So basically what we're saying also is that air is a medium. And because it's a medium, light will attenuate through that medium in a specific way. So you change the medium, you change the attenuation. So let's just make it to an example where light has a more difficult time attenuating to a specific medium. We'll use water. And so if we're saying that a guy who's a scuba diver is going to go on a very sunny day into the water, he goes down into the depths. What do you think is going to happen to the light that's shining brightly up on the surface as he gets lower into the depths?
It's going to dense.
Right, because light is traveling through the medium of water.
Okay.
So
but
the further
regarding
the
like
further
medium and stuff like that, like the reason why I mentioned time zones is because like flight times only make sense on a spherical world model, like not a flat Earth model.
We'll talk about that. But did you understand the point that I was making with the light
which is
attenuating?
approximation by light, and how like it's because it's a cyclical model, it just kind of rotates around basically for you.
Well, yeah, the light's moving, but also that it can't shine. Like the light that's coming from that light source doesn't shine forever. So in that case, it's just like the flashlight example that Vince did on his wall. So it would be only shining at a specific area.
By the way, on the stool that I have here when I turn the lights out, but I'm all right.
Yeah, wherever you tested it. So your next question is, how do flight paths work on a flat Earth? Or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, flight times only make sense on a spherical world model.
All right, let's examine the claim, right? So we're saying that over a sphere, that's the only way that flights can work. But what we know from pilots that we've talked to is that when they do their job, they practically use the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Now, these pilots are not saying that the Earth is a flat Earth. They're very much saying that they're flying over a globe. But they say for practical purposes, we don't have to factor in that the Earth is spinning or that the Earth is curving. Like they don't have to negotiate
because
over a
those aren't-
curvature.
Like you don't have to predict like how high usually a hill is unless you're actually on it. But I'm saying, like, have you ever met a flat Earth pilot?
No,
Now you're
there is
changing the
some.
question.
Listen, there
I
is some
am,
flat
but
Earth pilots,
I'm
but
adding in.
yeah, that's fine. I'll answer your caveat. Yeah, there is some flat Earth pilots, but the fact of the matter still remains that the people who are being taught how to fly a plane, the ones that you trust, they think that the Earth is a globe, but they're using the Earth like a flat stationary plane. Now, importantly enough, you need to remember, if somebody who flies a plane is using the Earth like a globe, then they need to tell you that, because the ones that we've spoken to vehemently are against flat Earth, and they also say that they don't need to factor that information of the Earth being a globe, like the spin or the curvature, when they're flying their plane. They're just doing a job, and they're going from point A to point B, from airport to airport, without having to factor in that the Earth is moving or that it has curvature. That's what they say. This is coming from them. But they're not saying that the Earth is flat, and that's what I want you to know. But they're using it practically like it's flat and stationary. So yes, I know what you're saying about flight paths, but that is only circulating within this types of arenas like this one. Like people that come in here want to use that as a crux of their argument, and it really isn't. Because when you get right down to it and you ask these guys, they're going to tell you themselves. They practically use like the Earth like it's flat stationary, because they'll say this: the Earth is too big. It's just too big. You can't notice that it's a globe Earth. That's what these pilots say. But they'll say that they practically use the Earth like flat and stationary when they're flying. For sure. That's even in one of the handbooks. Somebody can post the handbook where it will show you that when they're training.
Yeah, but simplifying
Look this up.
something that makes it easier doesn't mean you necessarily just see it as a concept. Just like how, like, you know, ovaries actually aren't shaped that way. They're folded up against each other. You're just
It's a bad
presenting it that
analogy.
way so it's more clear.
Yeah, so understandably that even though they're told to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, they might not think of it that way, right? We agree. That's part of what we're saying we agree on, right?
We got.
Okay, so now, yes.
What up? We got some math lovers in the room. I'd love to see that it was simplified from. That'd be great. Been asking for a few years.
All right.
I gotta pee again.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to chime in. All right. So, did you have any other questions? I don't want to say your name because your name is derogatory. So, go ahead. Do you have any more questions?
Any more questions, whore?
No, I said I wasn't going to say your name, so now that you did, you're muted.
They already put cameras in space, guys. It's over. We could pack it up and go.
Do you have any more
good job, though.
questions? No? Okay. We'll go to open up the panel. If anybody has any questions about the Earth being a globe, please bring your best evidence. We are live streaming on YouTube. So saying hello to everybody on YouTube. Thank you very much for listening. We are 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have a team here, and we're ready to answer your questions. I've been speaking mostly, but I do want to hand it off to some of the other eloquent speakers in here, like Eli, who just jumped in. And also, we got a few others on the panel. I'll tell you who's on the panel and the team if you want to ask any questions. We got Crit in the house. He's the Earth Destroyer. Let's see. Going down the list. Flat Lloyd. Excellent speaker right there. We got Heretic, the man of the hour. He's the owner of the room. Let's see. We have Larry. He's deafened. Going on the list. Eli, let's be for real. Lunatics in the house. Definitely a logical thinking person. So if you want to speak to somebody there. So yeah, if you want to speak to any one of these guys, I'm just going down the list so you know who they are. Let's see here. Going on the list. We got T-Dub and that kangaroo guy, both on the team of 24/7. Under Heaven Earther is the big man on campus. So yeah, say what's up to him.
Well, I'm on the train, so I can't really speak right now. But Mickey, can you talk about like why people are stuck in 2015 with their arguments? You know how it is. You get on Facebook and people are still saying the same things from 10 years ago.
Yeah, I would say that because there's certain individuals that want to propagate the information like as it were so back in the time when this thing exploded on the internet, right? Everybody wanted to have their arguments and their camps where they wanted to be in and such, and they were trying to do, vie for positions of being like eloquent speakers about the topic. But right now, there's certain arguments that are circulating within you guys that you think they're arguments, but they're only propagated by those who we consider anti-flat earthers. They're not people who think that the Earth is a globe. They're ones who want to thwart the efforts of what we do. The critical thinkers who actually look and investigate and research the topics that we talk about in here, and they just want to disrupt or sow seeds of doubt in your mind. So, and those guys don't have anything to contribute, and I could prove that to you. If there's anybody in here that can be here for a long time, we can show you that. Let me see, I can point them out. So I would say owlishness is one. I'm going to go down the list. These guys are only here to sow seeds of doubt. They're not in here to provide evidence. Rich Evans is another. Sir Waterhill is another. That we have. They're sitting in here. Their mission in life and to be in here in this chat is to only do that. Sow seeds of doubt. They're not in here to provide any evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's it. But we have a few more, but they're not in here currently. The rest of them are.
What about my seeds of doubt?
So, would you say that the Earth is a globe?
Wait, what about me? You missed me.
You're just kind of like a cheerleader. You're not really someone who's. I've heard Alishness. She can actually stand arguing with somebody, but you don't really do that, geeks. Sorry.
Okay.
Just calling a spade, dude. Rich can.
Yeah, you just mute me. I don't get a chance to do it. So never mind.
Because half the time
you never say anything.
Half the time you're inebriated, bro. So.
Yeah, and then someone asks you a question, and then you just answer with a question back, and you never answer the question, so you never actually say anything. That's why.
Yeah.
Just to let Alpha Veritas know, bro, I got some people's listening in. Not gonna say who, but they're out there somewhere. So be on your A game till I can get home. Thanks.
Well, why don't you give me another shot, AB? See if I can improve your view of me. How's that?
Well, there's always room for growth, man. So that's what I'll say, geeks. But you got to really knock off that boozing up because it's really distorting how you articulate yourself. That's all I'm saying. When you get that, you're not situationally aware, so you start interrupting people and you start over talking, and it just gets mad chaos when you're that way. So you really showing you gotta put your best foot forward when you're in here, geeks. You really do. Like there's a lot that the globe has. There's a lot that the globe has against it, so you got to really do due diligence and make your argument stand. So
you won't engage with me, like just to give me another shot?
I don't mind talking to you, bro. Like I don't mind talking to you, but I'm saying when you get into
Let's do it then. Let's do it.
All right. If you think you're ready to hold off your own, then like I said, yes. Listen, dude. I don't know if you're asking for what you're asking for, but if you think you're ready, can you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. What do you have to put forward that the Earth is a globe? What evidence can we look at?
If I give you the ISS video, you wouldn't accept that, would you?
Okay, so you don't have evidence then. It's not about what I accept. It's about what you can put forward and you can prove and show us. Proof is self-evidence.
What do you count as reliable sources? I mean, what do flat earthers use as reliable first-hand sources? Like, I can't think of any way to disapprove of you if you literally won't look into scientific journals and like a whole agency dedicated to studying space.
Interesting. Okay, so you think
space?
That there's...
Are we talking about space or the Earth?
You think that there's scientific journals that follow up the information that precedes what you think is true? Ma'am? Hello? Does she not hear me? Do you have me muted? Hello? Okay.
Do you have Alpha muted?
Yes, Liddy.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll go to somebody else.
Her speaker's open.
Wait, are you talking to me?
No, we're talking to the lady at the bottom.
Oh, JK. Sorry, my bad.
Owlishness. Have you gone back to the globe, Owlishness?
She's always been there, bro.
To the who?
She almost became a flat earther. It was a bit weird at one stage.
Did you not see the photos I posted?
I think you had the hots for someone, didn't you? And then you went almost flat earth, and then maybe that didn't work.
Did
out,
you
so
not
went
see
back
the
to
photos I just posted?
No, I'm not looking at the photos. Where?
Of the ocean? The hotel thing?
Yeah, the ocean that I posted.
I don't.
Where?
Is it like just like a beautiful?
It was some
picture? Is
time
it-
ago.
Yeah, it was pretty
Was
much
that-
a flat horizon. But yeah.
Yeah, it was a flat horizon.
What time, Alishness?
Wait, are you making a
earlier.
point,
I'm
or is
trying
it
to.
just
I'm
photography?
scrolling up to see what time I posted them because it was a while ago.
So does
Let's
anybody
see.
else in here have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't have evidence. I just have these photos. that I
Anybody
posted.
else? I'm asking the room, opening up the floor for anybody else.
Where did they go? Here,
I think
let me
it'd be
post them
interesting
again.
to go into what like Geeks brought up the ISS. Yeah, like I think everyone's wondering why we don't consider that evidence.
What about the ISS?
Well, they said you can see curvature from it, which is mathematically proven that you shouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. So,
Are they aware that the ISS is in the thermosphere?
it's only 200 and is it how many miles up is it? 230.
Right, it's in the thermosphere, right?
Yeah, and it should melt. Yeah,
between the thermosphere
Right.
and exosphere. Yeah.
No,
So the
it's
place
in the
where it
thermosphere.
is,
Yeah, between there and the
it
exosphere.
did not exist in that atmosphere, in that place where it says it exists. Now, the other problem is that it's only 230 miles up. Now, at that height, you only see 2% of the globe. If you're seeing 2% of the globe, why are they showing you almost, I would say, would you agree with me if I said a 30-degree curve?
Right, because if you were to look at the Earth from that supposed height, you would only see like what 5 to 10% curvature.
No, you wouldn't even see that. If you're looking at 2%, oh, okay, yeah, because we're talking about a sphere, so you got to, yeah, you wouldn't see anywhere near that amount.
Right. So you.
But they say to see curvature at all, you have to be between 800 and 1100 miles up.
Right.
That comes
So
from the planetarium director.
I'm posting these photos again. I was at the Atlantic Ocean around February. These are the photos that I took there. I was about on the 10th floor. What do you think about these?
Nice and flat.
Yeah. Those look flat to you?
They look flat, yeah. Like, you know.
Yeah, so I was about on the 10th floor of no, I was on the 10th floor of a building. You can see how high I was. You can tell in the photo.
Hey, geeks, instead of posting in there, are you listening as to why we don't accept ISS footage as evidence that the Earth is a globe?
So all of the ISS footage that anybody posts is seen as the world is round is not really accurate.
Correct.
That's okay. But I think he was asking Geeks.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think Geeks is going to answer anyway. I don't think he likes me very much.
I'm here. No, I don't. You're right. You're right about that. I don't.
What's up?
But I am listening. I am
That's
listening.
is that because I call you out because you don't answer questions and you just move on to start talking about people instead of the actual subject at hand?
Sorry,
Is
what's
that why you don't like me?
I am listening to what you say. It doesn't sound like you need a Glober for this. It sounds like you guys can just have the discussion between yourselves. I don't know why you ask a Glober.
Have you got anything to say about what we just said?
No, you guys are doing an excellent job. You don't need a Glober. You know, you've all got all the answers.
It was your evidence that you brought forward. So my response.
Well, it wasn't evidence.
Your evidence.
It wasn't evidence. It wasn't evidence, as you say. So there was no evidence.
If you wanted to bring forth your best evidence, and you said ISS footage. So I answered.
And it
about
wasn't
the ISS
evidence.
Footage.
Yeah, you said it wasn't.
Yeah,
You proved it wasn't evidence. So why do you need your Glober?
Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are doing a great job. You don't need Globers. You can just have the discussion between yourselves.
Why. What you're doing right now is why. Is why we don't like having conversations with you, because now you brought forth some evidence. I spoke about the evidence. Now you're just going. Now you're throwing a hissy fit and saying, "Okay, well, yeah, you guys know, so I'm not going to rebut what you said." You know, you're just kind of wandering off like someone just slapped you or something, and you're just being a bitch.
Yes, that's correct. You've won. I can't rebut it.
Okay, so what's the point? What's the point of you coming and asking a question then?
You asked the question. Alpha asked the question. Have you got any evidence?
Yeah, and you
What's the
came
point?
up with evidence, and we spoke about the evidence, and I'm asking you if you agree with what I said or you don't.
And I said, yes, I do agree with you.
You do agree? Okay, so it's not evidence.
It's not evidence. Why ask the question if you know? If you know, there's no evidence that could prove anything about the Earth being a globe.
So why are you presenting evidence if you know it's fake? Is what I'm asking. So what?
Because
you
I was
provided...
asked. Someone asked the question. I tried.
Wait.
Failed.
So are you providing evidence from the ISS?
Yeah, we interrupt this special report to bring you the fact that we're going to now talk to Matthew Lawrence. We've been waiting for him to come into this chat.
Oh, I love Matthew Lawrence.
I'm gonna do like Geeks. I'm gonna do like Geeks does. Well, Mr. Matthew, we meet again.
Hey, how's it going?
Matthew Lawrence, how are you doing?
Hey, check this out, man.
Great, yeah.
So we heard
Matthew. I'd like to apologize. The last time I spoke to you, I believe I was blithering nonsense, so I'd like to apologize.
Wait, who's this Matthew guy? Give me context. Like, who
let me respond to Allison. Thank you for the apology. I honestly don't remember, but apology accepted. I appreciate that.
Yeah, whatever I was saying before, I apologized, and whatever correction you gave me, I accept that correction.
All right, let's get through this, guys. All right, so let's see what else we have in here. Creamy asked a question. Creamy, ask your question, please.
Who is Matthew Lawrence? Who is this guy?
Go ahead, Matthew.
Sure. I teach computer science and math part-time at a university, and I'm a Glober, and I like science and philosophy and talking about all these things. So that's who I am. I have a YouTube channel, 600,000 subscribers, 135 million views on this prank video I did. So
damn. We just say 135 million?
Right.
You're getting paid, son. All right, so let's look into one of the things that you said prior to the eclipse. I think you were. Hopefully, you can restate it again. That's what I'm wanting to listen to right now. But you said specifically that the globe Earth. Say again. You were waiting for it too, weren't you, Eli? You know, if you want to go, I'll let you go because you've been waiting as well as I have. You go ahead. Are you able to speak? I don't know if your internet's good.
But I just want to say, hey, Matthew, what's up?
Hey. Good to see you, Elijah.
Good to see you too, man. So I guess we want to talk about this eclipse that you said. I mean, because you guys always say that the eclipse proves the globe, and we say no, flat earthers have actually predicted when eclipses occur. You said, yeah, well, that's true, but specifically when it comes to the globe, you actually get a more accurate prediction because you can tell the differences between the kinds of eclipses that are going to happen. You know?
Yeah, and the location, like the location on a map of where it's going to appear, that type of stuff.
Right. So some of the guys in here, because they were watching some news coverage on it, they had some interesting things to say, NASA themselves, about the accuracy of their prediction.
Oh.
But you were probably watching those streams too, right?
No, I haven't. So Just for context, I did a day trip out to Texas and back all in one day yesterday, and I've been catching up since then. Haven't really watched much media about the eclipse, but I did see it in person, which was an amazing experience with my cousin and her family. So very grateful.
All right. Oh, well, I'm gonna pass it back over to AV. I'm still en route.
But yeah, I'm curious what it is that these NASA yahoos said, or I mean,
they're not yahoos. Come on now, we're throwing them under the bus already. Like we haven't even started.
Okay, how about the news yahoos? Sometimes people, newscasters don't know what they're talking about. They're just reading a script. But go ahead.
Maybe.
They never know what they're talking about because you know one of my favorite things to do is to actually read the sources that they're reading from, and 90% of the time that's a made up statistic. 90% of the statistics made up on the spot. But they don't know shit. Even the shit they're reading from. Coincidentally, just like the people who come through here. Right? But we're not talking about geometry right now or objectivity, or we're just going over. For once, this is a very rare occasion that we actually do talk about NASA and what they say, and it's only interesting because of what you said the days before.
Yep. And what you have been saying in the chat.
Go ahead, AB. I'm sorry.
So, and the reason why I want you to restate more or less your position on the topic is because of the fact that we are now finding out that people on the ground were making observations of the predictability of such claim of where they would get.
You aren't. No, you are not.
All right. So who's that? Who's throwing their body into gears right now?
Me.
Speak up. All right. CW. You're muted. All right. So let me continue. So basically what it is they're telling us about the coverage that we were going to be receiving. Now, that varies from percentage wherever you are geographically. Would you agree or disagree with that, Matthew?
Right. Different places in Texas even had 100% versus 99% versus 90-something%.
Now, would you advocate for the position that they are accurate in those percentages that they give us, or would you say they are inaccurate when they give us those predictions?
Oh, I would say they're fairly accurate. Yeah, I'm unaware of any inaccuracies.
Now, what if I told you that they actually said themselves they were inaccurate?
Well, yeah, I remember I had seen some news coverage a couple days ago where they were tweaking the predictions by 600 feet or something.
No, we're talking about more than that. What if I said
I don't know how much they changed
I'll bring some context to this. I'm leading you on right now, but I think it's because you want to relish in the fact that when somebody was making a claim for such a long time, and you finally got some observational evidence, right, of something that they see in the sky, something that's a phenomenon that occurs, that someone says is predicted to happen in a very particular way because of the accuracy of the globe's geometry and what we can garner from knowing that we're going to be able to pinpoint and tell others on the ground what they should be seeing. Now, that being said, people that were making their observations and those that were told that we're going to get totality was not correct. And now that came via the information source, which is like the newscasters, which you say are just probably fake news or whatever, but they were still saying that NASA said this claim. Now, the claim is that the accuracy of the path of the shadow was not going to be such that it would have people understanding that the type of coverage was going to be that what they would receive. But still, we were given a map of coverage, right? So we were told that in regards to the location that you are on North America, you're going to have this specific coverage. Now, as you said, some people would get 92%, 80%, whatever percentage it was, due to the fact that wherever you are on the earth, it was going to be like, you can give a little tolerance 600 feet away from the actual number. But at the same time, what if the person that was supposed to get a specific type of coverage didn't receive the coverage that they received, and it was actually enormously less
Yeah, that'd be troubling. Like, what do you mean?
Right.
I guess I'd be curious about specifics about.
But that didn't happen.
Right. So if somebody said that they would receive 80% coverage and only got 30%, that would be troubling, right?
Oh yeah, that would be very troubling.
But that didn't happen, thankfully.
Yeah, but when you say that, or whoever's chiming in to say that is only saying that because you feel the need to advocate or apologize for the Earth being a globe and the accuracy not being correct. So I can understand.
Oh, wait, do you believe it's flat? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, but you're being muted. So back to you, Matthew. So the difference is that when I'm saying this is that somebody actually made an observation and said, wait a minute, I didn't see the 80% coverage I was promised. I actually received like 25 to 30% coverage. And that's all it ever was. It didn't go more than that. So if that's the case, and also they themselves are saying that they didn't get their accuracy on the prediction of how much coverage there should be or would be for any specific geographic location, like you said, it would be troubling, right? But they themselves self-admitted. So they themselves self-admittedly, I saw the newscast when they were saying this. I was kind of taken back by it. I was like, wait a minute. I remember Matthew talking about this the other day, and he was saying that those guys are pretty accurate. They got it down pat. I meant geographic location. They got it down to the science. They know exactly, and I'm using that term loosely, but they got it down exactly to where well, yeah. I mean, there's reliable, you got a credible source, and they're telling you information that's going to relate to the fact that you know that they're not going to, you don't need to do any more rigor to understand, like, because we had a conversation earlier where the guy was like, well, you do, it was Manufactotum, as a matter of fact, the GF6 guy that was in there. He's like, well, you didn't, it's your fault because you didn't apply enough rigor to that information because there's error bars, as he so eloquently put it, that you didn't account for. Now, I want to know if you know of any error bars that we need to account for when we listen to a source like NASA tell us that how much coverage we're going to receive. I'm kind of really taking my time, if you can tell.
No, I appreciate you going step by step. I think that's really helpful.
Sure.
So with
I appreciate that Palestine is flat. Absolutely.
With any prediction, there's always going to be error bars. But like when I was looking up the eclipse timing location for the location I was at my cousin's house, it said the total eclipse would start at 1:40 and 32 seconds, 0.72, something like that. So they were even like predicting down to the 10th of a second. But I would expect the error bar. I mean, it's not always exact, so there might be an error bar plus or minus 0.1 second or plus or minus 1 second or something like that. So, yes, any physical prediction will have error bars, but they might be really small.
Yeah. So and that's basically what I told Manufactotum. I mean, that's something too insignificant to kind of really relate to whether or not the type of coverage you're receiving, because that's more of the time of coverage from, like, let's say from start to finish. I think you're going off of that versus what I'm saying, that amount of coverage that you're seeing in the sky. So the amount would be something related to the predictable amount. Let's say if you're looking up at the eclipse and they say you're going to see in your area, depending where you are, right? You're going to see in your area 80% coverage, folks. Get ready. The eclipse is coming. And so everybody's giddy about it, right? They know that they're going to get the show of a lifetime. They're going to get 80% coverage. Now,
right.
Those are some high expectations, right? So they're not just saying that to say that. They're laying it out on a map. You can know where geographical locations could be, where you could stand and see the eclipse at the specific amount of coverage that you want to see it with. All kinds of good stuff, right? So everybody's got a lot of information, a lot of logistical information riding on this. So that means that they're going to travel to certain locations and receive the totality coverage that they want to get, or they want to see however amount of coverage, depending if they are getting less coverage and they want to see more, they're going to move to certain geographic locations, right? So that'd be the case. And Lunatic, who's in this channel, was chiming in earlier. He's like, dude, I was making an observation. I wish he was here. I don't know if he's here or not. But if he is, he'll tell you, basically, he made an observation today, and he only got to see about 25% coverage in his area when they, in fact, told him, like in my area, was about to be 80% to like 90% in between those ranges. And so what he saw was about maybe 25 to 30% coverage. And because, you know, he's looking at the sky and he does have, you know, 20/20 vision or better, then his observation would stand to reason that the predictions that were given to him, without doing any rigor, right, just by trusting the source that he was getting this information from and a map that he can refer to online, was not reliable enough for him to say that he would see the amount of coverage that he received when he saw the eclipse. So that it turns out that when he saw the eclipse, what it really was about 25 to 30% coverage. Now, that is troubling, like you said, it would be, because it is.
Right.
So now we're kind of in a quandary right now, trying to figure our way out of this. Now, we're either going to get a globe earth apologist, like someone who's like, no, but see, guys, you
Like
didn't
me.
factor in this very specific details. You left it out, so that's your fault. We didn't get that. The manufacturer told him try, right, earlier. He was really trying to be an apologist. Now, I want the raw...
Yeah,
go ahead, Lou. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to add a couple of things, though, because I don't want it... Again, it's not like I did anything scientific with it or anything like that. To keep all things clear. So I almost like... I don't really want this to be used over and over again as such a specific point, because I didn't have eclipse glasses. I just put on some dark sunglasses and looked. But from what my experience was that I only saw, I was supposed to get approximately 90%, and it never even looked close to even 50%. It looked like more like just a little bite out of it, like 25%, and that's being a little bit generous. But perhaps it has to do with overexposure and stuff like that, because who was it? Daza, after I gave location being the Milwaukee area, he also did actually go to the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, which posted a video that was supposed to be from the area of a time lapse, which shows it covering much more than what I saw. So there could be something going on there. But yeah, I mean, I would still think though that, just I even without the eclipse glasses, it was pretty obvious that there was this bite out of the thing, but it just to me 90% should be obvious anyway, and it didn't look anywhere near that.
Did you happen to take any pictures? Just one picture?
No, I mean with my phone, I mean, other people were trying to also it would have been overexposed.
Eclipse is the reflection on the lens. You can see the reflection on the lens of the eclipse. You don't even have to look at the sun. Just look at the little the teal crescent.
Yeah, it does kind of show the little crescent outline for sure.
Because of overexposure, I didn't really even bother trying to put the camera at the sun itself, but I did take one on the, how the shadows look funny, under the trees and stuff, and it kind of creates that pinhole camera kind of look. Maybe you can decipher something from it. Hold on, let's see here.
So, Lunatic, I had a similar experience to you, and I'm gonna look, if you guys look in the chat. I just posted a picture. So I took this picture showing how we were worried about clouds coming in. And this picture was actually taken a little bit before totality, maybe 10 minutes, where it was 90%. But looking at that picture, it doesn't look like 90% because the glare just overpowers my phone camera. But if you open the image in a browser and look really carefully at the very bottom, and I didn't notice this when I took it, there's actually a little crescent glare off the lens thing, way at the bottom, and you can kind of see that crescent represents at least 80% covered, even though the thing at the top looks 100% still. So I think I get what you're saying, that it's hard to see how much it's covered without actually using eclipse sunglasses to look directly at it.
Yeah, I mean, I would just kind of could be wrong, but I would imagine with 90% covered that the thing should dim so significantly that, like, it shouldn't really be that difficult to fucking see it. Even if it was a little bit, even if I was missing some of it because of overexposure, like it should be fairly obvious, and it sure as hell wasn't. It was underwhelming to say the least.
Well, what I'm saying is that the sun is so bright that even looking at just 10% of it is going to overwhelm your eyes and your camera without like solar filters where you can actually see the clear outline of it.
So as far as pictures that I did take, because I didn't even bother trying to take it of the actual sun, but I did take some into the shadows. You know how you get that pinhole?
Yeah.
Kind of view. There's the one that I posted there, and then so I'm busting out my little pen for my phone, and I'm gonna
that picture of shadows you took, that's really cool. From the shadows, I would expect it to be quite a bit more than 50%. I mean, it's hard to guess just by looking at the shadows, but it looks like more than 50% there.
Yeah, so, all right. I'm just going to draw a couple little things and then repost it.
By the way, how did it feel? Like, as far as temperature and that type of stuff, did you notice any change? Did it feel cooler at some point?
I didn't really notice a change in temperature much. It was actually a warm day compared to what we'd had for like the week beforehand. Just a dimming of the sky, not a lot, but the sky did dim, and that's about it, really. I wasn't like steadily focused on the eclipse either. I work outdoors. I was working, but I did keep, looking up there and checking it out.
The temperature change is much more noticeable if you're in the desert, in a really hot desert.
Yeah, okay. So it's safe to say, unless Jimsy is here, who also took a couple of observations, we got to kind of, we don't really have a contention with Matt, like right now, right? I mean, we don't have anything. Yeah. We only have hearsay, so
it's hearsay, but it's coming from the source. The source itself is NASA reporting to the news agencies that they're not, because obviously they're coming from a different angle. So Lou can say he saw one thing. So what we do is we analyze the information. So if everybody's coming in to say that something's incorrect with the prediction, then it has to be like, no. If let's say that nobody said anything, right? There was no newscaster saying anything, and Lou just made his observation. Then we're going based on Lou. But it is more than that, right? So we got news coverage saying that. So whether or not Lou could be accurate in what he's saying or whatever. But I would trust him to say that, yeah, he did see what he saw. But the problem is we still got the newscaster still admitting that NASA's saying that the coverage for the eclipse was going to be incorrect and to like how they were stating it.
Okay, so
not everybody.
And they changed.
Yeah, Lou might feel unsure about it that Daz has got his mind, on whatever.
No. I'm just comparing it after comparing it to a time lapse that was taken in my area, with the proper, lenses and stuff. Like, it doesn't match what I saw. But then again, I fully admit I didn't have eclipse glasses on, so there's that.
I stared at it with the naked eye. We had 99% coverage where I'm at.
Okay. Oh, 99%? You didn't drive 10 miles to go 100%?
Nah.
Oh man,
it was a 1 hour drive, but I was like, I forget it.
Close enough.
I spent a whole day in a 3-hour flight just to see it. So I'm sad to hear that you didn't take 1 hour to go see it, but that's okay.
You lazy.
I was like 88 to 90% totality, and I still enjoyed it.
I don't think an eclipse is that much of a thing for me to take a flight, Matthew.
So everybody, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine it being like everything that people like want it to be. It's got to be kind of like underwhelming. You go spend thousands of dollars on plane tickets and taking your family to go. Spending a day or two driving.
Y'all are out of.
It isn't that expensive.
Let me tell you why y'all are out of touch. Because we've already been wowed by the sky now that it's not what we've been told it is. Like, so number one, people like let me not even put you in it, Matthew, but just people in general are hype about it because it's a religious experience. Why? Because people have a belief and faith in what they've been told about the sky. So there's an event happening, right? And so there's an event. Not only is this a big event, but it's the kind of event that should shut flat earthers up. I don't know why they would think that, because one happened 2 years ago and we was fucking dominating like we're doing today. So it's like,
you gotta take into account
like you can't forget that there isn't any measured curvature, or that they didn't lie about, seeing curvature at 35,000 feet, or even at the height of the ISS. If you do the math, looking at 3% of the Earth is, according to
So can I
I definitely understand. I see where you're coming from.
Going to look flat. So, I mean, you guys got to understand, this is a very, very happy time for people who believe that a rock went in front of a gas giant back into space. That's
I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Yes.
I have a question though. Why would there have been a change in the totality based on state?
Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing, because
why would there have been?
And I didn't want to make this point because, again, I only want I want to bring out the big guns. I don't want to speculate at all right now. But just for the sake of the, everybody's talking about it. It is odd that, when it comes to the celestial bodies in the sky, nothing changes your angle other than the curvature of the Earth. Right? That's what they say about the sun, because they're so far away that the spin of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth are the reason that you see the stars at the altitude above the horizontal that you do. So
before you guys move on to talk about all these,
I wasn't moving on, nigga. Like I'm just saying, like, the girl is saying, why does it matter if you move a little bit to the left or you move a little bit to the right, west or east, right? You're seeing a different percentage of the total lunar eclipse. And I'm like, that's funny, because nothing changes based on that very small slab of land. Like, if you go from left to right, they're like, well, you wouldn't expect to see any differences because these things are like very far away. But when it comes to the eclipse, you can move over like a few miles and it's like there's a difference. It's like, what's going on there? But
so why is there a difference?
Earlier we were talking about the experience of seeing the totality versus seeing partial, and several of you said, I don't see what the big deal is, if you see 95%, why are all these people so crazy about it? And you're speculating about why people would want to go see it. But let me just tell you, and again, I'm not talking about why it happens or any theories about what causes it, but just the raw experience of it. I compare it to like having tickets to the Super Bowl, and the difference between being 100, like driving to the Super Bowl and being 100% there in the stadium watching it, versus getting 99% of the way and parking in the parking lot. And you can kind of hear the cheers going on and stuff like that. But I promise you, it's a whole different experience to be in the path of totality versus being just even in the 99%. And as evidence for that, I present to you the fact that millions of people went to great effort to go and see that, especially people who had seen it before in 2017. And so, yes, if you talk to people who have never seen totality, you may get people saying, well, I don't understand what the big deal is or why people would do this. But if you talk to anybody at all who
Is there any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Can you produce any evidence for the listening audience?
Oh, there's curve.
Yeah, people make claims. So the Earth is curved.
Oh, yeah.
You believe it's curved, right?
Well, you can see it, yeah.
You can see it. All right. Where can we see the curving Earth?
Oh, just look out of your window.
Okay, we look out of our window, and we're supposed to see a globe? Is that what we're seeing?
Oh,
We
you
see
just can
globe.
see curve. I'm saying you can see curve.
what is it? So a curve, right? So when you say curve, what do you mean by that? Because I want to know if you know exactly
You know
what
what
we
a
mean.
curve is. You know
Yeah,
the
the curve of
things
the earth.
curve.
The curve of the
Oh
earth.
yeah, these
Not
curves,
just like
yeah.
a hill. We don't look outside of our window and see a hill. Well, what we're talking about is the earth actually curving like a globe. So who sees the earth curving like a globe? You said everybody, yeah?
Oh, I never said it curved like a globe. I can't see that far.
Oh, that's the rub. We're not just talking about any curve. We're talking about the curve that they say that the earth has because it's a globe. Now, is
You
this
asked
the
that
curve?
specifically.
Is this the curve that's actually the one that we see? The one that you're seeing?
What curve are you looking for?
I just told you. The curve of the globe. You know,
You
they think
asked
we're
if there was
standing on a
evidence
giant
of the
ball,
globe.
Heyoka. That curve. Are you seeing that curve?
Have you got an
I swear, Alpha, that you just asked him if there was evidence, if he had evidence that the Earth's a globe. I swear you asked him that. And he responded with, there's curve.
Yep. All right. The curve of the earth as a globe. Do we witness that looking out of our window?
Well, I heard you were looking for.
The curve of the earth, as is stated, as a globe, is that what we see when we look out our window? Second attempt. You're not going to last long. And I tell you what, I'm going to push for your server ban, or not server ban, but room ban, so you will never come back here again. I'll push for it. And I'll make it happen because I'm a dog with a bone and I will not let it go. You will never come back ever, ever, ever. So now let's get some straightforward answers. Let's see you attempt to produce the evidence. Now then, once again, does the earth have any curvature that's visible outside of your window as it's a globe? Do we see that? You don't want to get in my sights.
I cannot see. I cannot see the globe.
Okay.
I can only.
Thank you for that. So no curve from the earth as a globe visible for the audience who's listening. He was bringing at least an attempt to bring some evidence that the earth is a globe, but failed to do so in visual. So we don't know it visually, according to him. I got him to at least address that because he knows that if he doesn't address what I'm asking, he shall never return in this forum and he'll be forever outcast. He doesn't want that. That's fine. So let's see if we can go to another place where he can address the curvature of the earth. Now that we cannot see the curvature of the earth, can we measure the curvature of the earth as a globe? Heyoka, that's to you. Please answer the question.
You're just gonna misrepresent.
Please answer the question. You don't have to worry about anything but being forthcoming with the straightforward answer that I'm asking for. Can the curvature of the earth be measured? Heyoka, second attempt. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, it's very difficult to speak to you.
Second attempt. No curvature addressed as far as measurements go. Third attempt. Can the curvature of the earth be measured? For the listening audience, this is what happens when we ask people specific questions. This is the response that we get from them. Third attempt of him not giving me the answer for the curvature of the earth to be measured. Third attempt. Heyoka, I'm going to open up your mic. Go ahead.
How can you discriminate between curve?
Third attempt not given for the curvature of the earth to be measured. So I want to ask the listening audience, do you think it's possible that we need to go on with this type of antics? This type of gimmick? Should we indulge this any longer? I ask you. No. I implore you.
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Shabazz. But as far as the listening audience goes, that was a demonstration of how we ask these individuals if there's any evidence that the earth is a globe, either visually or measurably. And it seems like they don't. Well, first of all, Heyoka, it took him a while, but he did admit that he doesn't see the earth as a globe. That's what he said, right? Now, measuring the surface of the earth as a globe, also, he rejected 3 times. Now, we didn't need to go any farther than that, but for you guys, right? We do it for you. I think he left or somebody banned him. Either they were tired of listening to him. It's fine.
Holy shit, his timestamp is just the beginning of the live stream. It's not even anything. Yeah, like, what the... Like, holy shit.
Don't worry.
He will come on FD tomorrow.
Oh, that's freaking.
He and Omnivore. There are two of them. They're every day there, and they're coming here every day. Is it Omnivore? Was he today here?
Yeah, we do have Flat Earthers Are Silly waiting in the wings. I think he was doing some work and now he's done. We can ask him those same questions because I think, listening audience, you guys deserve to know if anybody in the panel has any information to validate the Earth being a globe. Now we can go to Flat Earthers Are Silly and ask him. So Flat Earthers Are Silly, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You want to talk to me?
Yeah, I do, actually. 2 questions that I'm going to address to you, and then you can tell the people the methodology and by which we can either visually see the Earth as a globe or measure the Earth as a globe. And we'll walk through each one and break it down and show the audience what you know. So, first one, can we see the Earth as a globe from our vantage point on Earth? On the surface?
Some aspects of it, yes.
Some aspects of it. So some, not all. But the question is, do we notice the Earth looking like the globe that NASA pictures show us? Do we notice it that way?
Well, we can ask ourselves, what would we expect to see?
It's a yes or no, sir. Yes or no will suffice. And then when you say yes or no, you can go into your little tiny explanation if you'd like. Yes or no. Do we notice the Earth looking like those NASA pictures that NASA gives us of the Earth looking like a globe? Do we?
Yes.
Okay, yes, we do see that. Now, I want you to tell somebody that's listening to you, thinking, okay, this guy says that when we see NASA pictures of the Earth looking like a globe, we can go outside and see this very same phenomena of the Earth looking like this. Where do we see this at geographically? Where are you at where you can see the Earth this way?
Any point where you can see the horizon.
Okay, any point where you can see the horizon. Now, the horizon appears as that image that we see from NASA?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says. So, for the listening audience, I want you to think about this. Compare the NASA image of the sphere to going to visually see a horizon. Now, how does the horizon look like the image? Compare the two now. It's your turn.
Okay, so obviously the images from NASA are not from the same vantage point.
Okay, so they're not from the same vantage point. So we don't see the Earth like the NASA images that you said we see exactly like, which is interesting, right? Because you gave the listening audience a way that they're going to see the image just like you would the horizon. But now you're changing the way that you said we don't see exactly like the way NASA images are showing us. You've actually flip-flopped. You've turned it around and said, no, we don't see the Earth that way now. Why did you do that? You could have just stuck to your guns.
Can you give me like 30 seconds to explain? Or no? Okay.
See, I'm wondering this, right? Why did you flip-flop? Did you do it because you know that you're going to be exposed? Like, you didn't have to flip-flop. You could have just stuck to your guns and said, yeah, we'd still see it like the NASA images.
You ask him a question starting with why and expect a yes or no? What?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I don't get the 30 seconds to explain...
You're just going to keep saying, if I don't get the 30 minutes to explain, every time I unmute you, that's not going to give us the answer. So, you just said that we look at the Earth like the way the NASA images show us. Then when you were given the example to explain what you mean, you said the horizon. And then you said that we don't see the Earth like the NASA images show, which means that you just flip-flop. The one instance where you begun saying that we do see the images of NASA like we do see the Earth on the horizon. And then when you were given the example to explain, you said, no, we don't see the image of NASA like we do the horizon. So you just changed your answer.
Well, I wasn't given the chance to explain. So
well, what do you mean by explain? Are you going to explain why you flip-flop? We want to know why you flip-flop. Why did you do that?
I want to explain how it's not a flip-flop.
What is? So do we see that? Let's put it this way. Do we see the horizon like we see those NASA images? Yes or no?
Yes. Can I explain?
Now you're going to have to explain how those two are alike. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll get the 30 seconds. Your silence is telling me I will get the 30 seconds. Okay. Starting now. So when we see the pictures from space, that's a different vantage point. And
once again, different vantage point. We're not talking about different vantage point. We're talking about looking at those images and then seeing the
What kind of
same
fucking
thing.
debate is that if you just mute him midway?
It's not a debate, it's an interrogation. Read the room. So if you see the image and then you look at what you see in the horizon and they're not the same, why do you say that they're the same? That's the whole premise of your argument. You have to start with something's the same and let me show you how they're similar. Not something's the same and let me show you how they're different. That's not the same. A different vantage point means that it's not the same. Do you understand what different means? Different vantage point doesn't mean it's the same. Different vantage point.
so imagine you were.
No, we're not going to do that. We don't imagine. We either address that something similar and give the similarities, or when we use the word different, we're going to address how something is different, which is what you said. Different vantage point means that not the same. Do you understand between different and the same? I don't think you do.
No, I do. And when
No, you
you
don't.
look at the same object from different vantage points, it'll appear
Yeah,
differently.
so that's the problem we're having. We're not seeing the object from different vantage points, are we? We can only see it from this vantage point on the surface of the Earth, which was what was put to you. Do we see the NASA images like we do when we're on the surface? And you said yes, the horizon. Then you went to tell us how they're different vantage points, not the same. Different, not the same, different. Yeah? That about sums it up, doesn't it? Oh, now your internet's all jacked up. You need to fix that. Internet's jacked up. No, nothing's coming through. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing. Nope.
Wait a minute.
Dude, fix your internet. That's what you got
You
to
think all those satellites would just make that not happen, right?
Yeah. So
I'm just,
now we
just driving
yeah.
home. And
Fix your internet. And
Am I
you know
good
what?
now?
When you get home, when you get home, because here's what's gonna happen, dude. You're just gonna keep bouncing around from like being staticky to not staticky. So you need to be somewhere where you're not moving around.
All right. Well, when I get home, I'm gonna actually, talk to my wife, not to you guys.
Oh, that's fine. Then
But
do
can
that.
you hear me now?
Yeah, but do that.
Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yeah, we're done discussing the fact that you said that something similar because you said the word different vantage point, which means not the same as on the surface. So this conversation has reached a conclusion that your evidence was the NASA images were the same as the horizon. And where do we see a horizon? On the surface. But yet you said, okay, those are the same. Wait a minute. No, it's a different vantage point, which means not the same. Yeah? Do you understand what the same and different means?
Yes, I understand that the same thing.
Yeah, so why did you utilize that as your argument for something being the same when you said it's different? Yes?
I don't like talking about the meta, but are you just
No, this
trying
isn't
to,
the meta. This isn't the meta. This is you saying that the NASA images were the same as the horizon, and I gave you the floor. Tell us how they're the same. And you said, no, wait, they're different vantage points. Yeah, we already knew that. But you somehow wanted to have a conversation that it's a road to nowhere for you anyway, that said it's the same as the horizon. Now we are examining your dumbass argument that it's not the same. It's different vantage points. Well, duh. We already knew that. But you wanted to make the audience make it seem like it was the same. And your argument for it being the same was it's different vantage points. About sums it up, doesn't it?
I'm not going to take the bait So,
Oh,
like,
it's not
you're not
bait, sir. No, it's just an assessment of your dumb ass argument that something that the NASA images are the same as the horizon, which everybody knows that's false. It's not the same. So you were you got exposed, right? And this was your first attempt at providing evidence that the Earth is a globe. See? So, yeah, and for the gentleman who interrupted and said, this is not a debate, you are correct. This is not a debate. This is an interrogation. For those who claim that the Earth is a globe, you need to produce the evidence that it actually is one, either visually or measurably. You know what? We could even go with practically used as. Do we practically use the Earth as a globe? Do we measure the Earth as a globe? Do we visually see the Earth as a globe? Now, that's for the Medulla or whatever his name is, because I think that he might have the answers to the questions that we have. Is the Earth in any way a globe? Let's go to Medulla. Go ahead.
Oh, you're talking about how we measure if the Earth is a globe.
Yes, or visually see or practically use. I'm giving you the option to go to any one of those out of 3.
Sure, visually see. I find visual evidence the weakest. I sent a video in chat of a weather balloon. Obviously, that appears visually curved. I wouldn't use it as strongest evidence of anything.
So why display it then?
Well,
yeah, I sent it in the chat a little bit ago.
Medulla, check this out, man. I won't go to that because it's not your strongest evidence. I want you to kind of give it to us the best you can. Like if you were to say this was your one moment to shine, we give you the platform to tell us and the audience that's listening on YouTube and on Twitter and on Rumble, on all these platforms, to tell everybody how the Earth is an actual globe, either by way of measurement, by way of visually seeing it that way, or by practically using it. You have and utilize those 3 in any way that you can to best prove that it is a globe. Don't give us your weakest argument. Give us your strongest.
Sure. So for my visual point, I'm going to stick with the video. For how we measure the shape of the Earth itself, the curvature of the Earth itself, I sent a link in the chat to a modern recreation of the Eratosthenes experiment. Now, traditionally, the original one was done with 2 points to measure the radius of the Earth. The experiment I just sent uses 3 points, which is more verifiable points of contact. So it measures the distance of a shadow from a vertical object from multiple points on Earth. That seems to align with what we would expect the radius of the Earth to be, deducing from those measurements. And that seems to be pretty strong evidence to me, at least. I find a lot of flat Earth stuff is better at disproving a few globe experiments. I've yet to see.
We'll get into that.
Yeah,
we'll
sure.
Get into that. But for now, we're going to address what you brought forward as evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. Now, you said Eratosthenes. We call them Eratosthenes, so it doesn't really matter, right? That's not important. But what is important is the content, right? What was provided. Now, you produced a link. It looks like here. A modern replication, I'm reading just what it says on the link. Modern replication of Eratosthenes' measurement of the circumference of the Earth. Now, do you know anything about this? Because I'm going to actually get into the specifics, right? What happened, what was done. You put something there, but did you look over the material that you put in the link for any of the listening audience?
Yep, for anybody else who just opened that link, I wasn't able to find it on the website. You have to download the PDF from the website and open it. It's about 6 pages long.
Okay, and what by method is demonstrated that they're measuring? Because this is the measurement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but how did they measure the surface of the Earth to be curving, or at least conforming to the Earth that they tell us that we live on?
So they used 3 locations. Jimbuba, Queensland, Australia, Rosebud, Victoria, Australia, and Christchurch, New Zealand. They took measurements from 3 different volunteers in those areas to measure the shadow length of a vertical object. And all of that, if you scroll down, that's going to be on page 6, if anyone's actually reading the PDF. You can see where they derived those conclusions from the numbers they gathered and how all the math was done.
Yeah, but do you know how all of this was done?
From calculating, finding longitude, latitude, height of the poles, length of the shadows, whatever. That's all in there. It's a lot of numbers to read out.
Yeah, we got that there's a bit of math involved, right?
Sure.
And what we're trying to uncover here is when we look deeper into all of the method that was taken. You got a call?
That wasn't me.
Oh, so if you wanted to describe this mathematics, right? How would you say they were derived? Let's say, were there any assumptions being made in anything that was done in this test? Any at all?
Trying to think to make sure I don't misspeak here.
Yeah, don't do that. You got 1 moment, dude. This is your. I always like to preface that to anybody that's taking center stage. I want to give you the floor, but don't miss.
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
Okay, so from my understanding, the way they derive the radius of the Earth from the measurements they take from the length of the shadows, they measure it against estimating where the sun is in the sky, which that might rely on an assumption, I would assume.
Okay. What's the assumption though? I want you to tell us if you understand the methodology in which it was Eratosthenes had a method. Well, what assumption first of all are we talking about here with the sunlight and the angles? What are we assuming?
Knowing where the sun is.
Basically, its location geographically, like on the ground, or where it is in the sky. What do you?
I guess knowing that the sun is in the same place, verifying that the experiment is done at the same time in all the locations to make sure that the sun is in the same place for each of these measurements done. That's the one thing I didn't remember reading. I'm sure they, calculated for that in the study, but
okay,
that would be a pretty big issue to miss.
Yeah, I would say this though. If something of the method isn't understood by the person producing the evidence of the claim, this isn't a hard jab at you, but I would say you have to review the method to make sure that it's airtight. I would say if it was a measurement, everything would be following what a measurement or a standard for measuring something would be, and there would be no assumptions being made, because once any one assumption is being made, we have to introduce the fact that it's not an actual measurement, it's a calculation. So calculations can be done, but it's not going to equal a measurement. They're two very different things, distinctly different, described in their definitions. So if you can say that it was an actual measurement, it would have to follow the procedure of being a measurement. And the methodology would be the same. It wouldn't lack anything a measurement would be done with. So like if I say, I want to measure from where I'm standing to, let's say, 100 yards from here, I would use a particular type of way to measure the distance between me and the target distance. But if you're saying some assumptions were being made at some point, I think that's going to call into question why, right? We're going to need to know the reasons why they used an assumption versus a way that they should have just measured something.
Sure.
And this is what I'm giving you, Medulo, because maybe you haven't heard us kind of go through this exposition. You don't know the ways in which we give these thought-provoking ways to think about, like, the method. The method is important. It's extremely important. So if you don't know
challenged on
key
this.
factors,
I was challenged on another part of this paper previously. They obviously assume that the object is facing perfectly straight upwards, which would require there to be some measurement of whether or not it was on a level surface. They also don't directly describe the exact object used in the vertical measurement. Those are I think, two weakest points of the entire experiment.
I agree, but like also, if the methodology can't be reproduced in a way that we can have with no assumption, because like here's what we want to do: we want to eliminate the assumption factor. If the assumptions are involved, it gives the argument for Globe a more weaker position than it would if somebody says, no, we did a measurement, and this measurement can be replicated by somebody else to produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe. So if I make an assumption, I'll give you an example. If I said a flat earther made a calculation between point A and point B, and thus the Earth is flat. But if you said, wait a minute, you're just calculating distances, you're not measuring anything. And I'm like, that's fine, the Earth is flat because we calculated it. You would call me into question and say, well, you need to produce a way that we can measure to know for sure, because the calculation is fine. You can say you can calculate distances and say, but if you're not measuring to verify, then there's nothing you can do to say that it's actually what you're saying it is. So measurements are paramount. They're like the quintessential gold standard for what our evidence for what we're saying, right? So if you're saying that it doesn't need to go through that methodology of having measurements, then what you're doing is you're putting the globe Earth standard into question as to like reasons why we would say, wait a minute, you're just saying that at some point they started to assume certain things. We can't have that. Not when it's this important, right? Especially in this argument. It's super important to be hyper specific, right?
Sure.
And
yeah.
The terminology used here is hyper specificity, right? If you're going to be that meticulous to give us the information, then it has to be thorough in this particular example. And if it's not thorough, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and maybe perhaps investigate where the information could be rectified and said, okay, wait a minute, I thought it was an assumption, but it really wasn't, or whatever. So this is what I'm asking you. So it's not at this point with me and you, it's not so much as a debate much more than it is information gathering. So it needs to be where we're not making any assumptions. I would put it's going to be a hard task, and it's not easy, Medulo. So if you've never heard this before, it's not, you have to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of measurement and no assumptions being made. So in this case, I already know that with the link that you posted, that they were at least to some effect assuming things.
Like what? Like assuming the distance between the cities?
Well, no. That's not. You know, the distance between cities can be measured. You know that. But what I'm saying is there's other assumptions that can be made about the test.
Such as?
Well, the distance to the sun.
Sure.
And or
I'm again just asking. Sorry.
Yeah, there's different assumptions. I mean, you could think about it. Like it's riddled with assumptions. So, did they start off with knowing that the Earth is already a sphere and try to reverse engineer this sphere and try to say, okay, we know that it's such. We're just trying to verify that it is. So, is it just a verification that it's what they think it is based on an assumption? Like it's the prerequisite for their information to engage with this specific test. You know what I mean? It's almost like, okay, guys, we know it's a globe. We're just verifying that it's one. Versus, we don't know what the Earth is, and we're going to check to see what it is. See what I mean? It's a different way to actually approach the what is topic for, what is the Earth. So, and this is what I'm saying. Was there any assumptions being made prior to the engagement of this test? Or was this like a blind, kind of coming into this, I don't know what the Earth is, we're going to find out.
Sure. And so the assumption for Earth, the sun being far away, I don't think it's necessarily that any of the numbers used to find out the radius of the Earth rely on the distance to the sun, but rather that the sun is like the light from the sun itself comes essentially parallel,
How do you demonstrate that?
Immutable.
There's another assumption.
That seems to be, I was going to say, that seems to be another assumption though, Medulo. And like, I'm not saying you made it, but it's one that you're advocating for. It's a position you're advocating for. So I don't know how strong that would make the argument for angle measurements, right? Because we have to have, like I said, specific precision measurements to say that not today, not maybe back then when Eratosthenes was around, but today we have better ways to measure.
But even on a flat Earth, we would assume that the lights from the sun comes in parallel. Yeah, even on a flat Earth, you would assume that light from the sun comes.
No, what you're looking for is the whole half the globe to be lit where the sun's above. The whole half. So when I'm driving earlier and I'm looking and I see the sun above me, there's light behind me a little bit, but that way behind the sun, there's no light. So where's this parallel light coming in on the whole half where the sun's like right above? I'm staring at it.
Yeah, so I guess just to address the fact that assumptions are being made, Medulo, we cannot have any assumptions being made in this specific investigation into if the Earth is a globe or not. So this method is fine for you because it's like confirmation bias, right? It confirms what you already think the Earth is. But for us, or whoever I should say, wants to investigate whether it is or is not a globe, there cannot be any assumptions being made. There has to only be investigations as to like, what is the Earth? Let's figure it out. And going from point zero, not point already assuming that the Earth is a globe and then trying to reverse engineer whether or not it is to verify, because that's not going to get us to the point where somebody who's actually curious, perhaps wants to be agnostic on the shape of the Earth and say, I don't know anything. I just want to come into this blind and find out if I could find any geometric consequent evidence from this test.
Okay,
that's all
gotcha.
I'm saying, man.
Yeah. No, I definitely needed to think more about that. Intuitively, one thing I'm just thinking of in my head. So the assumption is that light rays come parallel. So that doesn't seem like a hard assumption to prove. Let's say it's directly noon. You can prove that the sun is directly overhead, at least that it's the same distance from the horizon around you. You hold up a sheet of cardboard with a circle in the middle, right? If the light shines directly through onto the ground in the same circle, then they're coming parallel, right?
Yeah, I would say that utilizing something like that, you can get around close to what you want. But what I'm going for here is when you begin this test, there has to be no assumptions being made. So 0 assumptions. Like I can't start off saying, well, we're going to verify that the Earth is an actual sphere like we think it is. Like cannot happen that way. And I think that's what Eratosthenes attempts to do, because if you looked into history, Eratosthenes was actually built off of Aristotle. The questions were being asked already. So there seems to be assumptions of the methodology that were being made prior to Eratosthenes taking off and doing the thing that he did. That's just the least of your worries, right? You have to, what I'm looking for with providing evidence that the Earth is a globe that's been measured is using no assumptions. Like, okay, sure. Maybe this is the first time you've engaged with this type of information, but we need that specific. Like, we don't, okay, if you were to go at the Earth not knowing what it is, and you were to use this method, not this one, but any method, and if you were to use this method, you could know that the Earth is a globe by way of verifying its method of measurement. And that's what I'm giving to you right now. That's what we're looking for. Eratosthenes, Eratosthenes is an old way, and it was using assumptions based on Aristotle. Anyway, that's to let you know. Perhaps you can go back to the drawing board. But thanks for interacting with me. And
can I get one little closing comment? So I'll be in chat talking about this. If anybody else wants to look through the study and see if we can find any other assumptions being made, I'm going to look for some other form to verify that the light rays from the sun do come in parallel. So it seems to me like if that's the biggest assumption I can find so far, that might give a lot of validity to this experiment. So
I'll let you talk to the chat. I'm pretty sure in the text chat, stay in the voice chat, because everybody who's in the voice chat can utilize the text chat. But you can talk to the guys in there, and they'll give you some good arguments for any more assumptions. But I do want to kick it over because we're starting to get some more people coming in here. But if there's anybody else in here that wants to talk, that are brand new to the topic, or perhaps if you guys want to discuss what the conversation was about, we can do that. And let the gentleman kind of talk to the people in the text chat, because we do want the people who don't speak in here to have an option to talk to the guy who was speaking in the text channel. So I'll kick it over to you guys. Actually, I'm going to have to be going, so I'll just hand it over. Or I don't know who's going to take point, maybe Crit or DJ or somebody.
Yeah, I'm still around.
So I'll give point to you guys. It was a good interaction. We don't have those often, so.
Darth, is he really come off mute? I missed part of that. I normally tune out when he starts talking. It's like generally just hot garbage. There you go, Duncan.
I wasn't talking garbage.
No, I said normally. Normally it is. So I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
It's like there's like the 1 in 100 chance where you add something kind of useful.
Okay, great.
And there are no globies in here? Want to make an argument? We're all on mute now.
Yeah, so I posted a video about plumb lines diverging, Is there any way flat earthers can reconcile with that?
Why is it done on a hill?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Why would you choose to do it on a hill, though?
Are you saying plumb lines change whether you're on a hill or not?
Just asking why you decided to do it on a hill. What type of conditions did you account for?
Yeah, that's not me doing it.
Your side does, by the way. Your side does say that it does change. Yeah.
My side changes, like if you go next to like the Rocky Mountains, like the mountains will, pull on the plumb line. Yeah.
Yeah. Reflection of the plumb line. Yeah.
But like the angle of the hill itself isn't doing that.
What if you go above the sea or above the water?
Yeah, well, we actually, you don't accept it, but we made models of how like the different mass of the Earth and stuff like that. But you don't accept those models.
What about elevation change? Does elevation change on the sphere?
Does elevation change on the sphere? Of course. That's
due to what?
Topography.
And
what?
What is going on the sphere if you go away with the distance?
If you go away,
what is going on if you're on a flat surface and you go 10 miles? What is going on? Does elevation change?
If you go 10 miles in the air, yeah, you're going to be, of course your elevation
I'm asking you, if you are going on the flat surface 10 miles, does elevation change?
If you're going on a flat surface, does elevation change?
Yeah.
No.
If you're going on the sphere 10 miles, does elevation change?
Well, that's the thing. Like that's what we're talking about. The flat, like when we talk about flat on Earth, we're talking about like in conform with the uniform shape of the Earth. But so
what? I'm asking you about two surfaces.
Okay.
One
So
flat and one curved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you were to project a flat line, like the tangent of one point, and you were to stay on that tangent, would your elevation change? If you go 10 miles? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. If you were to stay on that projected tangent of a flat line on one point,
if you are above
your
the water, are you saying that water will drop with the distance?
If you stay on the tangent at that particular point,
if I'm on the beach on the sea level, if I'm on the beach on the sea level on 10 miles, does water changing elevation in 10 miles?
Well, yes, because we have tides.
No tides.
But I don't think that's what you mean.
I'm asking
bro, you know what he's saying, bro. You know what he's asking.
Right, so,
don't be like this. Don't be like this. Just answer the question. Answer the question, bro.
Yes, I've answered the question multiple times. If you were to go 10 miles on the tangent of your level line from one particular point, and you don't correct your level, and you were to stay on that tangent, yes, your elevation would change. Yes.
Above water, above the sea?
Hold on. What tangent are you referring to?
From the original starting point.
Is it perpendicular to vertical?
It's perpendicular to the plumb line.
So perpendicular
if you
to
want
vertical.
to call that vertical, that vertical is like only vertical for you at that one point. As you go 10 miles, your vertical changes. So if you're asking me, if you follow the tangent line at that particular point, if you follow that tangent, then yes, everything else around you will drop away if you follow that tangent.
What circle is your line touching?
What
the
circle
horizon?
is my line touching?
Yeah, to have a tangent.
No, the tangent line would not touch. The tangent line would not touch the horizon.
So why you call it? Is it level?
Yeah, what's the evidence for that?
Yeah, if you're talking about a level,
What's the evidence for what?
If you're talking
You
about
want
a
the
level
evidence,
line, you're talking about a horizontal
You want
line.
that evidence, bitch ass nigga.
If you're talking about perpendicular to vertical, you're talking about a horizontal line. Level.
From a tangent, from a particular point, yes.
No, horizontal. No tangent. There's no line
From a
touching the
particular,
circle.
from a particular point, yes.
What do you think a tangent is?
A tangent is where one line touches at one point.
Okay. And?
Hang on. And what?
Wow.
So a tangent, a tangent. I'm sorry, someone distracted me. A tangent is a line that touches another object at one point.
Are you sure?
I mean, there might be some exceptions to the rules. I don't know, but typically that's what you say. Is like
is the definition of tangent an exception to your rule?
I don't know if you're trying to catch me in one thing, but like basically,
I'm just
so a
trying to.
tangent.
You're very stern about using the word tangent. I'm saying there's not one. So what do you think a tangent is?
I've already explained. So
no, you said it's a line starting from a point.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, what'd you say?
I said a tangent line meets another object at one point.
What kind of object?
It varies.
It varies?
Yeah.
Well, you should go find out what that is.
Sphere or a circle. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what a tangent is. That's the what is of a tangent. And that's not what you're doing here with this line.
It doesn't have to be a circle. It can be an ellipsoid. It can be like a polygon. It can be lots of different things.
And where
of
is
which
that
you are
line
touching, of which you are touching none, because you're not at elevation, and you're getting perpendicular to vertical. So you're above the surface.
Yeah, perpendicular to vertical at that particular point is not the same.
Horizontal.
Is not going to have the angle as perpendicular to vertical at different points.
It's horizontal, which is level.
Didn't see his plumb bob video in there. I want to look at it.
And that's what I'm asking you to reconcile with, because that's what we actually see in the real world.
No,
I didn't see it. That's what I'm asking. I want to see it.
Your plumbs are going to be vertical and parallel.
You cut out there. I didn't hear you.
Your plumbs are going to be vertical and parallel.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, they would be on a flat Earth, but they're not in reality. So how do you reconcile that?
In reality, they are. That's how we build parallel things.
But they're not.
But they are. That's how we know if things are parallel.
If you could repost
Okay,
the
so
video, I'd love to look at it.
Yeah, I posted a video showing that they're not.
They are. That's how we build parallel.
But I posted the video with extremely extreme, accurate, and precise technology that shows that it's not.
It's bullshit.
How's
Can you build
technology
parallel? Can you build parallel?
Well, he was talking about what we use to build things, and that's literally what we use to build things. So
can you build parallel?
Can you build parallel?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Perfectly parallel? No, I don't think anyone's ever done that.
So you can't build parallel. So they have to.
I don't think anyone's ever done that. It's always within
you have to. Your plumb bobs diverge in all building, correct?
I live in the mountains, man. I use plumb bobs here. I'm at different elevations all the time, and they do not converge.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm looking for
That's
your
right.
video. Yeah.
That's right. In fact, all your plumb bobs are going to be perpendicular to even one horizontal line. You can put a million verticals on a horizontal line, and they'll all be perpendicular to it, which will match a water level. Huh?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but the fact is that
Yeah, I will, because that's the way we do it.
But the thing is, when you say that's the way we do it, who's the we in that?
The people that build things and navigate and use
But you're
things like
wrong.
radar and sonar and build railroad tracks,
What I want
lay
to
pipe
know
and hose, utilize the slope
how do you
intercept formula and get drainage
from
and understand sea level and understand the water table and stuff like that.
well, how do you differentiate globe curvature from a variation in terrain elevation?
Oh, so we have multiple models. It's extremely hard. Do you want me to post another video from like a
No, I want you to
seminar
describe it if you know how. I just want you to describe the process.
It's extremely complicated.
It's real simple, actually.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Can you describe the process?
Not as well as this video can.
All right. Well, then I'm not interested. I already know the answer.
I don't think you do. So how do we get?
Yeah, I do.
In the using you're roboting. You're roboting a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I can describe it for you, but I probably don't care to right now.
So the fact is that if you were to ask any surveyor, engineer, person on the construction site, anyone that actually does this construction where they get benchmarks for elevation, the way you have to do it now, the only acceptable standards is if you use a GNSS receiver that can connect to satellites and base stations that can give you an elevation. That's the only acceptable standards in North America for building.
Right. How do they work?
Like I said, it's extremely complicated, but like there are videos.
I know. I would like you to answer. You could just say you don't know instead of try to say it's just complicated.
What if you build on the on 100-meter hill in the middle of the continent? What then?
What about it?
How you can have the hill 100 meter above the sea level and the sea it's 1,000 miles from that hill?
Because the Earth is a sphere.
That doesn't answer the question, dude. Come on.
In 1,000 miles from that point, can you tell me?
Gosh.
Can you tell me what is going on with the sphere in 1,000 miles?
Yeah, it's the plumb lines are diverging.
No, I'm asking you what is going on with the surface of the Earth in 1,000 miles from one point.
Yeah, the Earth is curving.
How much in 1,000 miles?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, let's say 1 mile.
1 mile?
Yeah.
Roughly 8 inches.
What?
Roughly 8 inches.
In 1 mile. I said in 1,000 miles. You have a hill in the middle of the continent.
Said 1 mile, and he answered that. What's the problem?
You have the height of the hill, 100 meters hill in the middle of the continent. That hill is 100 meters above the sea level.
Uh-huh.
In the middle of the continent, 1,000 miles away from the sea level.
Okay.
On the sphere?
Yes. Because elevation curves.
Indeed.
Indeed, yes, indeed, elevation curve.
That means that hill it's not 2,000 meters above the sea level. It's like
no, it's not 2,000 meters. It's 100 meters. You already said it's 100 meters above sea level.
Okay, 100. That means it is not 100 meters. It's like 1 mile and 100 meters.
No.
No.
If we can get a more focused discussion, I'm out. This is boring as fuck, guys.
But he's saying that sea level is on the same level, but curving 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's not.
Well,
It's
sea
not
level
curving.
on the East Coast is not exactly the
Yeah,
same
of
as sea
course
level
he
on the
thinks
West
that.
Coast.
Big
It's
deal.
exactly the same.
Yeah,
Big deal.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
He's saying that.
We already know he thinks it's a globe, Sasha. Like, you didn't have to tease that out of him, dude.
That's all right to people think that something is a globe, but to think that level it's curved, that's something different.
Yeah,
because
horizontal.
I've personally done.
You can believe
tests,
in
and mine's do diverge.
you can believe in pyramids, but level is not curved.
I want to see these videos, dude. I haven't seen them yet.
I've done the test to prove it, and I also posted another video of someone doing the same test that I've done that proves it. So
what is proving? What is proving?
Just reciprocal zenith angles?
Yeah.
Is it reciprocal zenith angles? Yes.
Yeah.
Reciprocal zenith angles. Okay, so does anyone have a refutation against reciprocal zenith angles?
Yeah, does anyone?
What they are proving?
It proves that plumb lines diverge.
And what they are, and if they are diverging, what they are proving?
Parallel GPs is what you're talking about.
Okay, and what's that proving?
It proves that plumb lines diverge.
Proves the vertical.
And how that proves that Earth is a sphere?
Because
it doesn't.
It does.
How?
No, it doesn't, because they don't diverge. They're parallel. And that's the way it is, man. And you have a lame argument, and it is getting boring.
So I can explain how it works. So
no, I know you can explain a whole lot of stuff. You can explain a whole lot of stuff, can't you? You can explain stuff about other galaxies, but nobody here is interested in all that because it's not real. Because the real world, all your plumbs are going to be parallel. Oh, yeah. And we can build parallel. Oh, yeah. And horizontal is level. And it matches a water level, which is true level. And that's the end of it.
So what the plumb lines will do is like
no, you're incorrect if you say otherwise.
So you can calculate.
And it's boring. What you're saying is boring and old. It's very old. In fact, I'd say archaic at this point. What you're saying.
And the difference between the points.
Embarrassing to hang on to, even maybe.
When you multiply.
If I were you, I'd be embarrassed to say what you're saying about plumb lines diverging, because they don't. They're parallel. That's the way it is. And I hope you come around to that. I hope you finally see, you and your cronies, you and your crew, I hope you come around to understanding the truth about how it works.
Half the degree of difference would be 720. If you had a quarter degree.
Anybody else have anything interesting to say?
You would see that basically those distances match up with the circumference of the Earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's fancy.
Like a 10 miles with 1 foot observer height.
Your observer height doesn't matter, and the thing that
One sec, bro.
Oh, doesn't matter. That means all people who that mean that you don't believe in heliocentric model. No, man, I didn't write. I didn't. You need to understand one thing. I didn't, man. You need to.
Somebody has to yield and allow the other one to finish before continuing. I'm not going to listen to this talking over the top of each other.
It's a wreck.
It's great. Like the distances between, like the points will directly be proportional with the degrees for the circumference, and the elevations of the points do not matter because what you're actually figuring out is the plumb line angles. It's great. It's a great test.
I did one test. I was doing like this. What is the size of the Earth? And I wrote, and it was written 3,959 miles. And then I asked how much I can see with my height, and it's 180 centimeters. And Google answered to me, you can see like 3 miles, 3.5 miles, no more, with my height.
See, it's not your height that matters; it's your elevation. So,
there is all heliocentric. Can I finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence?
I'm just trying to
Can I
explain
finish
that
my sentence? Can I finish my sentence? Can I finish my
not
sentence?
just the observer height; it's the elevation.
Let Sasha finish, bro. Let Sasha finish what he's talking about. Then you can go.
I made research. All educational system in all countries teaching that you can see 3 miles with your height. That's I didn't write that. Do you understand me? All books are written on this topic, and it's saying you can see. No,
that's false. So, see, like the height is when it says like when it says
great,
3 miles at like observer